not giving up. Here's to our lucky years. PUBG Battlegrounds, 7th anniversary.
نخبي اسمي Miramar tayo weekend. Shia. Балукарок сипи пата. Нигзи мегат битти. Факатури або. Example atrıftağı cüvdadan atak oranı da koyayım. Evet. Hem çamur kimiydi? Bakı. Сосед devam etti. Здорово.
Ставкалар canlarını bağladı.
Baldır ha. Керектақтар. Оба бин жеке кесе болар а. Мен бұл сюжет ақылып бітті. Путевка бітті.
Biz de rehde kırayım bu ito harba. İndik jeste bir de orada бля, ебать, нереально отрывки.
Жеке отрывты. Bazı çıkıyordu.
Есть, да. тварь рембамын. Вот а там вообще это, блядь. Его никто не видел, он постоянно это ебать дикий.
Ну да.
Это же вообще нереально.
Фут, фут шанстағы хабибет. Бубыл.
Здесь куста команда вот это мотоляш поебать нахуй. Сизбион испоин, блядь, ебать дикий.
Лукаркс иря буде. Бастығы тұру ребята. Пакилами. Хетен кәбі бітік зембылы.
У меня молодость, наверное.
Бетбум, блядь. Камбектіріне.
Хатер.
Iki
Хатер
topçuk.
топ-8, топ-5 килин.
İki topçuk nada var.
Наверное, Микай Петре потали.
Naviler başı ya bıtıra. Kaçı al. Pagı saçki aldılar bana manna. Bana pati yıllar bahim bir. Bastığı meste ulla kanat bir tın çalamıta. Pagı saçki. Global gajı şansı hava.
Да.
Оле медбус даталова топиги на равуло. Global гаварарды. Футбол,
Да.
фут, бетбу. Hadi bетбу. Bugün top 5 girer olacak hanım kadar. Жамайдыры ул. Лулвалар бастыган юга хеббечко алан барандар. Остальные 11 юга хеббетелер быта.
Да.
Это тир-1 бар багиндеге. Под самолет красавчик. Шанста яқтан хепебде.
Да, имя его.
İki bacak kavanda. İki sıfır. Tena twist'e hem bir ikistir. İle bastık. Navi ühiske kaldın hep. O da kim tercüs bolbut ol bacak kadar ba. Med bulsu gıtta. Hatta hebe bir açık atrifti bile. Hebe kida. Hebe saçko. Bet bumtan na. Futtar. Bir çastım bolara aysen. Giranda. Грибу, блокнот Айсена. Кошелек Айсена.
Блокнот все.
О, шегім өтті. Бүгін қаддары тосқайыры олайықы. Хоулар плейсмендерін көрей білі. Кері хадила бұтынар. Үббалықтан ақ. Бүгін фейстер талбат әпім білі. Сіз далбайды де башы.
Конкретно хуйня страдали играть.
Шаганин хадилар а. Медбул здорово макарон. Здорово.
Алло.
Лоло. Под самолет. Постыгы мирамара бітті хадыр.
Ай, баня, Ильянка линда. Ильянка линда.
Начинается смена индекут.
Сосискан бәлем да.
Ахо.
Трасса хадая, турор да ши да. Басны бақта.
Да бұл, блядь, бамбылдар жиыны глобалға барықта әтілер, а? Нақы экзальтері ұйды қағаби, блядь, биддешті.
Ладно, пирала, бля. Ладно, бата сутра, где, бля, хуй его знает.
Стара баня мен ставкылы киделі, а. Азакаставадан да баня.
Бар?
Туғақаста мүмкін.
Иди, тух бля.
Это бар будет кеха, бля. Минус $2 кеха, бля. Бару хочу на не видел, да.
Ханавинс, братишка, ты чё?
Ты чё? Фейс худит, блядь,
Ошибка.
прямой инвайт. Фейстера. О, там она прямой инвайтах. Ихин ПГС очки надо выхем бишь. Понимаешь?
Да, на глобал.
На глобал говорил.
Он кая ебать ролядер был дальше.
Колдар вам тус болла хана бехенер алам ба ау хонда.
Допустим, ты сеттерганавилага поебать надо. Вот бетбумгагин это как воздух надо.
No. Tabii bunlar hem bir bugün sıçkonan takalları oldu hem globalga явно.
Тахсалықтар не жабы. Бача подписка номерындар, блядь, тахсалықтар инде ровно.
No. Собака хочет ты раз и хакаста бака девять бань. TVC нави фейс прямой кирилдерден. То ол тоққа де. PGS 3, PGS 4 ден хайым болар тоқ. А не глобал. Глобалым PGS ден ба. Тот в ноябре болар бітті. Ноябрь-декабрь. Бірген ілі PGS тоққа болар. Бири Вьетнамга болар баха. Сингапур деп тұрды. Кемері Кытайга болар не бит ханны кірі PGS. Оны бири бағар Саудовска Аравия болар баха. Бұлырын Соникстар бұттыра бұтты. PGS. Твистеттер кес бола бұттыра бұтты. Спайраттан хылтан. Эти Новорепнеттер мостаттар хайба бұтты бабзан. Хамердік. Багыны бабзан. Ол хайға твистеттер Туранlarında avlara danamını hava diyoktahtarın kayıttan sınırlı bile danamını hava. Kayıttan sınırlı spayrağa parşutlar oldu apıt. Noktan aldı. Onu görüm.
Десейки көрдікті же.
Onu görüm bana danamını takkan hava hel. Bitti. Sonic bastılar. Çok kötü bir diye Sonic sonuna tak. Başlar taşıyla vakitleri danamadı. Bu arada pasos от края зоны. Они авторы Башы тыгылтын такой дават нахуй. Файт зоны где-то файт болотыр караки зонаға кытты они әллер нахуй. Тупо үйс командадан біле. Оны хаба бастал бітіріп. Баня бүгін түн сосиска барды ебітті баня. Баня. Барды баня.
Тутам таблицам ора.
Кычки таблица лахали. А ты сразу ну, если ничего не есть. Замага. Пиздимака.
Блядь, я оны кыддам вранёк.
Что ли?
Кычат. Лету.
Стоит температура бань.
Так. Кепсилер алар өпіт. Вон биті қалбыч. Гимми чатым. Где гимми. Дейзи не алар өпітті башы.
Нет, везде бахатыр. Здесь крутой хайрайт, он будет играть для реками.
Дейзиге да.
Хуйня пампана, блядь.
Того
Хас тütkün habeti.
Фейс как партнер сразу кирер бітті. Макарон әдәбәдін дән. Суч. Кедерім бей. Я тебе покажу.
Я спать.
Да, давай, ага. Да.
Телефон такой, блядь. Баня. Не бегу трам, блядь.
Сима хама, бля.
Пидинлар oldu.
Bası. Кедерім бей макарон. Чо да как. Шо да как. Бу. Бу PEC финал болу тұрарды. PEC финал. Онда бу PGS болыр бу. PGS. Май әні июль. Бу жылан түрік. Бу онлайн де PEC. Бұл аңа бири Саудовска Аравия, бири Вьетнам или Сингапур болыр. Эккей подряд. Онтан июль тоқты бат. Августка бар тоғара болыр. Онтан PEC күйінгіте болыр бу. Онда бу Кубок наций болыр. Потом PGS 2 лан болыр. Октябрь, ноябрь. Потом бу PGC. Бу же глобал. Көрәмі? PGC. Си де бу. Бу маты Ц де. PGC. Медбус сыңгы аргахеде. ПГС, ППМ, ПГС, ағыз команды партнер сразу кирер бит. Бас уже апреля, академик хатан хаттары потерял свое время. Бас бит. Медбус. Сыңгы аргады. Не этот. Не должен быть. Сыңгы что ли? Атын нучалар балдар мана. Квизин. Басты мастурбатор дембит. Басы бет. Барга не уйдет, ведь обзанян, который не полностью стал. Долго я делает. Она хамеха она дырдыры. Аны пахлахты гедек медбус. Арасилар ысынгы арга вахлахты. Мастурбатор урен. Академия зайба. Ну, бля. Мастурбатор динчигеч. Ахами медбус PUBG это мана. Медбус. Что за организация?
Kim بسيطة وري.
Бетя.
لا هامي درت بسيطة ور بهذا. بقول.
Tamam похуй баш. Ата гейми vardı eğitim de giyimden. Hep beraber vardı.
Geliyor kurucu. Eğitime gibi. Ha, 20 var ya ona. HPTT ipinden.
Hep evet.
Cool.
Сынгевит Ата bu bed boomlar kıldık kalabalık. Tokamanna bu havada nutçara var. Kivizci. Негізі Хорватия, Ибица, Голландец, Лукарокс, Серб багато.
The guy, everyone sees him as the good guy, and he is. He should be like even proud of himself for being like that, to be honest.
Aww. Next to me is Kiliakai. His name is Arin.
On my left side here is Mika, or Tim. He was a really good additional pickup for us. He's a nice guy.
Collector
Obviously we
arıyor.
had some problems, but I think
Eric
that's normal in
Garilla.
that kind of job we do. He improved a lot. I'm really proud of him.
Здорово.
This is Brexcore. Really,
Алло.
and he's the best
bro,
agent
bakın da.
in Europe, on the world.
Rex
Aha,
is like the kind
gidiyor.
of bully in the team.
Amin trene yapabiliyor.
He has that IGL role, and he's like a leader character too.
PUBG'den bir-
So you can hate him for it, but like he's playing such a good game and he's IGLing so good that you can't really do anything about it.
Giremdi.
It's kind of f***ed up sometimes, but you know.
Aww.
Emine de bana her yer patan.
We had some problems with Mika at the
Medbus
beginning.
Europa arkadaşlar.
We had,
Mobile
uh,
Medbus diyorsun. Pistol.
Different point of
idea.
view of the game,
Здорово.
the way we play, and the biggest issue we had was probably like our
Здорово.
communication. Like we were not good at talking about things.
I'm in
Disintegrate
since the
them.
beginning with Brexcore and
tabii,
Kiliakai,
evet.
right?
Uf, bir de kedine bakıra da
We were a
canası.
team
Uf.
before that.
İki de kedine reminisku var bakın. Uf.
We were super good friends together,
işte.
and we tried to find our fourth player, right? Yeah, we found Mika.
Gimme hanna var
and
etti.
this was like
Gimme.
Değişiyor atak.
main goal all the time
Energetik
to
bu
stay full
üstün
in
kemblem
German.
ne diyor.
My first time with
Ne
the team
hemen
was
hayata
that
engedik o
when I
dağıstım
came in
diyordu.
there, I knew that we had the best German lineup, but I was like a plague sheep
Tak.
sometimes.
Tak,
where,
hami
like,
eder
people
basita var bu ana
started
basika.
hating on me
Kanito.
for like a longer time. And when Kobo came in, he kind of defended me sometimes, so it kind of split it up. And now everyone that does bad things is like
Banyak kan nih Miramar dah.
not just
Miramar,
just one guy.
Teta
When I
betul.
first joined the team,
Tuh
Takta
lah.
en taktik
my
kan
main
kayak
goal was
Nah,
to
kami taktik
try
orang
and
tuh
work on the
tembel.
comms a little bit because
Nah,
I'd seen in the
taktik.
past that that's something
Itu
in game.
itu.
The communication in game had been something that I thought wasn't optimal. The team
Mereka
needs
taktik
more
lah
of
tem что ли
a
их
bit of
баров.
a structure and somebody that helps them work
Real Man City
together.
день хуйня макро.
So it's
Арсенал
not as
Бавария,
much- so it
Арсенал
wasn't as much
Бавария.
me working on the gameplay.
Oh,
It was
Arsenal
me
besar sepuluh
helping the
lama.
guys work on their
Bitir
gameplay.
Bavaria
That was
dismiss yok
really
bitti
what I was
Arsenal
doing.
kayar.
I think our biggest
Atau itu
problem
Arsenal
is
besar
defense.
sepuluh diinjak.
I
Eh,
think
masih harus mid-buff
our-
sore pe.
our
Tamam.
problems.
Wah,
I think
McBook.
our biggest
Oh.
problem most of the games is
Aha.
to be like
İkiz
focused all the
kimi?
time.
It's pretty much communication
And-
and focus.
itu
If
dia
you
ya.
start playing focus
Eh,
from
pelaturnya
game
itu
one,
hemen.
then I don't think we're
Utara.
gonna have big trouble performing.
We are just all very connected because we know this is the best chance we have to do great things. So we're just always going to stick with it.
Tabi
and,
ikiz
uh,
karta
try and do our best to
Amsterdam
get the best
talabında.
out of it.
I think if you wanna be like a top team, you have to also.
Bavaria piddiye gel bitti bile. Hatta Liga Şampiyonlar Liga şampiyonu apa. Bavaria sahutan behini.
I don't think you're like that successful as if you're like
Uf,
spending time out
dere,
of the game.
full staff
just
bulduk
hanging
bu da.
around
Uf.
and have fun.
Yemen argaları var.
Yeah, that's
Atamadım.
my opinion.
We've known each other for
Yeah.
4 years
Darua.
now,
Kurduk Nederland.
and
Brother.
it's if
Darua.
to play together and stick together
Блядь.
and be like a family.
Kedik ha baktığına bile her az güç tahtırla herimi haddere diyor.
Some really heartfelt words
Nasıl
there
istek aldı
about
delim.
communication, teamwork, being a family. We got to feel those shots of them on the
Blah.
global stage. But
Big
eventually
Brother
they're
Western.
not performing this
Bani
weekend.
tablocu,
And
Mid
I
Boost
wonder
dedi.
if they're feeling as loving
Arabası bir.
right now
Здорово,
as
Попович.
what they are
Беян
in
al dua
that
kainin
particular
ti dua
video.
kayıp.
It's
Ti dua
always
kayıp.
rough, right? Because
Twist
their
aggressive
mindset
when you
is
build
the
for
right
example
one. And I
MVP
think
yan.
what they're pointing out as well is
Twister
struggling a little
atahin. Şu ya.
because of their
İkisini de
own
alaydı.
flaws and marginals
Min
and stuff
talalım.
like that.
Çok uydu
But
Tamam.
valla.
you
Kim yer
can
bir tek
pinpoint
tamam.
it to it's
Хорошо.
not
Tak
them
sami
as a
mali.
team just struggling. Of course, it's them as a team right now, but it's
Te
also
хуйсин
their
bile.
playstyle
Tok
that they're
tirimde.
committing so hard to, right? Because we have a lot
Öyle
of teams that
maddi.
are super focused on getting
Mhm.
a lot of center positions, and if you're
Ben
always
naga
that team that
bayarımda
is going to be
koyacağım
the
bana.
last team,
Yiyeyim
Doğru,
you
ne
never
diyorsun,
get
altı
some of
ben
those
naga
like
var.
early circle positions, stuff like that. You are statistically just going to have a
Miramar.
worse time when they're
Miramar.
teams alive, and unless you get hard
Ben de par kirikker ne ne twistetterge. Bastı kat kararı bile digetir bu.
Te
хуйстим нах. Карам твистеkke var burada. Razı twistet bulam.
Twista.
There's just not going to be as much time to work
Twist.
on it.
Entrı
Work on the circles,
Entry
take fights and stuff
kilbet
like that,
top
and I
çetiri
think
bile.
that's why
Ben taftar.
both
Tir
them
tiri
as a
kaman.
team,
Miramar.
but also why we've seen
Ta.
PP teams
Tir
struggle
tiri da.
here in our grand finals.
Ha, tir tiri groktarın olan.
So we actually have
Interpictor
Kobe with
battı
us right now, so we can talk to
Evet
him
ya.
direct
Kolları beyin
about
alam.
Ascent.
Interpicte battıların
Thank
kudu.
you so much
Ah,
for
Miguel
joining
India.
us, friend. And obviously,
İyi.
you know I'm gonna have to hit you with this
Ne yapıyorsun?
question right
İşi
off the bat.
zaten
What
öyle.
the hell is
Yeah.
going on?
Şu ya.
That's a really good question.
Çok
I
iyi
think
soru bu.
if it was an easy answer, then we wouldn't have these problems right now.
Tamam ya.
Hemen screenshot'tan bana
We're kind of the disappointment of the
skimmer
tournament
troll
right now. I
hem.
think we are
Banya ayağı beni de
the
Foot
worst
e-sport.
performing team that
Ha,
the
futuro
most
anda.
expected team to perform
Tedis,
so bad. So
bu
there's
bir-
definitely some things going wrong.
Erik Furta
I
dedin
think
de.
we've had a lot of hard games. I think we've had a lot of
Tabii
really
lan.
bad
Ya bu
phase
şey,
3 and 4
yine
shifts,
de
which are
açmadı.
kind of the shifts that determine the game.
Tabii
But
ki.
we've definitely also, like you just saw in the video, we've kind of been our
Face'ten
worst
onu
enemy.
Face'ten.
And performance has sort of
Dera,
confidence has
non
not been
si
as
vita
high
blessing
because
la
there's a
meta.
lot of pressure on
Paging
every non-global partner in this lobby right
Red
now.
Bull twist foot
But that's no
face.
excuse,
Uf.
right? We have to do better, and we're gonna try to do that today.
Tamam.
You got nothing more, Sam?
Bam.
You want me
Banya
to
tuge
just
mesi
jump
olarak.
into a
Ve bah
question, or
beyada
does
kutu
that-
gemi açıktan ara. Açıktan ara.
This is all for you. I asked
Maybe you
the
want
hard
to say
question.
thank you.
Banya
I can
yeni
say
tip
something
şey
to
yapayım.
what
Abi
Martin just said. I
yalandı
agree.
da bana.
I think you made a point that this play is really hard, right? And we see a lot of the center teams popping
Doğru.
off.
Fokuşta. Doğru.
But
Güzel varyat.
we've seen in the last
Evet.
few years that edge play can be
Hata
really,
hambat.
really good, right? We've
Yapabilirsin.
seen QM into BB team
Cem
perform
Bakır'ı
well
da-
in Melbourne, making it to
Devam.
PGC consistently through open
No,
qualifiers. We've seen
hambat
it
hep.
last year, doing well, really well regionally. So I think the playstyle is tricky and it's much
Best
harder to pull
strategy.
off.
Kör olarak.
Сказано пошли жаур потуда.
Ты кто вообще, не Ваня?
А я с ними еще и здоровался.
That's a really good point. And then say, Martin, do you have a question? But that's fine. Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. I have a follow-up for that though. It's only
Я вот
42
заправляю,
points,
как
you
мне
guys
так
must
я
have that
обособею.
mindset today. Like you're going up to 42 points. It's 2 good games, and you're actually back into it. You must have that mindset still that it's doable.
It's doable. It's the comeback of the century if we do pull it off. We are gonna try, and we're gonna try our very best. We're gonna take a lot of risks today to try and play some big games and close that gap. It is only 42 points, you could say, but the other teams are not going to be sleeping either, right? So we're going to try to play some good games. If we start off well, there's a chance, and then we'll have to start looking at the other teams and see how far our performances can get us. But nothing's off the table just yet. It's crazy that we have, 37 points, and we're still in reach of PGS3 qualification. That is mental. That's only because Mad Balls is farming so hard right now together with Twist. But the chances are there in theory, and we're going to try our very best, of course.
Awesome. Thank you. May the shifts be with you today.
Oh yeah, we hope so, definitely. So coming into this event, we know that Ascend, being the full German roster, you have a very big following with that specific sort of subset of the community, with things like the Brexco doing his POV stream with communications and co-streamers, and in the pre-run up to the event, you have the video of all the fans coming in and giving their support. How much does that kind of community support help when you find yourself in a situation like this, where it's scraping the bottom of the barrel and you've really got to find that motivation from somewhere?
I mean, I have to say, when I watched that fan video before the game started, I was getting pretty emotional. Just everybody taking the time to get out some few nice words and make sure we were all like hyped up and ready for the games was really big. Just now, I was getting ready for the interview and I saw our team video, right? And I couldn't help but smiling out idiot all the time because it was so nice to see the boys talk about each other. But it's great. I think we have some of the biggest or the biggest community.
Explain it just by that,
and I feel terrible at the same time because we're really letting them down and we're really not getting anything going. So it's great.
Kim United
behind us.
Ливерпуль 2-1
But it also
конец.
feels really bad to perform
После
like
этого
that when we
гана
have so
1-0
many people
не
watching,
играли.
and they're hoping every game that we'll pull off something magical, and
Это что такое?
failing game after game, so that can be pretty rough too.
Что тут происходит?
Нам بالبيت أبو ما
It
يدري.
was always going to be an interview where we were going to ask the tough questions. Thank you for being open to coming and speaking about it. It's nice when we get to chat to you about great performances. It's even better when you can give us insights into when it's not going so well. But good luck on day number 3. Let's hope for that miracle run we're talking about.
Thank you so much. Enjoy.
Derim Medbusa si videolerim bir şeyler.
There we go.
Ben buldum.
See, Avenger, I had like a whole little speech planned for him at the end, man. I was
Okay.
nice.
I was just, maybe you could just throw me like a little
Medbus
bit of a bone.
मेरे
or
मारे
a
में
ball or
तक
something,
बनी.
like, no,
Разу моя.
Like, we got, and I think without yourself, Sam, I think this is some of the best content we can get because like you're getting honest with okay, what's real, what's possible, and getting really deep into the mindset and the thinking of and the process that these guys are going through, right? Because it's extremely rough to be under this amount of pressure, right? Because as he said himself, PGS 3 and 4 is extremely important. Like we have these PGS points that are really important and a good way to go to PGC, but also if you don't go to PGS and you have low PGC points from this tournament here, you're gonna have some sort of a rough start to what could be a fantastic start here, right?
I love that we started super hyped, getting
Вы
really
хлопы
excited talking about
не
Mad
умные.
Balls, and now we've gone all the way down as we talk about Ascend disappointing us, and we're going to go all
Плей-офф
the way back up
подработали.
because PUBG is a roller coaster. So Kale and Toby, this is up to you. Let's start that incline.
Yeah, that's right. Let's go. It is time, and I love that we actually got Cole
to
get his opinions when it came to some of the not so great
Dorian,
times. There's no Entschuldigungs here. There's only the pursuit for Der Lecker Meisterschaft as we get it going for Ascent. But eyes at the Toby, because we have seen Mad Balls, we've seen Twisted Mind, and Na'Vi suddenly enters the fray as a member up towards the top after not having the best day one, but having an insane day two.
The finish for yesterday was an epiphany of
PUBG greatness. I mean, we saw nothing but wild plays coming up from multiple teams over the course of the last two Miramar games. That if we can kick off today anywhere close to how we finished off yesterday, like if there is a step above what we saw in terms of chaos and just sheer mechanical skill yesterday, I'm all for it. And what better day to do it than the final day of PC Spring?
I don't know if they can top what we saw towards the end, right? That was ridiculous. I mean, obviously, as well, Arain was actually posting the clip of Faris on his flank after we'd already watched Hakatori and the rest of Na'Vi take out Ascend on that insane push that they were doing through all of that situation. Of course, I mean, they didn't go on to win that game, but we just didn't expect them to have 9 kills or a third place in the game. I felt like they were just going to get smashed into oblivion on that north side.
Oh, it was absolutely wild. Not only that, but I didn't, until the game was over, realize that he got that 1v3 with an AK. So there's that for all the AK mains out there. A little bit of praise for your weapon of choice. Many people using it, but when it hits, it's pretty damn hard.
No, definitely. I was also kind of surprised. The blue every single bullet in that clip. He was down to 0 bullets and he made it work. Also, make sure to go and check that out over on social media as time goes on. We'll see if they can try and make an insane catch. But one thing we touched on the desk for Toby is that Mambles is 99.9% guaranteed at PGS3 and 4. That's a huge triumph for some of these veterans that we actually haven't seen on the international land for a while.
It's amazing, and it kind of continues the EMEA story of there's always going to be that one team you don't expect up there. Last year we had Exalt do it, we had Howl do it, Entropic kind of came up and then fell back down again. This year, at least to kick things off, it seems like Mad Bulls are going to be the ones to do it. It would, as you said, I mean, we're looking at FUT and BPL over doubling their current points in one day in order to do something, and that's with Mad Bulls sitting with no points at all, which going off of the last 12 games is literally not going to happen.
Right? 9 out of the 12 games, 4th place or higher.
Translasyon ata karawa.
It's the final day of the grand final here
for PEC Spring, as we have got ourselves game number 13. We're starting off on Miramar as everybody's in the plane and good to go.
And arguably one of the best planes we could ask for. I guess the teams could ask for here. We talked a bit about it yesterday, how this lobby is more northern favored on Miramar. We do have one team looting all of Los Leones. Yes, FUT Esports likes to loot down around Valparaiso, but everyone else very, very happy with the majority of this plane path having its trajectory up towards the northern side of the map.
For me, my eyes will end this tournament how they started. On BB team, there is a world where, as much as, you know, they had a complete slide off from day 1 to day 2, I mean, despite, you know, day 1 starting very rocky anyway, where they could still come back. We've just come off the back of talking about the fact that Ascend could potentially come back. There is no doubt in my mind that BB team could technically still make a PGS spot. However, it's got to start now, Toby. It's got to start here on Miramar.
Give me face.
My eyes, while you're on BP team, my eyes are on FUT. Honestly, they're the ones sat with the second ticket for PGS right now. They usually come in from behind. They play really well on final days, but they're playing catch-up all the way through from start to finish. Right now, they're there. If we turned off the broadcast, if we finished the whole thing right here, they would be through. So now it's up to them if they can keep a hold of set PGS global ticket.
Good point. I mean, everyone's got their hands on the tickets right now, but one team, as I previously mentioned, that really wants that ticket is, of course, BB team. Let's hear from a Doozy here and see what he thinks coming into the tournament.
I prefer Miramar.
Хорошо.
You have a lot of like actually a lot of open area with some cover, so
Tak, Bedboom компьютер olur biz burada. Bedboom'dan göreceğim böyle be.
Easy than on Erangel to figure out what you can do if you if every compound is taken. That map actually is good to play like not only in the compounds as on Erangel, for example, and also like we have mountains, which is kinda like loved by one guy who is playing for Twisted Minds, but actually like another players also using this. So yeah, I like Miramar.
Well, Miramar's going to have to be kinder to them here on day 3 compared to the other days, as they've had an 11th, 9th, and then beyond that, where we've been a 10th and a 13th It has not been strong for them here on the desert. And maybe, as I said before, they're going to have to step it up today, now on Miramar.
Yeah, they've been caught on the edges, kind of in similar fashion to what Ascent has been going through, losing players early on in situations where it probably could be avoided had they been a little more cautious and maybe stuck together a bit more. But we are seeing more and more of these kind of wild pull-up teams favoring the edge, which means that sometimes you just do run into your occasional team that doesn't mind pulling up on you, even though for a long time the edge teams kind of had an agreement that okay, we're all far away from the center, so we don't shoot each other, we just rotate and chill.
And it's for them in this game. Oh yeah, this is a top northeast circle. They're dropping all the way up to the north. They should get themselves a decent spot to start off a game like this. Meanwhile, unfortunately for Pera, well, they find themselves in the Ascend boat, but I feel like it's even worse for them, not only because it's 15th against 16th, but the fact that they've not been able to attain the 2023 heights that Ascend had. But Orglus is across. James is going to fire, holds his trigger for a second.
James is in trouble. Solo man in this position. We talked about the AK just before. How Fair was able to pull off magic. Now Gustav is coming in to try and assist here. They do not want to risk losing a play. Overfit and James finds his double with the AK in hand, able to stand his ground. Gustav and Fex have now arrived. 2 turns to survive for him. Has been well spent finding 2, and now the cavalry is here.
There's something about the AK this tournament, I guess, but James, yeah, not too bad a start for him. Getting warm into the day. As Honor actually just peeked around just for a drop with that. James with a third. Will he be able to clean it all?
Global Army solo player left alive. If you have a flash, you might have a play to make normally shot them would favor you in this situation. But you can see FaZe here. They're on one. They know exactly what they want out of it. Run in, get him together.
Сюда.
Yesterday. Get it done clean and what a start for FaZe.
Yep. For FaZe, I mean, they're a GPT team. They are guaranteed going to be at PGS 3 and 4 anyway.
FaZe iyi alır bu ligin.
Absolutely, I'm just going to say it. Balls to
Да,
the
да.
wall.
Гимми кайде уже бастагартан.
Throw things at the wall and see what sticks, because that is already a nice little handful of points very early on, very aggressively into this game.
Aduzalak şöyle kirelere bile. Ve hani bana Allah'tarını da biz.
Losing players early whenever we saw all of Orgless pulling up on James, but nope, takes down 3 of them. FaZe, they do lose a bit of the split.
FaZe на опыте. FaZe на опыте. Orgless temlet. Tier 2 hemen.
Now has control of. They had to give that up to fortify James's position, but again, I mean, 4 points. All of them stay alive. Now Corexi is back up on the hillside too. Well worth it, and what a nice stand to, what a nice hold of that position.
Orgula sınırında kalıbı intervde olur. Benim menüyü tutarlar bu FaZe'e kadar.
Might have been a deviation from day 3 to day 4. Ascend in these kinds of circles in previous situations would have held on to this epic up a little bit later to be able to get that second. However, they're very keen to get to the circle and maybe there's a deviation. Maybe they want to try and play center as early as possible to try and change their fortunes.
That's your guess. My guess is far east. They know. I mean, look at the plane path. It's only Foot and Na'Vi that has really done the eastern swing, and Foot hasn't even wrapped all the way around.
Na'Vi on the buildings
I think Essent is well aware that there's a ton of teams coming in on the western side here, and that they will bunch up to some extent. So not only are there going to be players around, but that also means that most of the vehicles will be taken. So my guess is actually that Essent continues all the way to the eastern side of the circle here. The reason for it being they're going so late, had they gone later, new circle popping, then yes, they might want to get out early on. But because they've opted to go as early as they have, I think they want to get to the east, but not only that, get some cars and actually get a better scouting in as well before the circle pops. And Dante, if you hit this, you're just, I mean, the wrecker of German dreams.
Yeah, crazier things have happened. I mean, hey, Cammy hit one.
Подсамолетом кисяделer FaZe'lere gitti.
Abi Gruzin'in noktasılar.
They've had themselves a great book so far. 68 points on the board. They are still in big contested.
Var futuri knop edilir metrga.
Oh, what does it?
Ağız söküldü. Ağız ki.
Ağız bitit. Yine.
who ascend. Mika has gone further towards the east, so he's a bit isolated. Good thing for them is Navi is incredibly split right now. So even though Soset was actually around, Mika does manage to get himself a vehicle and get off safely.
Просто вот такая недовидимока.
The potential for a flip, so that could have been fruitless, but yes, you can surprisingly flip
Bu canlar narka söyledi vla futurunu hovur.
We'll see now in the meantime, Foot again kind of
step
by step making their way from the T-Bone knows that he's closing in on enemy terrain as he has set up here in the truck stop. Issue is, does he know that he has code Marco literally right across the street in the next building? He's looking up towards Kvetpa, realizing one guy is there, but does that info kind of come with him using spider sense to go, yeah, there might be more around if he's set there right now. I think
Kovulur ve hangi kaynı nakıl batırıcı bir gelir. Bu bir her bu an kayar.
Tırıllara olan.
Got to be a bit cautious how you approach this for T-Bone.
Hayır bana bile. Nokta tutuk edem arka T-Bone'u. Хорош.
Нихуя haydi.
Nihaya haydi. Yüz baytırda var da. Nihaya saydı inci.
Разный молик. Хорош.
Good mark.
I like that T-Bone is the kind of guy
that
has done himself for IGL captain, coach and manager of the team. Now I think there's pressure off his shoulders, but probably the nanny as well. But now, I mean, for him to go up and scout forward this time around, they'll wait things out a bit, wait for HC. Now that they're two, they can start moving further forward. A nice repositioning though from Cold Marco. Heard the beat coming in, realizing now great. They're at least two. This time I'm not going to take a front fight with them. Let's wait for the next begin with. And well, offline might just be.
Наверное, толба хотя. Бамет как не
А, бэвэвден жабет хелдер. Бет бус катан яра. Нави лошик хиджи.
Ay вообще хуя. Бет bu ne mi yapıyor yine
Twist'te kadak baralların bildim mi? Allah'ından badlı. Bana barallı.
Ben oturmanı öğrenirleri.
Hay hay.
Bas batılığını drop by Tesla.
Hay hay hay.
Şey oldu.
Eski de hayırlı oldu.
Хорош. İkisinin noktaları bitti bile. Добрать.
Хорош.
Хорош. Yemeğe mi işi yemeğine.
Нехай видит скрыты.
Овля.
Able to get in there too, but this is actually good info for Foot because all of Howl off of that rotation opts to go further north, and that should give Foot the info that all of Trump is now theirs.
Pierre kimi haybude? Ah,
It'll be interesting to see how Mad Bulls plays out each game today, because they know the cushion that they have is significant. If they play kind of like
بلا رقم زونا تا بس تك خطر بدأ ولا تبرن هنا الدران تويستر بلا بو من أنا خبو
يعني كده بختين أنا جينا
الدران بركتنا الفول الدران
أنا جين فوتر كرسي أختار
BBL was looking to go further towards the east for a second, but pair up, taking shots at them, forces them to think twice about it. Iroh now trying to cross on over, instantly headshot as Voldemort to follow. Not what you want to be traversing this terrain. Oh, no, he won't make it. Extends, able to take him out.
That was always going to be
tricky.
A smash goes down as well. Iroh's gone.
Aynı winner da edildi.
Catastrophe here for BBL to get.
Bir iki var tabii de bunun da bir
İki. Evet.
Playing some salvage games.
Tuzda da bir adresti.
Evet. Meter killer rocket.
Блядь, Твистер хаюзилары, блядь. Баралың гыдый это, блядь.
I mean, with the plane path, how it went in, with the circles, how they've kept going further towards the east, they have to realize that there's way too many teams out there on the western side of the map for them to just casually traverse the on bike too. I mean, you gotta have your friend in that Mirado and drive together, so you can at least shoot back at the guys taking shots at you to begin with.
Шива робота нася.
Какая у них стена? Bilir elbet.
Tira Шива. Güneştere. Example behind.
They
again,
Medbusa tillbaka
very, very famous for just not taking casualties in the early game in general. Would assume to see quite a few players committing to try and get perfectly back up. Batulins is staying on the hill because that's kind of his domain, but he's there right now also to make sure that no one's pushing over towards Perfectix so that Luke can get him back in his feet.
Yep, they know that they're going to have to start that leapfrog gameplay soon. Nade goes, careful. Schiller's taking a lot of damage here. Molly will go forwards as well to try and completely weed him out. Tries to throw the Molly on the left-hand side, cooks up another nade on the right, trying to force him into a position where that will connect instantaneously. Tries for a spray. Example's using a lot for this, but knows he has to dislodge him.
Example couldn't quite fit the nade through the window there.
Extens fazla olabildiğini muhtemelen. Bu da baydırdık bana bununla.
If I get him with utility, that's perfect, but I'm not full on taking the fight because, as you know, again, as I said before, Twisted Minds just rarely ever make mistakes where they lose players early on, and this is why you see it very, very smart in their decision making here.
Still looking for him, still weeding it out, and Perfectix with the
growth comes in.
So unfortunately for BBL, that's them down.
Bak point böyle bu toki.
Will fall. And now win or die. They're going to be able to do much more on this angle. It's difficult pushing up this hill.
Do they know that they have one more winner die player on their side of the road? I'm not sure. There might be a play in the making for them here. Nixie has been making headlines for himself this entire PEC spring tournament, and well, he ain't done yet.
He's garnered a lot of extra fans, that is for sure, considering the way in which he's not flexing against some of these very top pros in EMEA, but looking fantastic whilst taking the battles against them. We've got ourselves BB team still taking a little bit of room down in El Azhar. That's a good spot for them to continue playing this game out. It is fully in the circle still, however, now it's in that northeast quadrant, so maybe there's a potential that they have to start moving up some hills later on. They're hoping for the El Azhar shift.
The shift in terrain in this area of the map, that's a
For
those guys who know the area, you will know well as well that the hill that Mika is on, where Howl is as well, the difference in that to the valley in which El Azhar is, the terrain difference is so big, even though it just looks like 100 meters on the map for you to rotate when circle pops, it's lethal, like it's definitely terrain to try and traverse, and you can see it here as well. Entropic trying to wrap around Navi, but they have lines of sight literally everywhere.
Yeah, losing tires on this vehicle as well, but Defense only loses one, so we'll get out of there. Bumbles drops onto Howl and takes casualties because of it. Sandstorm trying to cover the position that they find themselves in, but taking too quickly, setting up smokes, knowing the angle at which the other members of Bumble are currently at. I'm surprised Bumble actually didn't see any vehicles at the compound. Sorry, west of this, and didn't try to drop.
Might have been the route in the way of their visions as they're trying to make their way on in. But if it was planned to make this epic up rotation with the Sandstorm, I actually kind of appreciate it, especially knowing that they were going into very condensed area with the opponents all over the place, trying to go in while the vision was kind of mitigated. Would have been a nice idea. Issue is they can't quite make a lot of it. Howl still trying to deal with Matsy. I thought Foot might want to try and see if they could press on Howl while they were busy elsewhere, but not quite the case.
Also Ascend as well. Now they did commit to play. It has worked out for them here, considering they still have quite a strong hill, but Diffex is moving across the road here. To find a little bit of linchpin here for Navi, so they're going to need to try and transition over too.
The south side here is going to be dangerous. I think right now they need to figure out how do we get north without Twisted Minds cutting us off. I think what Twisted Minds, you can see Lou already aggressive. Kind of edge of the circle. Wait for his teammates and then fortify that position. They don't want to have to play in normally. Twisted Minds are very comfortable playing with the blue on their back, but right now they realize there's way too many people around. And trying to fight into this circle is simply going to be too difficult with the way that the terrain plays out.
Yeah, it's tough, eh? I mean, it's funny because if you find yourself in the middle of the circle, but eventually if the circle shifts away from you, going up these hills alongside this road is brutal. So we'll see if that comes to fruition.
Hi. Tropic did lose one earlier. We'll see if the three of them can make their way down. No scratch, but actually they got Granny's back on his feet. So all four players back on their feet, but not inside the next circle. Now again to kind of make the choice. Do we want to fight in the low ground, try and make our way up the hill? welcome back, James.
Ne biliyorum.
My internet just froze for a second there.
Direkt
but I
sıkmış
realized
şapkalı.
gone.
Oh wow, okay, perfect timing then I guess on my end of the
Мені
sentence.
ма
But
файти
anyway,
подримена,
yeah,
блядь.
we've got
Заебал,
Balls. Now that they've spread out quite nicely along the south side of El Azhar, they could potentially start gatekeeping some of the teams.
Абай,
that are
Liverpool
trying to come in
cidden
from
ne
the east,
yaptı?
maybe even Al Azhar
Onun
proper.
noktası var.
Yeah, sure.
لا bunu da برالي.
Inside of this, you're seeing the fight now pop off, the one that we alluded to just before. Para, Foot, and Twisted Minds all trying to make their way into the circle. And look at the setup Twisted Minds has managed to get for themselves. Lou went over early, said, "Boys, come to me. This is where the final fight will play out." And well, not the final fight, but at least the end fight for these three teams to try and make their way on. And Para went up, didn't like what they saw, trying to get back onto the compound now. But if they also go north here, they're setting themselves straight into win or die, who effectively had put themselves into a very similar kind of bunker position, fortified position like Twisted Minds.
بلا انت يستحسن لنا فوتر قد
Look at the line of sight that they have on Foot as well.
أنا
Look how
يناتي
far that
بلاد
is. For Foot to also navigate around
فيزكا كراش
teams ahead
بحاول
of them, never mind. On the far side, there's Lil W here is now taking casualties. They try to push a little bit across this road here to dislodge the position that Madballs has for themselves, try and control some space, but Howl taking shots against Twisted Minds as well. It's not only Foot that's vulnerable, Twisted Minds too.
A little bit of help coming in from Howl, allowing potentially Foot to move further forward, but look at the terrain here. I mean, they're so visible to literally everyone else inside the circle. I think Howl they have to concern themselves with also though is that 3 spare bullets for Ruin. Not sure what the ammo amount is on the other guys in the team, but they gotta find some more if they want to fight their way through this.
That ain't much. When you're taking fights like this, you ain't running all the way over there to start looting your prey. That is quite far. Maybe they'll move down towards that longhouse eventually, considering the circumstances. They're still laughing in the gas station. But again, you know, how often do we see it end on the road? It's kind of rare. Well, yeah.
So BPL fell early, and I was thinking, well, if Foot gets a good game now, that might give BPL really kind of disheartened at their chance of qualification. For them, is Foot only got 1 point this game, and now if you're Pot Samulet, if you're Howl, if you're Win or Die and BPL team that is a very good kind of sign for you to go out and claim something.
Yeah, it is. Howl still holding down strong down in the south. They've got a great opportunity here. The only problem, I suppose, for a lot of these teams that are on the pursuit is that and they could potentially push themselves all the way up there. I suppose if you're only aiming for PGS, bad, considering there's still GPT. Right now, the boot is being very firmly put in against Twisted Minds, who have been so constricted this entire game. They've been very much so wrapped around by a lot of these teams. Perfectix is trying to wiggle his way around from some of this utility. But this is going to be very difficult for Twisted.
هو لا بلعب
now let's see if they can take out Perfectix. Not gonna happen. The growth prevails. Example peeks over, finds one more. This is Twisted Minds finding on multiple fronts, but Example finds the triple towards the northwest. He is cleared one side, but Howl is still to be dealt with in the east.
Example showing up when it's right matters. That is a good little show from him here on the west side. That's how I love it. Pick him up, take him to safety, get him back up and good to go.
ساكا الزخار قدي والله
side. They don't realize that this kind of saving mission is on the way.
They don't have a whole lot of opportunities here. Taking shots at them continuously now as he extends falling too. But Madballs and Tropic, this battle has been going on for a good while now. Surprisingly, they still have utility left to use. In the meantime, now the EB will be taken down by Grenis. He was on fire. Push through here as they find Nixie as well.
Nice blinding on that as well.
Это что такое нахуй? Интробик-то, сука!
And that was quite the swift cleanup, I gotta say. Once it all really boiled down to it, very well done by Entropic.
Навіть топ-1 левел
Now,
атак
for this
вигнав.
next circle shift, hillside or valley, nothing else remains.
بطول نبرنكي
But now let's see the circle. How brutal are we gonna be? Which side of this ocean in the middle of river are we gonna favor?
Okay, that's more road than I was expecting, but I mean, you know, it's a dead center.
Eric,
big against Win or Die as well. They once again these fights swift demolition coming in from Howl. They're playing this side very perfectly and looking
Nah, jangan
forward
betul
to
lah.
another fight here.
Meter.
Pod Samala in the distance.
Benim de
If
benim
they can
arkaya
control
yavatta
this
dedim.
hillside, this could
Hey,
be
bisa
huge.
jangan betul.
Good thing is for Howl, now that they're aware that they're the only ones on their side
Zakar ka babatan na banyo gate.
of the map, effectively in the southern mountain here, they can slow things down. They know that all these teams have to come down the hill. They know they have to fight one another. So set up shop on the edge of the circle. Remain, of course, in a position from where you can find some cover quickly if need be. But just enjoy your third-party feast, because no one is in a position right now from where Howl is going to be their
Kelen
target
toch
and
bulaları
high
bu
priority,
black. Pati
to
de
shoot
zalır
at.
bile.
They're all going to be focused on what's happening next to them, and Howl, if they're positioning well, could easily get 3-4 points off of just finding knock players.
Yeah, there's a few positions for Howl where currently, if they move into some parts of this circle, then the line of sight will be open for them against some of the teams on the other side. However, if you wait for your opponents to move, then those lines of sight is diminished quite significantly.
Ne böyle
You don't
öyle
have to
yapıtı.
really move just yet at all. You're
Tener
kind of
necessidad
on
más
one of
mano
the
en
slower edges of this circle. Navi will pop on over here, sees Ascend. Ascend really needs a lot from this. They dropped in middle. They tried to get themselves a spot. They did so successfully, but Navi's still on the warpath.
Not only do they need to win this match, but they need to win it fast too. Good thing for them is that
Aduzi, хорош. Блин, думаю, гадал нахуй.
so Navi pinned in between two teams. Hagatori falls. Kilikai will get traded in return. Mika falls as well, so is sent down to just Brex.
Да блин, как их надо было бедумно. We have that.
A little bit pinched still in El Azhar. It's only out the Doozy that's been
Look
able
at
to
that jacket.
Blah.
Oh, and he had a nade in his hand as well. That's a catastrophe. Ferris
Mess
goes
of
down.
water.
Howl from the distance. They're still putting in shots from the other side of this valley. So this is big, difficult for Navi. They're down. They're done. And now FaZe is just going to be left licking up all of these scraps in the distance.
And Adusi falls back, meaning this should be Pod Samulet back up to 4 players on their feet if they can get to pin before the blue closes in. You can see Adusi's alone up on that hillside. His remaining teammates are trying to fight off against LW.
Rečko, koliko tek bilo na po placementu govorite?
Lazahar still isn't all out of the circle just yet. You have best of luck, and you have one more teammate there trying to fend off against Slow Jacket and Lawrence.
So tough to push against the P90 in a situation like this as well. It's so lethal in these close quarter combat situations, and still Howl has angles on you. Absolutely terrifying here for a BB team who might have to just rely on a doozy, but he's being shot from a distance. Howl takes him as well. They are on warpath, being able to shoot it so much across the way.
Again, as I said before, I mean, if they position yourself right
focus
you right now. So just sit tight, enjoy the party, and enjoy this next circle as you shift in your direction too.
Knock on Slow Jacket from Entropic. That might get BB out of a little bit of the position here, but still now, Aduzi's going to get cleaned up. That's unfortunate for him. It's going to be up to Spiro and Bestlock to try and do something. Down at the bottom, 10 kills for a Howl, making a case to try and push themselves up towards that 4th place position at the moment. Coming around the corner here, Bestlock shut down Lorex. That's LulW done. That's the P90 out of the way. The transition from this building into the open next up is nigh on impossible.
Yeah, that's not gonna. I don't want to say it's not gonna happen because we've seen
Well,
crazy
hold
things
up.
before, but it
Just fire him that long.
hell of a lot of missed bullets from opponents if it were to be. Got Marco now. Peeks on over, does damage, and one finds a knock on Netrix as a matter of fact, but they still put Stamina to deal with. The thing is, again, lay low, guys. You're inside the circle. Not that low, though, that's painfully low.
Quite low indeed. Unfortunate there to lose one like that, I suppose. But they still do have a position of power. They're still in that tower when it comes to the terrain. Granted, finds a little bit of an angle, but also takes some shots himself. Pod Samulet's still alive on that north side too.
And all these teams with so much to lose. I mean, the 4 teams outside of FaZe here are not by any means guaranteed to qualify. Look where they're set on the leaderboard: 5th, 6th, 8th, and 9th. They're, 11th, sorry. They need every positive thing they can. So it makes perfect sense for BB team not to go out and just feed points across to opposing teams. Now, Entropic trying to run up this hillside while the opposing team is looking the other direction. Marco, does he have any idea that there's an entire team wrapping on his side? And now he does.
Yep, should be able to shut this down though here. Still, Howl is with it, and they will be able to take them out quite easily. At the same time, there was also some reinforcing shots coming in from FaZe as well. So these two teams covering one another. But now FaZe realizes there's a little bit of urgency about them trying to shut down the teams and not letting them feel too comfortable. They've moved across the road to try and put some pressure on Howl.
Rocks try to get more, not gonna happen. He's gonna fall as well. Now it's just Grannies, 2 players from Howl. Make it 3 potentially. Should they be able to get Kretpa back alive? I believe they will be. And then all of FaZe. FaZe committed to the position early. They took the fight where other teams would have probably just left their sole player to die in a 1v4, but they pulled up on the compound, they won the fight, and here they are once more. Jeems, 5 kills already, and now they're trying to claim more.
How on earth did they get 7 kills? I mean, it sounds silly to say it, but they've been sat there the whole game. I mean, okay, they did start with 4, so I suppose only 3 really came their way during all of this. Bing chilling in that garage. And now the flex out's super strong. Like doing this is the absolute right play to put some pressure on Howl to make them feel a little bit more desperate on this high ground.
Control in the world. I think one of the worst things that could happen right now for FaZe is if one of the players slipped down the hillside and maybe got knocked or took at least quite a bit of damage off of that. You can see Fex the way he's maneuvering on the hill. It is quite slippery up here, so gotta watch out. But again, I mean, FaZe, they're well aware they have the dot behind them. They've set up the trenches in enemy territory, and now they're just waiting for Howl to come down the hill.
Spied our time for a second. Correxy peeking out from the other side of the building. A nade comes over. They are corralling them. They are herding them like sheep right now into a corner. This is going to get bad for Howl if they're not super aware of exactly where to take the shots when they peek over.
I really wanted to see one of the guys just roll the car off the hill and see if they can maybe get a knock with it. Please do it.
Well,
anyway, that's like the most range. Like, it's like throwing a pan. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't, but at least you tried. You know, just roll that car off the hill and see if potentially you can bump one down the hill with it, because that might be a flush as well if it falls all the way to the bottom.
Might be. Another nade goes across. Jeems takes a bit of a blast to the face there. Let's see if anything more can happen. They're playing it slow. They know that eventually Howl's going to have to be the first one to move and the first one to peek.
Correxy has such an important position in this too. He's literally the only one that can see all of this uphill, and he cannot get knocked, and that's why you saw him repositioning so many times. Really playing mental games with Howl. Now Howl feels like they've kind of committed to the western push here. They were looking to go east just before, but Corexy forced them back, and now they know where Gustav is. Everyone's pretty much got Dragunov, so one tap potential. As I say that, the trade comes in instantly.
Let's see if they can do more with it here. Howl has played a blinder. They have been working for this. If they can somehow shut down FaZe, who have asserted a lot of control, this could be absolutely miraculous. Because again, FaZe, the one with a lot of the cards available to them. They do not have to pressure. They can just hold this barrier, hold the best spots that they think possible.
Oh, Code Marker, we gotta hit those. He does get quite a few in the end, but not enough to knock Fex. Able to stay alive with just 3 HP, and now 3 versus 1 here. They come over the hill, they go, and FaZe get a 10-kill chicken dinner off.
It did feel like a little bit came to him here. Man, FaZe was like lost Travolta for a second. They were like, where is everybody? What's going on? What's happening here? I don't know. That was ridiculous, Toby.
No one came to their party in the valley. Little did they know that the parties were all taking place up in the hills, and well, in the end, they got to join the hill party to claim the win over it. Good game overall, but again, I mean, as you're saying too from Howl, really nice play. Able to claim a lot of kills. That was multiple teams they were fighting to get that win.
All right, well, FaZe is looking for $1 here in this lobby. Let's head back to the $1 million desk with Sam, Saga, and Avenger.
The $1 million desk. Damn, I wish that was our combined day rates. Unfortunately not. It is Sunday, so we expected FaZe to come in here and do just this. The second team to come in with a double win, if you like, or multiple wins here in the grand finals. But how? Wow, they just started out so aggressive, Avenger. Double-digit kills, very clearly came in with a strong focus to try and push themselves up and defend the title that they won last year.
Yeah, I was surprised by the lack of how are they doing it, but yeah, they did extremely well throughout this. And yeah, obviously it's a rough when you take a 4-3 like this, but they opened up and they actually had an opportunity. But again, FaZe had the terrain, they had their kind of uphill battle. They could peak when they wanted to. It's super impressive by Howl, and 2 teams right now on 7th and 8th place before this gonna be jumping in and putting themselves back into this kind of hat of top 5 potential teams gonna be ending it out.
Because of where FaZe is located, obviously, Saga, this becomes a little bit of a difficult question, but I'd like to pose
Online
it to you.
tiba.
How would Hal have been able to turn this around in their favor?
One extra damage to Fex would have helped even things up. I think it really just comes down to like the minutia of the gunfights, but simply the fact that FaZe had the extra man in the back line being correctly holding the anchoring position meant they could never really peek over into the front line 3-man of FaZe that was pushing up the hill. I suppose the only thing that they could really have done is there's a lot of bodies up on that hill, so there must have been some lethal utility lying around that they could have grabbed onto. They might have had some grenades to try and work with. A couple of them were thrown out a little like prospectively to see if they could land anything. Maybe just hold on to those, see if you can get audio cue information, you hear a shot or a footstep, and then try and land it that way and even up the numbers. But it's very, very difficult from that position. But realistically, with all the kills that they got and a second place, it's still a very, very good game for HAL regardless, and they're now only 4 points behind Foot Esports, holding on to 4th place.
I definitely don't think that they'll be complaining. Also, when you saw there with their kills, 1 point was it? FaZe got 20, they got 19 out of that game, so they'll be quite happy with that. The thing that you need to be worried about if you're one of these teams or a fan of one of the teams that aren't sitting in the top 3, Avenger, is the fact that Mad Bulls, Twisted Minds, and Na'Vi may have been out of placement points, but they all got kills on the board. So they just slowly need to keep putting numbers on their total, and it's going to make it harder for any other teams to find themselves in the top 3.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of like, we're talking 2, 3, 4 points average per game, and they're going to put themselves in there, right? And again, Na'Vi has a big way to go, but one big game, we've seen them do it before, one big game could put themselves into kind of the contestant for the top 2. I don't see it happening. I feel like Twisted Minds is going to be too good, and I feel like Mad Bulls is too far ahead to kind of put their first place on the line. Really interesting, though, is that, you know, we have Foot, we have HAL now, BBL. These 4 teams are going to be super tight throughout these last games here. Those 4 teams are going to be fighting for that last PGS 3 and 4 spot.
That's the thing. They're fighting for that spot, and also remember, the higher up you are on the leaderboard, the more prize money you get, the more PGC points you get. So even if you don't come first, you still want to finish as high as possible. Saga, a team that we all kind of pipped as the favorite coming into this BB team because of how dominant they struggled a little bit. How did they do in this game?
So it was almost a very good game for BBT. They started off having a really like wide open, vast expanse of space available to them because of all of the sheggery that was going down between Lil W, FaZe Clan, August, and Pera at the start of the game. They actually both started off competing to try and take the compound that Ascend are in this clip, but they both had to turn around and fight elsewhere. Both BB team tried to do a classic hold the edge, play slow. It was Na'Vi once again always seems to be the downfall of these edge-heavy teams who was holding limited BB team's options. The only thing they could do was send it into the city or crash Ascend. They opted to try and play the slow game, play into the city. Maybe this was a big opportunity for something, but just unfortunate time Martin for Slow Jacket to spring into action.
Yeah, and also this is really the big question, right? You go late into Al-Azhar with lack of information and kind of try to fight your way out. I feel like this is okay, let's try to get as many points as we can because we're not going to be able to win the game anymore, play from them. And of course they do get some kills, they do get some placement from it, but if they took on Ascend, sure, the circle shifted south, but if they took an Ascend, if they took a Na'Vi earlier, could they got more of it? I'm not sure. It was based on where they put themselves early to mid-game. This was more of what they could got the most out of.
Are you surprised, Avenger, that this team is not in contention for the top spots?
Yeah, I'm surprised because we saw them do extremely well in group stage, but as we pointed out in day number 1 for the grand final, it is going to change the meta and how teams are playing, and the pressure and composition of the lobby changes quite a lot once we go into grand finals. You're not going to have as much space, more time, plus you're going to get more third party because a lot of more teams are realizing the earlier we can third party teams and fights, the faster we can finish up the fights, and the more time we have to loot and go into the next circle. So it's really hard, and I feel like it's been a lot of kind of counter to what Ascend and BP team is really, really strong at, is teams are really early on realizing where the teams are and where they need to third party.
So Saga, when Avenger was talking about the level of play and the meta changing and things like that, obviously
Oo,
PUBG's
sammalıyor.
7th anniversary, that celebration. I want to
Çok
throw
sıcaklar
everyone's
bile.
mind back to yesterday when Toby was walking around Copenhagen with Gustav, and Gustav said when he looks back he can't believe how bad they were. What do you think has been the transition for competitive play? Have we seen a vast improvement in how these teams perform?
Yeah, we don't play Steinhawk anymore. That's the hey. But to be fair, I do love the fact that we're now experimenting a little bit more with things that we can introduce into esports, and a lot more. In fact, it's probably a better way of putting it. Like we tried new maps, new additions, new vehicles, new weapons, all kinds of different things, and it really has shaken up the meta a lot. We saw it sort of just slightly less than a year ago. It was a little bit after the initial PGS events where we started to see all of this come in. So all the teams have had just under a year of experience playing under this new meta and to develop it, and we're still not 100% there. If you think back to the start of competitive PUBG, move forward just less than a year, everyone was still bad. No one really had any idea what they're doing. So it will take a little bit of time to really iron everything out, but I'm just happy that there's just constantly more stuff for players to be engaged with.
For sure. Right, we are done with the first game of the grand finals, the final day. We got 5 more games before we crown a champion.
Титулованный СНГ игрок имеет.
When we return, we're heading back to Morocco.
Батулина одужение.
Убах.
Убах по, бля. Бадан.
Winning a chicken dinner is tough.
Барда бар, Кубок Нации бар, ПГС бар, Глобал бар.
Yet, you didn't quit.
Убах.
Your persistence always crafted luck. PUBG's 7 years thrived on your countless lucky moments. Thank you for not giving up. Here's to our lucky years. PUBG Battlegrounds, 7th anniversary.
I'm wearing the tracksuit, you know. I'm representing the Russian tracksuit right here, ready to sprint to my car. We got the progressive M4 on.
And also this barrel, of course, the chroma is so beautiful. I'm a barrel main now too, instead of an M4, so these are my skins, and the clothes are just casual shorts, sneakers, and a PCS hoodie, the crop PCS hoodie. It's pretty cool. Yeah, this is my fit.
All the way at the top in the open on yellow. At the tree. I'm not shooting.
I see him, yeah.
Yeah, I don't see.
He got headshotted, knocked him.
Nice. I think they knocked each other in the city.
Three man in the city then. No.
Navi lul double in city.
Okay. Inside my house. Inside.
Try to delay it.
I knocked one.
I'm healing.
Somewhere.
One is inside my house. Two. Knock one more inside.
Nice. One above still. One inside, one above. Outside. I need to heal.
You're alone, Nix.
Yeah. All good.
Can you hold above me?
Yeah.
Left side Villa, half group one. Nice.
Yeah.
One left side Villa, says.
Yeah. Right side Villa, I think.
Upstairs right as well.
Yeah.
So both in Villa. Upstairs left, still alive.
Yes, both Villa.
Outside right ping me.
Knocked it outside
One
right.
Go Treeman. I'm holding left side.
Go toilet.
Nice.
Good job. And then
one of his teammates is down as well.
I'm looking above you guys, I'm not seeing anyone.
What is getting knocked close on that? They're dying, right?
One howl
yeah,
now.
Q1 active.
I think we can just go straight here. I'm coming as well.
He's running up now, left side. The entry truck. He's denying.
Keep comes.
Single. One got big from blue.
Я под самолетушки мои. Кататься.
Hello.
I do love that music. It's like a vampire electro rave. But here we are. We're ready to go into our 5th game. And it's our last Miramar of the tournament here to find out who's going to be able to solidify themselves. And you know what? FaZe really is looking for more dollar. They've got themselves a lot of points from that game. But again, it bears repeating. I'm so impressed with how Howell played that here, Toby.
They did play phenomenally, all the way down from the very start against, like kind of not engaging properly on foot in and around truck stop, but constantly letting them know that we are here, we are all here. Like they were applying so much, let's call it mental pressure on foot, that they were actually allowed for quite a while to look elsewhere without foot really opting to do anything about them at all. Even at moments where they were effectively 4v1 in truck stop proper, foot never really seemed like they wanted to engage on that solo player because Howell had already kind of put the picture in their head that they are on them instantly if something happens.
We'll see if they can continue with it. But after this one, we will be saying farewell to the Dusty Dunes. It is now game 14. If you're good on Miramar, you've got to convert some points right now. Still saying, of course, there's big names here that needs to convert those big points. But, I mean, basically, for a lot of these teams now, the championship is out of reach considering how insane it's been. But you've got to get yourself back in the boat. Try and find yourself a PGS spot, because there's only one available.
Под самолет шанс hoch.
Tidigin na ma.
And BBL didn't really
Ano
get
rin
anything
dyan?
but 1 point
Kinatigim yan dyan.
Eh,
Post-lones. Post-lones.
ولا فيس
FaZe. Above.
Campo Militar finish? Hello? I mean, they didn't
Kurus
Campo
Deval
Militar
Garza var bu
further from the
Tehraza.
edge, which I hope
Softa.
will give us a little bit of screen time of Campo
Ne
Militar.
havan yaptılar.
Maybe we'll get all the way up there.
Yeah, I've never seen a Campo Militaire finish in this level, right? Like, with the new Campo Militaire. I didn't see an old Campo Militaire because it was in the middle of bloody nowhere. But yeah, that would be insane. But anyway, let's talk to the current lobby leaders. Mad Bulls about their prospects when it comes to Miramar.
Our favorite map is Miramar. The reason why our favorite map is Miramar is because we like to play a pretty like white play style. Like I said, everyone's really proactive in the team. In Miramar, you can also just move around a lot more. Like I'm personally not a big fan of Erangel because I don't know. It feels so compound. I feel like when you don't get zoned, it's a lot harder to get into the circle. And in Miramar, you just have so many more lines and ways of playing. And in general, there's more high ground. It's just Miramar is really like my favorite map. I think our team is also the best on it.
Because on Miramar you always have a lot of space and a lot of ridge lines where you can play, so every single zone is actually have a lot of playable in, so you can always think ahead of what ridge lines you can attack and what compounds you can try.
Well, I was crunching the numbers, Toby, and whilst they were talking as well, and I said, okay, so how well have they done on Miramar? Obviously, they've done pretty well, but it really kind of doesn't matter because they've done pretty well on every single match.
Give me
Good match. I do love what EP was saying.
Batlar da beyler doğru. Atmayacağım işte.
Partially because it's been played so many times. Footage to be seen of other teams playing the map. That if you're looting there, it's kind of custom that you rotate here and then you do this and then you do that. So you kind of get in both good and bad habits off of what you're used to doing on a map. And on Erangel, you're maybe limited to a couple of different options based on where you are and where the circle is. Where on Miramar, as Evie puts it, there were more lines. There's so many more things you can do. It's almost as if Miramar has more of a sandbox vibe to it than Erangel does.
Emphasis on sand or just...
You
can't... that was like my best joke of the whole tournament and you didn't even laugh.
No, it wasn't. You've done better.
I tried. In any case, I completely agree with his point, though. You can be way more creative with how you up to play on Miramar than you can on most other maps, simply because of the
Abi işedik diğer zona hem bir. Valide mark geliyor.
Really good. Even when circles were against them, I feel like for the longest time, Lions were a team that didn't even care how hard shifted away from they got, because they always had somewhere to go. There was always something they could do, some dip they could play, no matter the circle. Where other teams that haven't figured out how to just play Miramar regardless of circles, they can struggle even on circles that kind of favor them.
Yeah, now I did see as well, there was a helicopter going over. I thought maybe that Mad Bulls had dropped an E pickup, whilst that all was all going on.
They did very early, yeah.
Yeah, and then didn't take it. So they're kind of evaluating their options and looking at elsewhere what they could do here. I was thinking in my mind, is there any world that this could be a weird bait? But it wasn't. I couldn't think of something. So
yeah, it would definitely be quite a weird bait.
Yeah.
Maybe they just found two and wanted to use one of them. So that in case the team rotates through Los Leones, they don't get one.
Maybe.
I mean, it's not the worst place. There aren't unlimited. It's not like you're guaranteed e-pickups in every single city. So it could be a pretty smart play that they have one or two for themselves, and then they go, you know what? Nah, we don't want to give one away to a team coming in late. You never know. Maybe a center ups to come in from the south. That would make no sense since they dropped Alcantara. But for Entropic, they know they're south of them. Foot, good.
Mid booster 2-10'a kötü Foot Pro.
Do it. Actually, come to think of it, looking at the teams that are around, no one would do it. But yeah, I think that might have been the reason, regardless.
Yeah, maybe. There are worse theories, I think.
It was a humble brag, you know. We got so many e-pickups, we can just call in a helicopter and the pilot, that is.
That'd be, yeah.
We're so rich, we can just call in helicopters for memes. That's what they were doing.
Which one, bro? I know.
What did this mean? On the side of Lyran. Want to see how that's going to fare for a circle like this, man. The more you've put it in my mind, I know you do this thing about the islands and all that stuff, and I hate it. That's awful. But the more that you've said Campo Militar, I'd love to end up there.
It's very in.
Yeah, it's very in. There was always that time where we get northern circles on Miramar and we'd be like, please, an Oasis finish. And I think I saw one in that whole time we were hoping for it. Like, it was very extremely rare. You don't normally get these northern circles.
We had one Oasis finish on the day of the patch. As if scripted that the first Miramar game with the new Oasis in play actually ended pretty much in the very city. I believe it was FaZe that won that game, if my memory serves me right. In any case, could be fun to go all the way up towards Campo Militar. If you look towards the map, and again, I encourage everyone to have the map open, do exclamation mark map in the chat to get it up there. Look at the northeast. Now, of course, that's the furthest away from the plane path, so obviously but also part of the reason why, between Tierra Bronca and Campo Militar, there ain't a whole lot, if any, proper cover. You have a massive mountain on the western side of Tierra. So for Foot that are currently backfilling Na'Vi, if this circle goes east, yes, you can rotate north around, but you can't really stop on that north side rotation before you hit Campo Militar. So that entire northeastern quarter, really, I mean, maybe a fifth. It's just.
Yeah, those circular fields, as you're kind of talking about, just very, very little to actually play with for there. Navi's up there currently. We're watching Entropic slowly come in. They might navigate towards the east, realizing that is further from the plane path. So it's the usual suspects, right? It's like Foot, for example, that could start wrapping around on that east side and looking for an entry point near those kinds of spots. As we take a look at the map to figure out exactly where everybody's going.
They're going there. Yep, that's it. That's exactly where they're going. If you manage to read the script, then you're in. You know who's going to win this tournament.
Ooh, really? Oh, well.
Yep, that's what the script there said, by the way.
Does it say Mad Bulls by chance?
I think it is somewhere on those, somewhere on all those sheets of paper. It's interesting to see as well now how, I mean, we were down by where Mad Bulls currently is in the previous game, and look at how there's a line on that road that no one wants to sit. Because if you're on the other side of some of these, let's call them checkpoints, on different areas on the map, you have to go to one in order to see the next. And from where Mad Bulls are, it's very limited what you can see north of the LSR. So you want to be over where Para is, where Howl is currently set up, in order to look further north. You can only scout, because of the terrain and how much elevation there is, you can only scout certain locations from certain other. It sounds very obvious when I put it like this, but it's kind of important to, let's call it, new areas so that you can scout into where the next circle might be.
Like a platformer game. I like it, yeah. I mean, actually, it's funny because their rotation south actually might be covered a little bit by the sandstorm, so they get even more fortunate here on Mad Bulls about moving into the area that you're explaining about. As we take a look over towards Ascend, and they've got themselves quite a split in the north side, just shooting at some shots towards Na'Vi. They're not looking for a major engagement potential here. Just trying to form off an area for themselves. And, I mean, even the stretch that they're out here on the map means that it's less likely for teams to be able to run from west to north sorry, from west to east, kind of above them. Because they've just kind of created a little bit of a wall.
Not only do they have a wall, but there also is a literal wall on the northern side of it, and that parts of the circle is actually on the northern side thereof. So there is big parts of the circle that aren't really accessible by any stretch of the imagination. Not sure if there was a card there. Did he good or not? I'm not sure. Regardless, it will fall down as the circle swings back down towards the south.
Boo. Well, it's fine. No, we'll be okay with it here. But FaZe is once again, they just need to get back together potentially here, unless they're going to split a 2-2 across this kind of open road area to try and control more space. But then they find themselves in a weird position where win or die is transitioning across them, so as you can see, up into the middle of this map. So we do have Leosh hitting Fex straight away on this drive through. Gedrox will finish it off as well. So FaZe a little bit caught off guard by the position of the split by win or die.
They were early on the rotation, but Win or Die beats them to it. Leosh is already sat on the southern side of Cruz de Valle, and he's going to be able to take him down on transition. If we look towards the east from where FaZe currently is also right now maintaining a 1-2-2 split, and West Bumble Squad have made their way up over the water treatment hills.
Ooh, you went down into the Okay, spooky. Let's see if it goes down.
He did indeed. Crossberg able to get himself one. Of course, having no info of what else is around him. Is on his way up towards him, but I like the fact that yes, you'll take the shot on the open guy. But outside of that, wait, just listen for audio cues, see how they respond to what you just did, because it's very
Сразу Дантон hain dedim zaten. Easy, хорош.
And oftentimes after you knock a guy, you just sit and do nothing. You get a ton of info off of just audible cues alone, especially when you're right? Smart from him to slow things down, wait for teammates, and now, but Samuel it leaves has to head over towards the east.
Yeah, especially if they lose you and then they don't actually have any audio cues from you eventually. Exactly. That is terrifying stuff to have to deal with. You're left very uncertain about how you're moving around, but you still have to move around and try and weed someone out. Vard here flexing out for the rest of Foot. They've created basically an arrow towards some of the, well, I was about to say center of the circle, but it's still on the east side of this circle.
Bir aralar kayıcı alırım da.
Very good, very proficient about how they do these big splits.
Ben Difix kayıcılarıydı başta.
And they need to continue doing that, not only on Miramar, but it's also very, very valid on the other battlegrounds.
Let's call it an info gathering arrow, because Beamy might look like he's very isolated from his teammates, which he is, but he's sat here not so much because he has to shoot at people that are nearby him, but to make sure that no one comes in from behind. One of the worst things that happen to you when you're edge team is have other teams pull up on you that you can't really do anything about, because then you're kind of trying to go center, but hey, in the center, as we know it, there's already opponents. So right now, Beamy is sat here saying, as long as I don't hear cast, see anyone, that's pretty good intel that for the most part we should be alone here. That's going to allow you to flex out further, to take more control, and statistically give you a bigger chance of getting the next circle if you have a bigger part of the previous one.
And usually it would be a conversion of these scouting arrows that occurs in a circle like this between Foot and Na'Vi, the position that they're kind of in. Usually, I mean, the funny thing is Lil W is in a position where those two teams eventually you try and take those hills and use that as an opportunity to be able to shoot a lot of things in this circle. You can already see Slow Jackets shooting towards Na'Vi, knowing that eventually these teams on the east side will try and move up against them.
I'm seeing how rotate smart on them to group up on the northern side of the circle. Did Foot see it though? But even if they Para did, they wouldn't probably want to rotate into it. Para's trying to maintain their 2-2 split, the two prime southern positions here. It could be dangerous. In the meantime now though, Howl and Lil W. More so for Howl than Lil W. They do not want to fall here without any points. So have to really determine whether or not they want to take this fight or not.
Great success in the previous one.
And kind
of slip a little bit would be a bit sad considering how much they did in the previous game. Now they've already got one on the board, of course, for this one, and they're still kind of in arm's reach of being able to get themselves a PGS spot. We've seen the organization get themselves to PGS in the past.
and they brought us some Turkish delight, if I recall.
They sure did. And a lot of baklava too. Very, very nice. Baklava power all the way. Teşekkürler. Foot in the meantime, potentially against two from Na'Vi issue. I mean, honestly, it might be a good thing here. Vard is getting pulled up on by two from Na'Vi. But there's a sandstorm covering both Toast and Ferris, so they can't really cover from behind now. Beamy off angle on the other side. That's actually going to be Hagatori down. That timing could not have been any worse for Na'Vi and any better for Foot, because Na'Vi actually had themselves set up really wisely in having the high ground for Ferris to look over, but as soon as they pull up on the ridge line and Vard starts shooting, bam! Not Hagatori, but bam! Sandstorm.
I'm okay with that. I'm totally okay with that, with what we're seeing from Foot here. We were talking about the scouting arrows, and the scouting arrow of Foot found its mark against the other one. Flush though in the distance and instantaneously flushes him. Brutal here for BB, who's coming in the north side here of Lul W. This is very important once again for BB to try and get points on the board. I've said it 100 times this tournament. When am I going to have to stop saying it? I think never at this point.
Bunlar bile bunu al bu gece bile.
And I know we're 16 minutes in, but considering it's NBA and the fact that we have 15 players up still, it is to be considered early or the very early stages of the game. And again, BB team in their times of success, they sit 4 alive at 25 mark, not 3 alive at 16. So it makes perfect sense that they're struggling when we're seeing the same kind of pattern. Na'Vi in the meantime here struggling on their split as well. They couldn't take control of Foot. They couldn't force them off. Beamy has a nice contain on one side, so they're forced to they're hitting their shots too.
I was going to say, Lul W just hits their shots constantly. It's actually very surprising to me that they're 13th place, if I'm honest. Like, they've impressed me during this tournament and still get their 13th place. There's been a lot of situations, a lot of fights that they've been winning out on. A mortar comes in from the distance. During all of that, but it's definitely as example also finishes up Pod Samurai.
Either I got baited by the mortar knock, or that was the best timed knock in the universe by Matthew with a mortar. I'm not sure, but that was insane. Oh my god, and they're getting spammed with the good stuff from the confident compound towards the east. Finds one more now. Brex gone down. Kill Yakai's all that remains.
Пацаны, ты на
these distances and find yourself a decent spot to keep yourself covered whilst using a mortar. It's the perfect tool to dislodge teams.
İyi bir tırla.
Abbas metre minus tadı.
Here comes Bumble Squad to finish it off, and they are gone.
Elhamdülillah.
Once again.
The chaos continues as Twisted Minds pulls up on Balls. Quissy has gone down. I'm not sure if he fell with it. 3 of them, as a matter of fact. That's
Я bara bildik ya
pataman etmemiz. Where they're sat now. New team comes to join the party. You know what? Might as well just keep on shooting.
What's going on? Don't stay there.
Their own factory. This
is ridiculous. I mean, okay, I get it to a degree though, right? They've come in from the west. They're a little bit desperate for a position, so they tried to wrestle this away. But yeah, where the mortar is lined up is not great. Aaron coming over as well. Bumble Squad going from problem to problem, and I'm deep goes 6 feet deep here into the dirt.
Not too much you can do on that one for Orcas. I look back, they're maintaining their split here. They are somewhat close, but again, when you know mortars are raining in constantly, you cannot sit on top of one another. So smart in their positioning here to try and maintain control. From the church all the way on the other side of the mountain, is able to do some damage. Not enough though.
Сними броник, не испорти, сейчас наденешь.
I guess at this point for BB team, shoot at everything and hope something sticks. Got ourselves circle moving over to the east side of this road at the moment. Eventually, we'll see all of these teams positions towards the middle of it. There's not much in the exact middle though. That's why all these teams are playing a little bit more edge, as Na'Vi is now done with a 14th place here. And Lul W, still 4 alive, still has the opportunity to play some of this high ground well against the team.
Very nice split they've got going full control of it. An 8C now feels the hurt of it as well. Does have a nice perimeter, a solid rich line to work behind, at least for now. So the rest should be possible on 8C. Having said that, from the south-southeast, and if they time this right, knowing that Foot is on the eastern side, it should just be a fight on their hands.
Yep, they've
Doch yine zaman bir hukukta da hengen baranda.
wanted this position. LW already had it early and now is able to control it pretty effectively. Not only is Hello Senpai looking south at some of these teams that are moving, but also everybody is shooting a bumble spot. They are gone as they tried to make it across with a mad dash against that road. And FaZe, I think, might have been able to pick up one or two of those. Beyond all of that, now for the teams in the north, they're not only going to have to dislodge LW's kind of glare on them at the north, but then also make the transitionary move.
This circle could not be any worse. Twisted Minds trying to go center, but look what they're sitting on Patulans. Yes, he finds himself a hut, but I mean, this is an unlike Twisted Minds type play where you just kind of crash center and hope for the best, but there really isn't a whole lot else for them to do. They were trying to grab these, they saw all the teams there. They don't want to be in the middle of that, because the more teams you have around you, the less control you have. And Twisted Minds likes to play with full control. They tend to knowing full well they're going to be in trouble if mortars start raining in.
A cool idea on the blue zone nade, and maybe a flash actually going up there as well. Manages to...
Keşke topla. First
Ta дуже, блядь, катати не тійде, блядь. Бодро хаяда, блядь. Кібі петезона, блядь, мукаров. Собрал хищникtan бігів, блядь. Тентер піктера, блядь.
Teraz jak ich tym lincie.
Блядь, дуже лахи гагана.
Не жить. Тут таки де зона.
Bazı çuvastırır. Kirliler.
Olur bazı diye ki.
Yeah, it would be better. It would be better. A doozy goes for one though, but Halamai Bad actually follows over the nade. That is BBT gone once again, pretty much sandwiched there between Win or Die and Lil W. And now Win or Die is looking to not stick around. In the car, maybe or get rocks. Actually, look, he's just reinforcing. I thought maybe they were just going to go for a mad dash, but I don't know if they with Lil W or just make an insane send.
I mean, and even if there weren't anyone there, where do you drive? Where's your end destination other than, well, the lobby? I don't see them really being able to go anywhere. And you can see it here well as well. They are in trouble, and I don't see them surviving this rotation whatsoever.
No, not really. I'm just looking for another lineup here, although FaZe trying to do some damage to Lil W in the distance now, as they're caught on what was initially a very, very strong position. The circle moves away, and they don't really have cars even available to them, so getting off here is again, impossible for Lil W. So they're going to
I thought earlier that Lil W was going to take the fight to Hal, but that's such an awkward fight, awkward compound to try and fight into from the northern side, so it makes sense too that they opted not to go for it. Trying to go for the Western play and realizing that it's failed miserably. Not too much more they can do about it. Jenny.
Ой, блядь.
Over first. 8C will fall. The blue zone should take him down. Nice kind of preemptive throw there. We'll see if he gets him with a nice response though from Vard instantly there to find the dog return. And actually, even more so importantly, 4 foot they get the to Detrix. Nice knock.
Да нет, бабушка с драгуном.
With a fantastic shot through the door, obviously. But how much more can they do? Mortar shots are raining down on this position as well. Slight miscalculation on the fact that they probably wanted to hit maybe foot with this, but not quite hitting the mark. But now foot is on the considering that they've got the smokes down. They're trying to dissuade Entropic from moving on this position. Another blue zone. Nade goes down.
Is also нажимаем.
Entropic троллер.
Again, losing control by every second. Hal now allowed out of the compound.
I
mean, obviously, Foot is going to throw smoke down the time. Again, make it harder for enemies to realize where they are. 8C gets knocked instantly on the push. You don't think he had any time to heal whatsoever. But now the nades are coming in from the side of Entropic as well. They need to take this fight, I think, head on with Hal, because if they just stay prone down here, the utility will take the better of them eventually.
Блядь, технокает будто энтропик.
Gonna throw some blue zone nades and as well as forwards here to try and completely disrupt.
Нахуй не мешай,
Ambitious.
I like the try. I like the try. Yeah. Sometimes they don't see you, and sometimes
это делает.
it just makes you look kind
Тебе надо. Ой, хорош.
Twin Genius and Insanity here. Big sprays coming through here, and it will be Genius coming in from Marco against Vard. The Mad going around the corner here to look for an opportunity. Another light down. He misses it. Beamy gets it somehow.
Somehow able to survive that one. Beamy will fall the second time
Да
round.
ведь всех.
There's just one left on the side now of foot, and again it's fifth versus sixth place.
Это
Foot
второй
knows
итоге.
the importance of staying alive, and even more so Howl
T-Bone
knows the
рахавал.
importance of taking foot out right here, right now. Dragunov in the hand of T-Bone.
They
Can't
ban
quite
la.
find
Bu
the
hay
headshot in a
bakalım bu
one,
karısı
now
bu la.
potentially versus
Daha
four.
onu hidayet
Yeah,
edildi.
you're absolutely right. You're sweating us foot at this
Даже
moment in time
даже
because you know how
на
they had a good
топ-5.
game in the previous one. Now they're doing it again. It's two back-to-back bangers here for Howl. Regardless of how this actually
Даже
finishes
до
up,
топ-4
the
будет.
fact that they've already got 7 kills on the board
6.
here, never mind cleaning up the potential of foot, and then maybe playing out this game a little bit further,
5 качков.
means that Howl
Топ-6.
is absolutely
По
on the
плейсменту кайып.
Чё? Надо кива
Seems like he has managed to make his way inside. In the meantime, BBL in trouble
В
trying to
смысле, по
sneak that
плейсменту,
kill
короче,
between
так-то.
the opponents around
Tamam,
Terra.
Wops'a
On
çık
one
oldu.
side, Twisted Minds and
Плейсмент
Phase
теми
on
ama
the
kilo
other.
ben mungkin jangan sekedar
And
bu.
FaZe might be
А,
able to
блин, если
look
во
at the
второй по
position that
плейсменте.
they found themselves in. They've got 11 kills after
Тоже
having this
выживет.
compound once again, and they've said, okay, well, we made a
А,
great
чё
transition
топ-3
to
килли,
this
ребят?
little hill.
But Tulans was inside that shack that BBL just pulled
Kaç
up
ki
on.
var tabii fut.
А, сэр,
I
надо,
didn't even
Тибон.
realize that. He just, I mean, obviously Hell
Üç
came through from
iki
both
olacak.
Phase and
Aynen.
Para, but he
Top
effectively
5 bana.
1v3 BBL from inside
Aynen.
that
Блин,
shack.
ребята, надо. Короче,
Tamam sen надо çağır.
значит,
I
бесишь
see you,
волнуешь.
but Tulans,
Çocuk bak
doing
ora.
your thing. Respect.
Well, they want to be champions again.
Tibon
That's what's
zona
happening
var.
right there.
Alır var.
Any little extra
Блядь,
Фолдер кайын
фолдер
very,
хотя
very
пустоватыр.
на
very important.
Пустоватыр
And
кайын
Bulls didn't get
Тибон.
much on this one.
Барын
Both got
пуштай
one
атактырды.
still left
Face'te
alive.
kararlı.
Очень.
Peralar
Kind of playing
kararlı.
almost a similar
Никем же
situation
первый
to
быстро
in a
гатырайбыт.
building, but Para has not been able to
Гагать.
kind of either lure him out or if they've not taken the bait that
Вот
Lucrook
что
may have been
эти
putting out
тибоны,
themselves.
бля,
Just
они
sees
там.
Baron Peak in the distance does the mad. Still have a little bit of a lip to play.
Ne kadar para kalır oraya
Now
bitti.
just Lucrook's left alive on the very edge of the circle. Knows that he has Para outside.
Lapte готов.
6 komanda kaldı.
Inside. He's snuck up here, I believe. He's 6th place already. Of course, wants to grind some more placement points off of it. I'm seeing Lasta looking in this direction, but he's also taking shots at Ruin.
5 çıkıyor. Zona var abi.
Just maybe Lucrook's still ain't done just yet.
Even if he just comes out and gets a knock and a flush.
Oldu
right?
kanara bu karıks.
It's a win in my book at that point.
Тибона hadi. Nokta var evet orada.
And especially for a team that needs everything going their way, Para, if they were to get found by a snaking
Haydi Allah'ım.
running around and shooting.
Haydi, хорош.
And now
Он ведь тогда.
sees him, finds him as well. No angle from which he could be saved. And
Ha,
oh my lord, you are just
Yes.
moved on.
Yes.
Yes, he is. Baron will find him, but the damage
Süper
has already been
süper.
done.
One
Polis
extra
dışı.
point from that. Again, as I said, a win in my book. Good stuff here from Lucrook.
Sıkı satamadı da böyle bu karıks böyle. Bir de basın
Bulls
gibi.
is looking for a
Trisha,
as well. They've still got
Erik,
8 kills to their
minus
name. It's not
Trisha.
bad.
Бля, барын салган кистерді алырыз.
Görüyor bu Twitch'te bu
Only
kupulu
does
görüyor
about
açık
half
koydum
damage
böyle.
though. I'm finishing him off.
Ağız tağını plus BH bina. Bunu seçip olun.
Already 7 for Gustav. I think all of those, I mean,
Twisted.
obviously a couple came from the mortars,
Yeah.
but all of those has come with little to no
Minus
damage
kılınçalığı
done
var
in
dıgıtta.
return.
Banya.
Yes, he's been tagged now at a distance, but Face has
Allah
been
o
so
çocuk.
incredibly good in this
Neyse,
match
dersinlik.
at just sitting at the perfect
İsteyen
place
saat
to find
yerim.
opportunities.
And there's some strong mastery from
En
FaZe
bastıklarında
and Howl
bileyim.
for circles like this. We were north
Erik
earlier.
bastık
They got
ya.
themselves
Erik
first
Nayvı-
and second. We're north
Nayvıların
again.
cavanlıdır dinle böyle.
These two
No.
teams
Erik
are
Twisinde.
fighting it out tooth and nail. That being said though, Howl has wrapped
Girme.
heavily on the north side. They could spring a trap
Refik
here on
görüyor bir de
FaZe.
face'leri
If
kemire
they're
burada
able
oldular
to
böyle.
peek over when they need to, James is keeping
Girme.
an eye on it. They really don't have much cover to work with. They've got to just keep pressure on.
Zaten okuyucuların
Keep
kısmı.
peeking the angles and making
20
sure Howl doesn't
plus
push.
kılınca cam
House
hem
making
bir.
all the right decisions here. Question now becomes, can they hit the
Нормально,
shots
да?
when need be? If they had a Panzerfaust, there's a double kill waiting for you right behind that.
Нужно больше золота.
Not to be.
Oldu
Gustav
şey
will
bağlar
fall.
diye
James
görüyor.
falls
Bizi
instantly
böyle
after now
vaydılar dinahı.
correctly. Solo play left alive for FaZe trying to stay
Bizi
put,
koyun
but they
hocalara
know exactly
oldular böyle.
where they have
Biz
him.
comeback tatlı.
Yeah, Howl is
Ne
absolutely
Revanş mı?
fragging right now. It's a
Şöyle
huge game.
garip paraya karşı tatlılar böyle.
But T-Bone trying to hold off this as much as possible. Para
Haydiler.
is trying to
Onu
go
da
for the
bileyim.
mad dash. The mad
Kovulda
gamble, and
zaten
they will
verildi.
take out T-Bone. Looking for a few more places.
Bu turaklar mı?
This has
Belerin
got
vardır.
Howl
Zaten
written
verildi.
all over it.
Umarım.
1 versus 4 potential, if not guaranteed, back-to-back wins here for
Все это
Howl. They
хамбиректор
want a fight for the top. They
Bir
want
de
a
haren
spot.
futu
PGS
tutaşlar
then
bir
doing
diyelim.
everything they can to claim it.
What a rally back. What a rally back considering our last
Bakalım böyle Inter betmek durur.
Tegi mi? Etere?
Şimdi twist'inden.
Erik twist'i.
Bir tek dalar evim. Birin kandı birin. Bokça. Diego. Diego Mayego. Твистеттерин чуга хатлар эким яха. Мен булстарга. Уф. Твистет билин душиген ара ол. Оны сачып алгада. Систедин. Сачып ала. Мед булс. Чүс бен. Чүс.
Фейс кылан похуй.
Тубрым тамар.
Вообще, баш пиддерла вот эти команды. Они подряд оба потянет. Маленький грмель.
Еще команда захвата ига. Уф.
Блядь, блин, ребят, только дам раз мы был себе его.
Медбул. Медбум.
Медбум, да. Бля, ровно это легко вроде да.
Да, Медбумнарга зона верер, блин.
Так, бамбу, да, не кирона.
БКБ не прожал, клоун.
Тенах, фейстеровый крых. Рейтор зовут. Бля, блин, нихуя такого не хара залял второго, бля.
Эрик твистет, да. Так. Мен авар, блин. Футтар адам.
Футтар буду. Эй, бля. Шуточки, что ли?
Шуточки. Так. Блядь.
Самолеты лаликимте.
Нахрен надо.
Под самолете, да. Оркту. Edemiz.
Блядь, хоуллар лахарымдан нахуй хуйдем бара.
Давай хоу dedim.
Тоқтақ самытым бля.
Дик сам. Пераду.
Хоуллар теддис таласларды бля. Теста.
Тут теддис.
Вот это баутили.
Ой, футболистер. Кайсы делали?
А медбус уже тахамар ханде бля. Медбуску угад тоға вақт нах. Блин, твистетин мотивацияла. Нави. Хедері хабба хож. Нави, твистет. Үхіс местедін. Суайгынан нада. Ола та бихиги. Бихиги. О, бля. Ча хоул нах. Хоуллар алауын. Уйди.
Бля, Кейнер бить, да хотя бы того команду заебал, нах. 50 минского бакана, нах.
Ол, ротация чугай.
Заебал, да.
Ол, заебись.
Винер дайдер лаликимте.
Ты нахуй, бля. Ай, нахуй. Кайхана да, Эрик. Кайхана да. Эй, Эрик вообще похуй, тут угроб туля.
Балдиш. Хочет лабу ога.
Действовал.
Хадер хочу поехал. Кайнерон отмечайдан верен мутам хасы.
Картаны бартын кайдапына аңарым байна берим жанат. Хатыралым.
Eyvallah.
Татахар считает, что тут на ФН перемтанче игра продолжается. Шеффилд не поточился, ну бля. Монако КБ.
Very
Liverpool'la hayal kurtarı.
2-2.
Hepsi mi takılıyor?
Да, заебись это фитнес фитер.
And also the fact that they had multiple teams kind of fighting above them, right? Entropic fighting above them, and Hull fighting above them.
Бля, Рубин как-то биту купили, бля.
Рубин 2 меньше 9 борта.
А?
2 меньше 9 этим борта.
А, больше, блин.
Дурак,
Того.
2 меньше, ага, это.
Весь матч подряд. Стенбак.
Батигон на характер айнан калбита, бля.
Пусть бровым высоткам видела.
Да.
Бля, паскуду под самолет одни, блядь. Хай надо ваха, блядь.
then it's going to be very difficult for anyone else to break into that.
You're effectively asking me to be a Grim Reaper and start, putting dark red lines over some of the names on the leaderboard. Yeah, that definitely is the case, especially now that our mid-pack and upper-pack teams are sending it and charging it, because they know what's on the line as well, right? It's gonna make it
whole face kalan full.
We would have to talk about like back-to-back
wins.
Double-digit kills to boot for it to be possible. So yeah, we can start slowly calling the Grim Reaper and crossing off some of those names in terms of who's going to be able to make it to
почти бастан хитэн бар хажуу замаар.
twitch.tv/PUBG_battlegrounds. You can unlock some awesome PEC.
Так, бани министр хэнча хаддар. Zaman плюс 1000, Эрик министр хэнча, гейминг плюс 1000.
If there's any creatives in the chat, do some work for us, please. We'd appreciate it.
Нормально.
I am useless at Photoshop.
Only if I have
We are now we're gonna take a quick break, and then of course it is time to take
Face bilin top 3 була карары.
Топ 1 кимори.
Hole.
Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations. An all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. Erangel's school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade will also try out these changes. So check that early and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and Tego.
Ska nu gå med eventuellt Indian
All the
hockey.
details of this update. Lastly, this patch
Biz
will
stream
also
kadar
feature
yetiş.
mastery updates, world bug fixes, and
Çava
performance
halstın
updates.
yırt.
Be sure to
Anladım.
follow the patch notes for all the details.
Çava halstın yırt.
And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
بيسمعهم بتابع اما هيفضل الروند جدا تواصل جدا جيجد بس مهق هاي تايم هتم بيلاس بتنا
That's for the guy. And then
3 times, top tree on green.
Oh yes, is that me?
4 times.
Yeah, I'm trying.
One guy driving out the compound towards my ridge is kind of.
Yeah,
Got the flash, nice.
Nice.
One more. He's leaving.
Nice. I'm going back.
Good, that you're just better.
Remember, we can late push here too. Like, it's not the worst.
Yeah,
we can
that's
still
what we
play.
need to do.
We can still play.
Keep going. They keep going.
باكم كريبته.
بحب انه لعب برضه
قد خبن ولا بوده.
تبارك اللي تكايا شوف بتهين.
يسرى تيب بني.
Примерно на какой минуте стрим этой? Вот анда. Когда нас.
Бэби, чувал стоит это рула.
Понятно, это Джигеди.
Regardless of where you are at the tournament, you've still got a lot to play for, especially when it considers not just being the champion, but also being able to move on to the next stages of tournaments like PGS. joining me, Toby, to break down what is coming up. And Howl have already staked their claim at a ticket here. Will they be able to follow through for the rest of the maps?
I mean, they have made it to PGS in a very similar tournament format
Ah,
where just
ben
top
de
two
nickten hep
qualified before.
bak.
So if they can do it in 23, I don't see why they can't do it in 24 as well.
Yeah, it looks like they've just kind of gone from strength to strength when it comes to the overall
Девять
roster, I
это
would
было,
say,
Ah.
especially if they're able to look that good in these previous 2 games on Miramar. But how will they fare elsewhere? They did well on the desert, but I mean, all things considered, there is also always the case of who eventually gets that MEA slot, right? Which always usually exists from year to year. So maybe them.
Yeah, maybe them. I don't think there is an NBA slot this year though. But from yeah, but that's an interesting one though. That the entire, I mean, the conversation now goes solely on PGS and making it there. But we gotta keep in mind all the PGC as well, because you're only gonna have so many tournaments from which you can claim them, right? So it's gonna be pretty interesting. You see them on the
Они футбол играют, что ли?
300 will go to first place right now.
Да, как обычно Эджен играет, что ли?
Да, бедный, бля.
PGC points can be whether or not you make it to the grand finals by the end of the year. So definitely, even if you're 13th, just fighting for 12th can be make or break in whether or not you make the World Championships.
Yeah, and there's actually multiple ways technically to qualify for PGC, right? It's not just a case of, well, I suppose technically speaking, if you just keep doing well, you're going to qualify for PGC. That's one better way to like overarchingly look at it. However, we have PGC points and we have PGS points as well. If you're able to garner loads of PGC points throughout your regionals, you'll eventually be some of the top teams to be able to go to PGC. However, you can do well at PGS's those PGS points to also gain a spot there as well. So there are multiple methods to get to the World Championship.
And while we couldn't see James explaining all this, it was very clear to me that you were sitting kind of drawing with your hands in mid-air, connecting one dot with the other. And yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking. I kind of hear it in your voice there. We've known each other for too long. But here sits the leaderboard. Here sits the teams with 4 games left to play. And right now, while Mad Bulls are, if not guaranteed to win, then at least guaranteed to qualify through to PGS, it's Howl, it's
скримонер еще бавить.
both BBL and Samlet, if they can get things going right up now, right here, they go to...
Мишкамытын атарасти битти lan.
Anladı.
Тоқтар баттатылар бітті. Fairy Tail'lar. Бадда де. СНГ бадда де.
Вызови. И серьезно?
Индинда. Апты қаламалар баттатылар.
Вызови.
Гимме орта қалмайтын болады.
Орта қалмайды ғана.
Да.
Мишка пока бітәуін дейді.
Today, twice now, Howl has gotten the better of them, so makes perfect sense. They're now up ahead, and same thing with
Foot. It's one of the last 2 games, not saying that it's been the right play for Foot to engage Howl in either of the 2 games, but they were set there. Hakikaten badaklarına diyecek gibi böyle. Diz cahciler tırladı cista. Mandık harska. Komandalar harskalarını dağıdılar. Igorokları.
Going to eliminate the...
Kobzanlar Hayran yuva gibi yaktarlar.
You know, like do we how do we want to come up victorious? I know that for the most teams they just want to play their best game regardless of their killing to try and claim wins. But I think as we get closer to the end of the day, teams will start thinking more about the second way of thinking, going, we might not win here, but how about if we can drag these guys down to the victory?
Yeah, and regionally, it is the most difficult region to do that in the world, right? Yes, okay, America has its top-heavy lobby, Korea to a degree has its top-heavy lobby, but in Europe, you can go run 1 to 16 teams.
Баня это хуй идет.
A pretty
okay
shot of a lot of these teams having a shot at getting to
Ну, Кириппа сразу кино первый.
We play, admittedly, a slower brand of PUBG compared to some regions. I'm not going to deny that, but when it gets to the very top of that lobby, damn, it looks good. It is good PUBG.
Sure is.
Çok
And,
garip oldu.
I'm feeling good about EMEA this year. I actually kind of feel good about EMEA most years, but this year I think in particular we have seen very few
Bir подписчик по этой подписке.
kind of
Толстый
the
подписка.
correct little
Товар
sprinkling
бобо,
of
товар
changes
бобо.
to make that league taste even better
Шорсун
down
бар
the line
турунда.
as we make our way towards the World Championships at the end of the year.
Hadi скинь
Whereas
стримную
in Korea,
подписку
who
вам
looked
дорогие.
phenomenal, they had the World Champions and then they just upped them, roll that cake straight up in the air and cut it into 2 million pieces.
I would say that, but Na'Vi didn't exactly have the best
En karanlığı.
after winning the World
Aa,
Championship.
bu garip oldu.
It does
Mümkün
go to
değil,
show
neydi?
that here in PUBG, if you win a
Tuğla.
World Championship, it doesn't mean that you're going to constantly be able to continue to
Zaman
show
bir
that kind of performance
square
later
altına.
on. But anyway,
Square.
it is our next game. It's time to
Hey,
take
bu
it,
garip
baby.
oldu.
We've got
Square
a
altına.
very decent playing path here for all of
Kim
these
ya?
teams to be able to find themselves nicely situated.
Çok garip oldu.
Very similar playing path to yesterday's game as well. So if that game's
Zon-
really linkers in the
zona
minds of some of these
algara bir
players, they
bulma
would want to
olabilir.
go west very early
Yeah.
on because we ended
Ne
back to
Guizier'ten
Vietnam.
ele
Currently
hediye
is Saturday.
ele
I
hediye
did watch that game. It was a fun one. I
Guizier'a.
strongly
Ne
encourage you to
gayseler
come back
böyle.
and watch it whenever you get the time. But of
ne
course now this one is
Bastane hele
what
bir
matters
Amerika.
most. Where oh where,
İkisten
James,
yedi.
is this game gonna take us?
İkisten.
Basit de Falcons burada.
You have
Ne
8 seconds.
Falconlar da.
South again. I don't know.
Video koyan
I'm
ne
gonna
bence
go Wolves
Falconlar.
song.
Neyse müşaktır.
Dur.
Yeah, well, you said south. I said Wolfsong. We'll sit somewhere in the middle, right
Dere
on
hole.
the river.
Yeah, I
There's a
think
bit boom.
this is kind of brutal and
Bit
rough,
boom,
right? Like,
hole,
if this
onunla.
goes south, then I feel like it's usually less
Face.
brutal than going north.
Face,
Getting to
onunla.
island, we've heard from some of the players, it is
Face.
difficult to do, even though there are multiple bridges
Getirdi.
options to be able to make that
İşte bu
transition,
ha-
even with a bridge that does actually
Face,
have
face.
multiple levels.
Gusto hayaslar
You
bir
know,
de
as
tak.
time goes on, it can be
Öyle.
difficult to make that
Ama
change.
silahlar
But
ne?
before we actually
Üyeler
really
rosalları da
get down
bileyim.
to the nitty-gritty
Batılında
of
bir
that,
ayda
once
vatan.
again here in the final day, let's talk to
Ama
the
es Monik.
about their goals here for
Değil
these
ki naşik
spring.
bile.
Ha troll evet. Dur.
Evet Allah bile. Göster bile onu unuttu da bile.
Amacımız ilk 8'e girmek ve en iyi şekilde sonuç
Varsa.
alabilmek.
Oskacağız hep
Umarım
tutuyor da.
burada başarırız.
Our goal
Öyle.
in this
Elinin
tournament
gravın
is,
kimi de hayal bir şey
to
tutuyor gibi.
finally play some good competitive games.
Bir
Aslında
lavuz-
niye sahmıra oldu
Find,
bile
the
hakikaten.
way how
Lavzalar
they play as a
kahnara
new
iskilimiga
roster
şardı.
and
Hatla
show
bitti
the
kanlar.
best possible results.
Dinleyin mi ait aldım hadi.
Bu med boostera hatla bit babzandı. İskilimiga kahnara. Pega tohpar bitti. Gutoktan prava kempar bitti.
Aa.
Bile papiş kutu jele.
Geldim ha.
Med booster karıştırdım babzan men. Han huğun da hata. İskilimiga jele.
Aa geldim ben tuna vurdum. Spektatörlerge vurdum hadi.
Babzan men teddinden hayaşı bitti.
Well, if someone can take that clip of Chris and on the green screen and edit
Ete
it
bimi
into a
hicret kempa var bitti
that would
bimi.
probably
Kutları
replicate
gördüm.
their performances so
Dikem
far
karıştırdım.
here, unfortunately for Ascent.
Dere
But,
kim kariyer.
yeah, it's been
Ne yapalım kayısınları hayal cereleri burada.
Olur. Kaya hudutta.
Having said that, though, we have seen miracle runs before at the end stage of tournaments. As if
Bed
last day
booster.
of any
Kim
bracket of a
bitirmedi? Kim
tournament
o
can
beraber
just can give you the right motivation,
Bed
maybe the
booster
right
bad
circle
ba.
up to go your way to claim a couple of wins in a row. As
Çöz bakalım.
as
Bu toh.
Ascent find themselves on a
Köşte
pretty good
yaparak
start of this
kadar
tournament.
All right, we're on a movie set here, and we're focusing on our GPT teams. They are the absolute stars,
Halka.
and they will be playing the roles
Genci
perfectly
tapulkata
here
da
as
bir
you can grab
setak.
yourself some guns. They're going to be
Ne?
engaged from those GPT teams very,
Magani.
very soon, so keep an eye
Bir
out
stapel.
for those. Just to actually come back to what I want to say about the circle as well, though, because
Ya Turkey
we
yılında da bitti.
obviously had to do some caretaking whilst we were talking about a circle like this.
Papakana
I
Nyuki.
think another thing that is problematic transitioning to the North Island here on Tego
Bir
is
şans
that,
olsaydı.
okay, you get across the bridges. Hooray, you've got across the bridges.
Başla
Now,
baş.
a problem as soon as
Başka
you get across the bridges
yapıp
on a
bence.
lot of these situations
Başlattım
is,
öyle.
okay, you get
Tamam,
across,
böyle.
then there's a big open field, then there's uphill.
Tak
In
mudah
almost
sih
every
normalnya
direction you
tak
have to
kata.
go in, and that is
Mudah
really
şey ya.
problematic. There's so many lines of sights people have on you when you get across these bridges.
To some extent, as you're
Hatta
saying,
suda
the river
bambaların
crossing
nah
itself is the
yapıdırdı.
easiest
Mehbu nah
part
yapıdırdı
of a
bambalı.
rotation in those directions because teams don't tend to,
Bana.
because the
Aba
teams
sonları
are
hayatlar
as
battı.
isolated as
Sen
they
arada
are.
bir
There's
de
not a lot of
organizatörü
bridge
bir aralar.
camping going on maybe in the very first stage of the game, and those
Havada
bridge
tasutaki
camps tend to
kelileri
be
var.
outside the
Tasuta
circle, you know, one
tasutırga
edge
keliler
kind
elbet bu.
of camping
Center
another.
zonu.
When it comes to center circle rotations, you never, like literally never.
Med bu
see
salon
bridge
bir şey
camping.
değil
This
bana.
year, not the case.
Ne kadar bile havu kadar. Нехуй, энтропиктер палаға лутауытыр, но паласка мед бустыр келдерін бісілі. Чызы қойын.
Kills. We already noted yesterday that he was like,
İsteyelim mi
having
bana
something
ne bile?
ridiculous, like double the second kills of his teammates. Now obviously that's even a little bit, but
Bu
it's
ne hava
O böyle face'ler mekayından ehler koğullarga. O böyle bir hava utnağıqta
141 points on the board for Twisted Minds. They are still
Gelin,
on
gelin
the
lah.
hunt. The gap between them and Mad Bulls hasn't kind of worked out too much in the past game, but I still think Twisted Minds has all the capability to catch up here.
Под самолетер щиты колор olur. Zona barga bir.
Suki bile.
Performance from him in comparison to Mad Bulls, but even with that said, still in the race, they have a bit of a jump up, 7 points.
Hadi bitir kırın, o da kırın.
Sorry, 13 points up to put in order to join the race for the top, a few extra up towards Howl, but with 4 games still up to play,
Cacalar da esenler.
win here over the current position they have towards the north, which very much could be the case.
Artık iki cacına odadığında banya. Artık iki cacın gitti bu. Sep. Так и запишу.
I mean, they showed that they can play so well, right? Like when it came to those field finishes, they didn't quite win that one out, but still, they have a lot of fortification and presence on
Banya mandıkka final gittiğinde hani gol dos karskan dururan banya.
Making their way towards the circle as well, not opting to go for an E-pick up. Not sure if they didn't find one or if they figure that with the river still crossing the map pretty much in half, it's too risky this early on to commit to one side.
Şimdi medul batada.
Akıllı da her şey evet.
In the meantime, EB has found
ölür bu var.
Bu kırışa yani mehincamını itavlara banya stream snipe edilir. Ndalalı.
It's got to be a little bit cautious about how any shot you take. I mean, they obviously know that someone's here, so we're approaching very cautiously.
İbitse böyle payaydan bir bu yani öyle.
I know somewhere in the building, probably on the roof, and the rest are going to be scouting out, looking for an opportunity to take these shots here. But if he's going to take him out in the high ground, but that's a disaster.
Bitince her zaman dedim onlara banya stream snipe edilir.
La video payaydan tüm çakı vuruyor vurur bence.
Ibitse bize bitti bile tkın. Ne yapalım bitti bile.
Let's just write that one out for memories. And move on. We saw
Hatta давай started
about the man yesterday that I feel like even for him, I hope there's somewhere, especially with where they currently stand on the leaderboard. I hope there's a little
Twister bilim ciddi seri ağırdı tabii çağ.
Bravo Şılız. Twister.
Abız. Ne telli oldu?
Kim Twister bu da?
Eric.
Well, at least he did speak to them before this, right? And he said that they were very happy about the performance so far. So at least they know they're going to PGS, I guess.
Yeah, true. They are looking comfortable. Well, as said, we said it just before. If there's any world in which they qualify over the next 4 games, we're looking at a quadruple set of not necessarily fantastic games, but close there too. They would need to average more than double digits in order to make their way up there. And yeah, it starts with finding, especially for the finding some of these points and early on in the game without really having to risk a whole lot. That over the course of 4 matches could have himself.
Yeah, always makes me wonder when you're in a scenario like this as a pro team, like, okay, there's the only way we actually make it is, you know, which is insane. Kills each game, insane plays on points each game. So I feel like you kind of say, well, screw it. You can absolutely just roll from fight to fight and hope for something to happen. That normally doesn't materialize though. Right? People normally just end up playing their normal game and kind of resigning to the fact that it's kind of they're down in the south. Eventually something's going to shift. Maybe you get lucky and it goes south. It's going to be difficult if it goes north.
Yeah, this might be one of those cases where even if you have a good position on the southern side, you actually usually anyway, and now it's obviously too late, but you should have popped it a minute ago.
Yeah.
Well,
Bir adam dalbaydı dedi. Tuta ıksa dedi bile. Сутра ходил, вот это нормально, блядь.
we just skip that whole
Не кем
bridge
барам
case
выживать, да,
altogether
тут
and
вдруг,
go
блядь.
almost
Басты
into
база,
loop
блядь.
on the northern side
Смог-то,
to
блядь,
then
тем более.
like creep our way back in speaking thereof. So it's advised
Тесак
going down
Как
Кими
да,
towards
хотя
дивишь,
south,
Эрик-то?
and they're going late enough that they can
Подпрокатли,
jump
да?
out now and go back towards Godog if
Бо,
need be.
под
Let's see if they
самолета
do. They
говорили.
might
Я
just
же
run
говорил,
out
нах.
as this
Я
circle is
знал, нах.
popped north, and as my
Да.
contract
Ты
likes to
говорил.
say, the western island is still in jail.
Бля, хуй
So,
вы говорили,
you know,
да.
Чисто
you know
на
there is
своем
a
опыте.
chance.
Хищ?
There is a chance.
Yeah, I didn't sign this contract, guys.
О,
Don't
блядь,
worry.
фаер
I'm
тач.
gonna
Або
run
холдер
my
посмотрел.
contract
I made the contract for
Пейстер.
myself.
А,
Yeah, and then I
you wrote
signed
it
it.
up
So
and you
now
sent it to them. I
Вот
see.
уже на, блин,
I
хайр.
sent it to myself, so now I have to say it.
Okay. Well,
Мед
in
бустер
the
минус
topic
1
here, though,
бабы
we're
тогда.
going to be
Эй,
hoping
боится,
that
блядь.
they have a bit more defensive capabilities about them because they
Понятно.
are currently under assault. More so a better
Ну,
situation
надо,
for
я
Quizzy than it
хоть
was
бы
for
я
Ibby
не
before.
висит, надо.
Already taking down Janny. Will there be more? Nades go forwards, trying to
Telegram.
win this whole around the corner, takes out Booker, that's a good little
Бля.
move from him. Quite a bold move, jumping up on the wall like that.
It sure is. It sure is. A little greedy, but sometimes, you know, I mean, players,
Або
they get
каден
so
прицел,
used
да.
to how to respond in fights like these. They can oftentimes predict the angle an opponent is going to peek on right after. So sometimes
Турецкий
trying to
им,
get
бля.
some of these off angles, these kind of unpredictable plays, can even if it looks
Трусалар
extra
лобит.
risky, can actually sometimes work out for you because you kind of avoid the pre-fire, you avoid the angle they might be holding to set up a fight.
Поешь каланра. Минус 2 нахуй.
Continuing the hold off, little underhand nade maybe off the bounce of the wall. Gets Dedrix once again. Hawkeye tries to go for something, but no, will be knocked as well. That's
Easy. Easy.
That's Mad Bull
Easy.
getting themselves, well, Quizzy
Або
going
без
mad
бумера
for a
хавадар.
one, to finish off a lot of that, but
Ким
also
был бетай?
yeah, a bit of a consolation
Пейстер
prize here
хайнер,
to
да.
keep them in number one.
Тюрекси.
Або забейте.
Або забейте.
Уф, Тюрекси, мадафака биеч.
Бля, без бумер пиздец нахуй. Я
If Mad Bull wants,
хуй,
they can actually just push further towards the west and join the party here. Because FaZe is currently set up in set position.
Убегаем.
Ей, уезжаем,
пацаны.
Фейс банян, да. О, бля, ник загайдали нахуй. Бля, тига. Пейстер.
Whilst that was going on,
Yeah,
and
mid
FaZe
jammer.
obviously rocking up on this, I find the position
Лешего
that
не
they
гони,
took
да.
off of their E-pick up very intriguing. They
Если
take
это калибр,
basically the
yeah.
river
Ты не понял.
coast. We can talk about that when we actually show it on the map, but for now, we have Mr. Spider-Man himself,
Да.
good old Danish
Мир
Gustav,
буду.
is going to be jumping about these roofs and looking for an opportunity.
And these guys, I think everyone in the server, if there's an area of the map that they know, we talk about how Taco is the new map and this and that and this and that. These guys, they hot drop Palace more often than not. So they will know every single angle, every single roof, everything you can do here, they have done. So this should be us getting a great feast for individual skill.
So you can see on the left-hand side that spot that I was talking about from Twisted Minds where they took. It's a 2-2 split across this road, and it's not where I kind of expected them to go. The reason being is that there was actually a lot of room open when the E-pick up still into the middle of this circle. Technically, Pod Samulet had that 2-2 split.
Холдером ханы
held
пиздели,
down
блядь.
quite
Пиздели
strongly.
тухтана.
And then I suppose a lot of other
Перед
spots that they could
букутана
have
улик.
maybe gone was like a lot of fields that were a bit more center. So yeah,
Або
it's
утром
an
хорош
interesting one, though.
тавтыр бітті. Чок
Definitely
кайдалып.
is not prime real estate, therefore they'll get to
Bah.
sit with it for themselves at least for now.
Вот
They knew
балла.
that multiple other teams was
Друзья,
gonna
как
be
у машины,
nearby,
которые,
which
да.
kinda
Эй,
take
брат,
the
драга
majority
дирек,
of
блядь.
the
ТВ
heat for
сбит
them.
бум фейс.
Here, looking
Engine.
over towards Pira. So quiet.
Холдерге бер нахуй.
At least for now.
BBL's going for the
Yeah,
E
that
pickup as well,
butted
and they're
the
making it
double.
work at the moment. But I do feel like maybe
Man.
on a circle like this, it might be a little bit too late.
Все разные надо.
Circle does pop, but BBL.
Ну, блядь, блядь, хайшерлер нах.
Под самолетом такой деревья кидал.
Just see if we can find a
Давай,
vehicle
давай,
somewhere. You
езжай.
can't play this in on foot, especially with how Paris
Блядь,
currently
куда мы
positioned.
едем,
They
нахуй?
can
Все
break
кивизи
down
давай,
below. They
наверное.
might just go north here. Yeah,
Это
I
не
think they're gonna go for the tiny compound further towards the north, where there shouldn't be any cars. And
О,
there should be
бля,
safe
Борис.
bricks in the meantime. Tries to get airborne, but I'm not sure he had quite enough speed
Только поднимет.
to get himself off the ground. There, water
Сука.
alert. Get away. Nah, he's safe for now.
That was a commitment. If he somehow didn't gather the speed there and just crashed into the water, that would have been as good as Ibby's moment just before.
Yeah, true. A little bit stuck on the island.
Он забейте.
That's oh, nice 360,
бля.
continuing the run forward.
Куда ты идешь?
Rise on him. Might as well
Потому
try to see if
что
we
ли?
can get it. That's why
Давай, давай, давай.
no more people
Хорош.
on vehicles, as I say that.
Ай, гони геномадер, бля.
That's perfectly styled in.
Если доверять, алта доверять, да. Алта доверять, да. Хорош. Икслёй.
Iron actually steals it away though, so Twisted Minds don't get that. But they are
أفضل
fully
إنه
now that
كده
there is a
ماركون
team
نقطة
north of them.
لوبته
They've
برجع
abandoned
البلاد
their 2-2, obviously because the circle shifted away from it,
روش
and now they've positioned themselves with a
ده بيت
spot towards phase to continue applying the pressure and maybe open up some paths for them. But they've
لا
got
لا ناخذ
great
بلا
great, and there's a
والله
more
بيش
in the distance.
Yep, Crossberg able to find two
لو
of
بعد بلا
Howl,
برجع
and
البلاد
honestly, this is a pretty crucial info for Foot. They're sat just on the southeastern side. They have teams behind them still, but if they can, like Howl gets to them, come in and just finish them off and maybe get themselves a good eastern side of a takeover game here as well, that would be huge. And you see all of Foot, actually, they were down towards Mad Bulls, but also seeing that in the kill feed, and now seeing more mortars come in. Foot is full on turning their attention towards Bubble Squad now.
Yeah, you might be thinking, well, that's actually such a short range. Why on earth aren't they able to really line up these shots? There is actually a minimum range that you can actually take the mortar to. It's about 80.
لسه النقطة هذا
زي ما ده هيدا
They're just shooting it basically the minimum they could, but Foot is peeking over the corner here at the moment as well.
They're
And looking
down.
to try and take down Bumble Squad, considering that they knew that they were vulnerable. The rock up is coming along. They're looking for a little bit more. Bumble Squad scattered like a flock of bees.
And honestly, I mean, this could not be any better. Not only do they get to scare them off, they also get to go,
لا،
well, I
جرس
mean, if you're just
vulnerable.
letting us deal with how ourselves, we'll take that any day of the week. Having said that, though, there are still wasps in the grass. So Matt, seemingly gone. Oh, no, Test finds VAR. T-Bone down now as well. This was looking good, but you need to regain control here.
Üst tutsa organizasyadaki səhdalı. Siz də qaralan deyil.
Bu ne yapıyor işte?
Siz də oynayat oynayıpsınlar.
A little bit of road rage, all that is said and done.
Lan naxı
And now
bilə.
look,
Siz
Foot
bu
is
qarı
gone.
sıkırlardı.
After rocking up on that, I thought they'd have the advantage, but somehow shots from the distance also shut them down.
Lukarook
Hi.
up the hill and just
Oh.
lopped the nade on over. That's them all done for. As you said too, I thought
Oturum valla yani. Geç balafta
somehow
onda.
Howl, the team struggling,
Otur.
focused
Tında
by
qaladı
three
orada.
other teams.
Düz bir oynadı.
Polise karar ver.
Well, I mean, if they're gonna run up and die, then sure. Why
Lan
not?
çok zırlıttın.
Хорош.
Why not? Why not? A doozy here, throws down a nade, gets himself quizzy here. Mad Bulls with obviously one man down.
Он тоже хорош.
It's gonna have a really hard time. BMX out of that. Get on, Lukarook. Yeah, ring the bell, please.
Aha, olur.
The
Buranın
mandatory
kere
sound to be made when the bicycle pops off. The silent killer.
Ama
We'll
Gresti
see what
vurdu
more
bu karısı
use
böyle.
Lukarook can make of it as he tries to make his way back.
Ah,
up.
olur hava
Now,
güzel.
again, I mean, I think as surprised as everyone that they got to get out of that without any casualties. They had lost
Sıkı
one
kuvvetten
already
haber
earlier.
bulduk ha.
So just sitting three now, going back up. Not only that, but taking more utility from the corpses of the teams that tried to come up and kill them. Couldn't be any better.
No.
Right, in the distance as well. Schofield finds Smash.
Островтан kimin de haber? Bir
Trying to
iki
think
gibi
what that BMX game was called on Ebum's World when I was a
Bir
little
apat
kid,
simulator
where you
boş
like do
idi
little
hıcalat.
flips in 2D space.
لا bu
Sorry, I don't
ortaları
remember
başta
what
bir.
video games were called.
Face'ler ikiler arada.
You're as old as me.
No, don't tell them,
Ne
James.
bu?
This was my secret all along. You can't go revealing it
Kulik
like
sen bile
that.
bile.
Also, I'm not. Also, I'm not.
Bu organister haybetleri bir.
Okay, but none of us are as old.
La bir zaman manne girehter nada bile.
You say that, but we also all know that's not true.
Başkaları
I'm not
hokti
gonna-
hadi.
I'm not gonna say any more though.
Martin was my childhood hero. Like back in the day, I was watching him do whatever he was doing.
Pat simulatora crash tehter nada bit
We
bulunur
have
bile.
obelisks in
Diyelim.
Denmark named after Martin. That's how old he is.
He's stalwart. Anyway, never mind. We've got ourselves BBL here trying to hold down the
Weird
compound, but they're
and
out of the circle. They need to find a transition pretty soon.
Negzi
Howl
hıcaheran
as
bile.
well, just scattered about. They've got a few kills on the board, but again, these transitions are going to be difficult.
In all fairness here, James, I don't think the
She
most
touched it
important thing for
around
them
the
is that I mean, they're getting extra points right now, but seeing Foot die and in the fashion that they did and how early it was, I think that's
Olur le point
the
bezin
main sigh of relief for them. They knew this was going to be a
Karıştır
tough game as soon as they
bakalım.
got into this position, but now having their
Ana
closest
kız.
opponent eliminated this early on, that's
Negzi
huge.
bile.
Now they can
Hayır
turn
gelin
their
negzini bir bunlar
attention
bile.
towards
Zıtlı
potentially
yapadı hıcahat.
what's Samulet, but they still have Nix's to deal with up there in the north. Perfectix looking over towards Matt Bulls
Ana
as well. This game
Oturup
really has
bizden
gone
de.
off in a
Twisted'de de
very
göreyim. Kime de Twister?
As mortars are now starting
Ya
to
Bart
fire out as
nahtırı
well.
bit.
This is
Bazen
kind of what
nahtırı, ha.
Taco is, and that's part of the reason why I tweeted out as well that I'm very interested in seeing how the terraforming of terrain is going to play out. I think on a map like this where it's so open,
Mede
if
hayatla
teams
bir.
can
Mede,
use
хорош.
divots to find cover in the open on a map like this, that
Bir
could
game
really
sonuna
change
gitti
what is a
bulayım ya,
very
game
hard
center
map to
zone.
play through the mid game of.
Yeah, now that you say that, that's a funny scenario. If you don't hit the mortar shot and kill everybody, you give them cover. That would be interesting. But anyway, we have still big fights going off as time goes on here. Perez still locked on to BBL. Madballs is out, thanks to FaZe being able to shut them down on that east side here, but BBL is still trying to dislodge Perez as much as possible. It's a cross shots coming in from Lazar and Baron PEC here as they do knock them down. It's up to Voldemort to really do something, but LW is going to
Azatны вот так гидеман. Ставку выбору.
Сайт хороший.
Now BP team looking for some more action towards that southwestern side. They're still out of the circle, but they have which they can maneuver around and just kind of play spoiler.
Они такие, блядь, да, блядь, тхын сначала. Размен.
Бля, FaZe, пиздец. Весь траин, да, блядь, имею, блядь. А ты же выдохнул, надо.
Фишка, давай. Фишка, давай.
Да, давай, Квентер. Ну, хорош.
А баски добирайте до себя.
Хорош.
Фишка, Ирин, блядь, иди нахуй. Издевайся, что ли, нахуй?
Замания идет в полном айкаде. Gümüş stavkalı da. Kişiler bu.
Ставку домой.
3 gün подряд бодро. Кişi. Бля, батули.
Чисто представили.
Батулин, бля, дамари, бля.
Амбассадор захталит.
Absolute chaos. When you have a downhill center and you have a compound on the east side of that, I mean, all these teams
Под самолетом пережилит.
they'd rather just fight one another and call it quits
А бас бейт голод.
by a team set safely in a compound.
Poor Iro. What can he do?
Бестолочь ргалы.
Team is technically still in reach of being able to push themselves on towards the upper echelons of this tournament. It might not be the greatest game for them, but it is a game of all time here. As how keep themselves
now in placement points too. Points will be gathered
Амбасса бейт. Пани, блядь.
Эрик не хотел, бля.
Кое-то поделай. Давай, ты стирай.
It's gonna be tough for him to really go anywhere from here.
Seems like Pod Samolet's got bored and has now flexed out of their compound for the 2-2 split here to try and shut down any teams coming on from that east side. And fair play to them, you know, try and see if they can shut down people coming in from this hillside. Would be fantastic. Depends where the circle is going to go.
Здесь выживает двигатель. Один хватило девда, 300 тага не доведли. Ага, 300 тага. Верханулся был, да.
I mean, going into a wrangle to finish things off, that's going to be incredibly.
Да, хаватах тащи нам, бля.
Teams we can have joining in for the race for the top. Now that Matt Bulls so rudely took away one of the spots early on, the better final we're gonna get.
Чему вы командир халла где-то? Кимде петли, 300 тага.
And the thing is that they've got the chops to be able to do it. Like
full состав под самолет реванш. Она видели, видели.
Бля, блин, конечно, вариант у него тут раз.
Ага, навіть дорогая, на тигу нулявым на кует по зону аферин килядр.
Бля.
По току, ах, по очкам. За одну карту кем бы хочу колб. Кто-то выиграет.
He can share with the rest of the team. Speaking thereof, man himself able to find Hello Senpai. Knock might not do much, but at least that's info gathered for Samuel who have a rotation.
Делай, Данте, хорош.
Nice. Сука, блядь. Пизда нахуй.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say for someone like Dante, this sounds hard. He was the weak link of question marks when it came to like those international tournaments. But I mean, if he's found kind of the foundations here on Pad Samolet to be able to push further forward, then more power to him.
Блин, 300 хая вторая, бля.
The distance here, Twisted Mind's making a bit of a mad dash towards Pod Samolet's position. Has Pod Samolet spread out a little bit too far? Because if Twisted Minds can get in here and put on some pressure, that might be able to dislodge them.
Yeah, we'll see if they can turn on the thrusters here, force them off. Right now, it's kind of just Pin trying to fend them off as Presenti and Rux are both kind of sprinting for the exit of this compound. They want to go up towards Pin. They have him in a really good position. I like the idea. They saw the split. They wanted to punish them, but also a really nice disengage from Pod Samulet to get out into the field safely.
Yeah, got to agree. And they knew from the time they had the fields as a potential extra to move to right. They knew that for the most part they cleared out a lot of what was going on in the north. As long as
Populist
LW
pizza tarafta bara. Banya minus 2 tane cevabında.
Bare.
Minus balta tane cevabında banya.
LW lost a lot of members. They can see we're not dying in the distance as well.
Wenta banya ko yung chat. Barnol na
Very convenient for sure. A lot of damage.
Kunyana mang ti horiyon.
Kita ikitimin kayo.
Хорош.
Подсамолет вырман.
Самый топ-1 его надо добить сейчас. انت خلل.
وياش. اللي هو وياش.
Bash.
Well.
A little bit.
Oh, لا. شيء كده ودود.
Unfortunate. Maybe could have been a bit more intense move away on the left-hand side. Leosh on the right didn't really connect fully. As more smokes will go down, they're going to pressure and apply some big damage potentially on here. Extens is already very, very low now. This is going to be a quick and easy finish up with the FAMAS as well. Instantaneous here. Now all they have to do is find Leosh and get rid of him.
Bas, example хорош, да.
Example,
custom caution to make sure that if there's someone set up on the hillside
Şanslı birinciydi water'ga bilet.
can't just blindly
Planga
go for the
baradiler
flush and
bulay
not player
be.
that oftentimes gets you
Twistir bana.
Big moves from Twisted Minds going on.
Ben kasınca komanda var öyle şey bu.
Available for Pod Samulet. A little bit of a shame that we didn't get to catch a lot of what was going on here because Twisted Minds absolutely ripped apart this location, which could give them decent transitionary methods into the next circle.
Lopped the nade and a flash in and just took the fight head on like we see them do more often than not. But Tulin's still isolated, can't quite do that much from this angle as long as this fight is only taking place in the fields down below. In the meantime, what the other guys can do is just spray through the smoke, hope something connects, and a headshot just did that.
Oh, a nice nade coming in from Pin here. Can he clean up even more? Another nade's going to go forwards. He knows that there are kind of, well, pinned up against the side of this field. So maybe there's an opportunity to be able to keep laying in more damage from the distance. That being said, though, Batulans is separated away from them. They're not put all their eggs in this basket over in the field.
Yeah, Batulans has to be on Navigat duty right now. He can't they have 3v1, I think. They should be able to win this fight without the help of the in-game leader. Let's see now, Example lobbing one more nade over. They want to save, of course, some utility for the very end fights, but quite... Can't go forward. Pin, runs off. Does he get the safety? No. Example finds him, and that's going to be 9 kills now for Twisted Minds.
An absolute mish throughout this tournament is Example. There's nowhere near anybody that's going to be touching his kill record from this one. But Navi's got something to say about holding the middle of this circle. They've got some good to be able to use as well. Sloy Jacket somehow still alive on this west side. Should get rooted out pretty quick. And then we've got Twisted Minds versus Navi. It's an El Clasico, but not in the same form that we've previously had in previous tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, Navi, they need to get rid of Floyd right here, right now. They have to start turning their attention towards Twisted Minds because the more time you give them, the better positions they're going to get into. We'll see where the final circle goes, but if it goes anywhere east, even with Favor set somewhat center right now, already you can see the way Twisted Minds are positioned. The reason they're not moving at all is because they know that they have the best spot.
Slow and steady.
Sniper var bana.
Kötü komanda barda uçuşlar kabul edebileceğine ısındılar.
Hold on to already been spotted by again Example. The eyes of a hawk. Ridiculous stuff as he'll have to take cover from all of this.
Сосед наркила хоқты. Сосед бидес мишек кейді білет. Global olan baran білет. Опыта жеге болды. Хами алдар атыр.
Zamen alır bu da.
Zamen alır bu da. Hem bir бидес опыта лам. Тенге жарықтан ағым ба hem bir. Опыта жеге болды атыр. Самый опытный игрок был Нави Эдигне. Это регулар, это вон где-то не было.
Very good stuff by them to get things going, but again, this position that Diffex is in is a little bit vulnerable because eventually they're going to have to move away from it, but their eyes are not being trained on towards this position. Actually, now that I say that, Perfect Example Toolins are looking down that way. Lou is looking to reinforce as well. So leaving Example up here as a spoiler.
A little bit
of space, trying to just force all the attention down towards the south, and it's working right now. Example not being looked at. Ferris now getting out of his hiding, starting to shoot towards the south too. He's still looking north though. He feels like something's wrong. Someone's up there. They've only seen the three of them. There's got to be one more. Diffix taking shots over the hill but can't control the Famas.
Так, сосед, чахата
Needs to reload. Will do so. Petulins on that right hand side. He's
No
still
хуя
aware
волн
that
сеп.
someone
Вон
is there and
танча,
actually gets
вон
blinded off
танча.
for his troubles. No peek across though to be able to take advantage of that.
Ravzan verip et buladı sosed.
Oh,
as Ravzan verip et.
Could see he was keeping an eye on through the grass there. He is looking for
Ravzan verip et.
through that grass to be able to take a shot.
Aşağı indik dealer.
He is so incredibly
Feris.
he had the perfect day on a perfect, but he definitely saw Diffix earlier. So right now he's
Feris tohtan kaldı. PUBG Lite'den kaldı.
right now for maybe
Feris William'ın oynuyordu. William bolan
to aggress because the longer he can stay as a surprise
PUBG
factor, the
Lite'den.
better off he's going to be. Ferris pretty much prone on the dot on the
PUBG
center of where this game is going to end. Should it go all the way
PUBG'ge
there, but I'm pretty sure that
hıbbe
this
hıllaha
push
bildik
now
gibi de ola
once
Feris
the next knock
hıbbe
comes in,
hıllaha.
blink and you'll miss the final couple of
Manlıkka.
kills.
Hugely perfect.
Onlar hıbbe hıllaha der PUBG Lite'den
Tell
yaptı.
his team exactly which
Hıbbe
street
hıllaha
to
aldı.
smoke. As now, Example might try and play spoiler. Sausage already took Perfectix, but Example straight away replies. And against Ferris, these smokes that they've thrown down is actually covering a little bit of that angle. Tries to go for the long range spray. Neither is able to hit it there. Diffix pulls out the mini 14.
Yeah.
Able to hit Example. They're trying to go for it.
Hard connection at a distance there with the red dot on that AR. In the meantime now, Petulins, Lou, all that's left between them is just a tree and a deployable shield. Diffix pushing up, there's just one left alive. Soset found the other. Now that Molly should be on point. The Molly's couldn't return too though.
Топ один
Looking to finish it all off here. Diffix is the
неплохо.
difference maker here for Na'Vi. Na'Vi once again is making an extremely strong case for themselves after the end of yesterday. Who can blame them?
Yeah, cannot blame them whatsoever. Phenomenal finish on this one. Again, full control even when they were taking the fight.
Juggernaut Chief oynayacak emniyet dedi. Perfect start day. Urut.
Gimme.
Kim diyeyim Black kanalı da sıkım nasıl?
We got 3 more remaining though, but before we do that, let's head over to the
Kaçı kanal bari. Discord anla. Buralar alırlar yani. Bruska dilleri yani. Zaten giringen new garaj. O kanal hoş bulabıç. Bu böyle iyi bir semi şok.
Kemik alalım dedi.
Yine basketbol.
Mint oldu. Twisted Minds.
Да. С кем? Фанс карта не выдали üstte. Beni üst alanında. Nere?
Weekend'i bu değil.
Weekend ya.
There are a few teams that now have multiple wins in the grand finals. Mad Bulls, who are sitting in the top spot on the leaderboard. Third is Na'Vi.
Бля, полторы тысячи
Hasn't been able to get multiple wins, so that's something to think
Tamam.
about.
Ne
As we
yapıyor
look at that final fight, though,
Mecha
why
Mad
was
Bulls
Na'Vi
dere.
able to take it in the end eventually?
Biraz öyle Mad Bulls.
Yeah, so there's multiple things.
Bileyim Mad Bulls oynuyor doğulu.
Unfortunate that Example wasn't able to get Diffix.
Eğer kanık bulan.
Some of the clutches we see from Charles and also
Ork dedim
Famas
Erika.
is just so strong. Able to hit Molotov
Bedbun
with
diye.
some nasty
Narosko değiller. Naros.
to able to take them down there is just crazy. But they did have a center compound.
Twisted
bakayım bir yine
One hatta çıkol bitti. Abo siz ben hasta çikolattır bitti Twisted'lerin kimler? İki star Twisted'in bir.
I would have liked to seen a little bit more utility available and used
Hitler biter de
in
tak.
the later stages of the game for Twisted Minds. That could
Renge
have
topu
a huge
bitirdik
difference.
kıyı vura bir daha. Hitler'lere bir
Let's
daha.
see how this game has affected the leaderboard, because of course those two teams are
Topu
trying their
bitirebilirler,
hardest
plus
to
diyor da
close
çıkıyor.
the gap with Mad Bulls. Twisted Minds is getting closer. That's going to be sitting in the back of Coach Scoom and some of his players' minds as well. And you can currently see what it is looking like.
Dik yıllahtır baba böyle Mad Bulls'lar badan.
It is going to be a tough one for Mad Bulls if they
Marın
don't
kill
keep getting
haybettir
some
abi.
more points
Siz
on the
alttan
board if
öte
they want to
çıkıyorlar.
keep that number one spot.
Twisted siz ben ağız. Navi şişi bebiye. All siz bez.
starts making threats at your expense, they're going to live up to
Howl'lar
that
da
for
хорош
sure.
да.
Howell
Kimde
as
Howl
well
bada da.
did a little bit to get
Oh,
some
bilin
points
Howl
on the
pidis
board,
kallar ba.
keeping a 15-point
Patid
lead
guldi.
over their next highest competitor for the PGS slot in foot
Howl
esports.
manna
But
tedis kodran kallana
Samulet maybe
lang
had an
warar naha
opportunity to get
pajofka.
something a little bit more from that game if they were able to hold that push against Twisted Minds, but they've kept themselves relatively competitive. 22 points. We've still got 2 maps left to go. Pick up a win on Erangel and they could be right in the mix as well.
It was interesting. There was a little bit of a strategy there starting with Navi. They're not doing a lot until the end game, kind of sitting still, especially we saw this here, and then waiting almost to make sure that they can get the necessary placement points before they get aggressive.
I think partially it was out of necessity because Hakatori decided it was time for trolling 3 minutes into this game. You've made a send directly over into the compound that Dante has looted basically every single game of
Hakatori
taking. I'm not sure if he anticipated that they would have made a move, but forcing the rest of the squad to play out from a 3-man, and it was a tough circle to decide what to do. They stuck relatively close to the river, but thankfully picked the correct side of it to give them an opportunity to find a compound. And realistically, Martin, the best performers in this tournament are the ones who stay out of harm's way and bide their time and only make the pushes when it's safe to do so.
Yeah, safe kills are the most important, and I think that's one of those things you have to take once you go into the higher level of the tournament. Only engage and spend time if you can really have an impact. Secure some of these skills here. We saw that throughout, but also fantastically smart played by Navi throughout. Right there, their decision making, their timings, and their uses of utility throughout the game is just putting them on another level. And also Diffix here with 3 gear and FAMAS is just, yeah, it's just so strong and it's so hard to play against.
It's exciting to see all of these teams rising up. More so when you keep seeing them making the final fights, as I mentioned earlier. However, there is one moment in this particular game that we have to talk about. And as you watch Navi finish this off, let's head all the way back to the beginning. Avenger, what was Ibiza doing?
I actually saw him tweet, and he said, I tried to use the ace with 2x or 4x 2 times, and I whiffed both times. So I think he's not going to use ace anymore with anything but the red dots or the holos.
So I think that's probably a moment he would like to forget, which is convenient though, because he's actually shared with us a moment he loves to remember. This is Ibiza's favorite moment from competing in PUBG.
Med boost, twisted Navi, oh. Bada bed boom pizzeşti nahı. Üst kartta bilet.
Hey guys, I'm Ibiza from Netbulls, and this is my most memorable.
Üst kartta behnin şkollarına nahı. Çevide takarım.
It was in 2018 during PGI.
Okay.
It was the first time I played in a really big arena. It had a lot of people watching, and it was a third-person clip. People still talk about it these days, but it's kind of funny. Like, still come to my chat. Or
Top 1 по киллам. Example. Ариан Twitter'ın путевкалавда.
Аббас, нихуя.
Олимпиада. Коби бигге травды бая. Айко, Коби убая. Олимпиада var. Аббас кырынгыты бу рукуту ПКС-ка дыржалар.
Да, окорокоп.
Не погодитесь. Окорокоп эмети бита. Антоне Австралия сборная хахайрын сборная составына ордахана барып путевкалайлар. Почти. Там у них тохпытта. Олимпиада путевкаларга чисто азиаттар тигишам dedi. Океанария мен деп путилдер. Сингапур, Чепчеке лидер хохтар ба.
Океания.
Олен Чепчеке хакатыр барып баралыктар нада била хакайрт. Татын странаттын киши. Расадин эмейлер не Таджикистанда. Абу глобал айпта да руку.
Such a special moment because I did really good at that event.
Басты кечените сапок.
Басты готова.
I don't know. It was just a really cool moment.
Кубок наций. Лики битер. Это. Басты глобал.
Avenger, first thing that comes to mind when you see that.
Yeah, I will never forget the boys winning, you know, both second place and FVP and TPP at that event. And also the fact that because of this, Ibiza got the whole way that the smokes work in PUBG changed. They made them bloom bigger and higher so that you can't do this anymore because he managed to use this and make it like such a big impact. So super cool thing and good memory here from Ibi.
Banyak.
I love that he could even change the game saga.
Yeah,
Var da banyak.
It's so cool to see like old clips of old PUBG, everyone swimming around in rivers, surviving until phase. Like the roots of where this game came from to where it is now, and the story alongside it is just amazing. But damn, those arenas back in the day, so nice, man, so nice.
Jag var halvsten
We need another arena. We're just throwing it out there, PUBG. If you agree, make sure that you spam all those PEC emotes in chat. Okay, we are halfway through the final day of the grand finals. This is it. 3 games left, Vikendi and 2 Erangels. After this, we will crown a champion. Quick break, and then we get straight back into game.
Kenji, progress karta.
Good. Thanks. Nice, looking healing. One more. Outside my house. South side. I'm holding it. Knocked him, nice. Nice. One on me still. I'm flashing in front of you, Luca. Nice. One knock. 2 knocks. Nice. One. All that.
Nice. Where's that car? Car's behind us, south. Green. Shoot, Chris.
I'm shooting. They crashed me. They crashed.
Take the kills. Nice.
Good. I'm getting shot. Bomb 2 active. All 3 active. Try.
I'm doing it.
Dump your fucking shot. Hold the containers for him, Gustav. Re-knock?
Yep.
Go back now.
I did.
Nice. Bro. Knocked. Behind you.
Yeah. You could have raised the other guy better. He got flushed. Okay. Chill. I'm good. Thanks.
Nice. Looking
healing. One more. Outside my house. South side. I'm holding it. Knocked him, nice.
Nice.
One on me still. I'm flashing in front of you, Luca. Nice.
One knock.
2 knocks.
Nice.
One. Chill.
All that. Nice. Where's that car? Car's behind us, south. Green. Shoot, Chris.
I'm shooting. They crashed me. They crashed.
Take the kills. Nice.
Good. I'm getting shot. Bomb 2 active. All 3 active. Try.
I'm doing it.
Dump your fucking shot. Hold the
Kisi abdi jike.
It's a great evening. We got 3 more games to go here, and of course, I'm reminded about PGI 2018. Me and Avenger, when that was happening, I remember very vividly us jumping around in front of our little analysis desk as time was ticking down as Ibi was trying to make that ridiculous play. And look at that, we're going to get him back on LAN again. That's very exciting, Toby. It is. I reached out to him yesterday as well, kind of preemptively congratulating him on having made their way to PGS, and he was, safe to say, incredibly excited about it. First land for him in over 2 years. I mean, it's huge. A player that people never forgot about Eevee. That's saying much. But compared to how big a name he was back then, back in 18-19, and how other people stepped up and kind of took his crown off his head and became bigger than he was, for him to now be back up there once more, I think he's a player that from start to finish has earned every step of respect that he's been granted throughout the scene.
Наружка брат, ким Facebook буде?
You can see him from miles away.
А?
Just with that, he's I don't actually know. I think he might be. We might be same height, me and him. But in any case, he's just a nice guy, all around super nice guy.
All right, let's get to it. Our final Erangel, our final Vikendi of the tournament. Before we move on to Erangel, that's what I wanted to say, as we've got ourselves a decent playing path. Probably not getting our Dino Land ending that we want here, Toby.
We forgot to spam it before the game started. In any case, if you're hoping for Dino Land ending, everyone, I'm just following my script here. Make sure to spam some dancing dinosaurs in the chat. I do love them, and honestly, I think you do too, James. I know you say that you don't like them, but it's one of those kind of secret things where you want to seem cool, but they actually are really cool.
No,
dancing dinosaurs.
I'm okay with this part of your contract because I like Dino Land. So
fair.
I almost said Donut Land.
Zona twist'e verir.
You probably would like that too.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Yep. I could go into a long story time with James and buying donuts, but I will save that for another time as the circle takes us down towards the southwest. Now, James, who does this circle favor the most in terms of teams that really need things going their way?
Zona бятын тайтын деуде. Капитанны var arımda. Tanya Hamanda, kapitan.
Technically speaking, Twisted Minds played a great game from here when it came to Vikendi, right? So maybe they can convert even more, but just in general, what do these teams like about Vikendi in general? Let's find out.
We as a team really like Vikendi because there is so many options to be aggressive, to push on foot. It's actually really similar to Miramar.
Мені не подобається Вікенді як кіберспортивна мапа. Чим вона відрізняється, це те, що
Хуя не смішно, блядь.
Що робить макроігру команди більш передбаченою.
Ханны бутайды. Медбулс, Твиз.
Было бы, конечно, здорово, если бы
были еще его. Нави, да? Нави кем будет?
Есть?
I knew they were gonna sneak him into the second one as well. They probably after the first one reach out to Matt. Can we have you say this again? We need to show it, Trice. And yeah, Matt just not a fan, man. Just not a fan.
To pull the curtain back a second there, as soon as that video starts, please include the Matt again. Please include the
Oh, phenomenal.
The
production of this tournament, they always know how to get the good laughs out, and much respect.
Give me
you guys. You know who you are. Enjoy the compliments.
That was good. That was good. We also saw a suit of armor. I'm happy about that. I'm not. Why is that person so small?
And why does that little baby have such a mature, angry face?
It's like me stood next to Avenger. Like not or you in fact at tournament. That's why I need the
True. This is you without
the
angry little man, and all we can do is look into the camera and go, yep, that's what we got to work with. And with that said, this is the circle that the players got to work with for the most part. I mean, again, we are going to see a foot playing, depending, of course, on where face takes us, but somewhat center, already claiming a high ground terrain, which in Vikendi, I would say more than most other maps, is crucial, mainly in similar fashion to Miramar, because high ground A is good, but B, because the low ground is so open and full of fields, if players get stuck out there, that is points for the taking for you if you have high ground locked down.
Yeah, I feel like we see an abnormal amount of circles in this area, actually, when it comes to Vikendi. I mean, of course, we really have a small sample size to go off Vikendi as a whole. Never mind just this tournament alone. Whenever we end up down here, as you say, it's super difficult. It's so for teams to try and transition away from. So when you want to play an area like this, early, having the compounds available to you.
It's yet another reason I want to bring it up again, not that we know exactly when or if it's even gonna come into competitive play, but when we have these maps that are just compound favoring, like this one right here, this game could very well end in this exact compound or around it, and if it does, unless if Entropic gets crashed and gets wiped in doing so, they're pretty much guaranteed to make it 5. If we do see the terraforming of terrain, whether it's with nades, mortars, pickaxes, you name it, that could open up the fields much more to use for play, and especially when we then have high ground shifted out of the circles. I mean, fields could become very viable. Also because the current dips that we have, they are pretty visible. Players know exactly where they are. That's why they're so easy to mortar, because people know the exact pixel of the map. When you start to create your own dips, just 5 meters off in a given direction, that's a mortar missing, right? So all of a sudden, harder to just completely headshot you with mortars.
Sheila, بقول شو تقول ناو تيجي هنا بيقول بلد شيلا عند بده.
Viewing, because again, I'm in two minds about how it's going to go. Is it going to be unbelievably strong, or is barely anybody going to use it? I just don't know yet. I just don't know in competitive. So it'll be interesting to see the development when it comes to the meta.
I imagine it being one of those where it won't have the biggest impact, but when it does have an impact, it's a big one. You know what I mean?
Sure.
It's going to be few and far between where it's really going to matter, but when it will matter, those random field endings, it's going to set a team into a top 5 that would have normally died in 12th.
Oh, blah.
They're not careful for themselves. Slowjack is already down as August is rocking up to yet another fight. I feel like they've been a bit more aggressive today, and actually it's paid off a little bit here and there. CC and X-Fine Schengen as well, so they take the 2 down there.
Yeah, not the way they would have wanted this one. Again, only 3 games left to play, and they are set in a spot from worst. I mean, finding a spot, finding 5 points is how. Not easy. With only now 2 games to play, for them having just 2 players left alive, it's starting to look, if not impossible, then close there too.
Минус когда хотим дявили надо остаться позитивным, брат. Она горит, он один. Да, Когда был ставку так один, да. Железобетон, да.
Заменил бутыль разумеяла до типа.
Только быстрее там заменил албатта.
А ты типа рекиметра манавил.
Рекиметра манавил. Вероятно, скоро.
It's kind of
interesting. There's
so much space on that western side. The reason that we're seeing a big kind of entanglement of teams around the center and the center is because you have 2 big mountains. One of them right here up towards Lumberyard, the second one further down towards south on the southwestern side of Tecomesto. Teams haven't opted to wrap all the way north. Because teams are forced to open. We're seeing with PBL now setting up a bridge camp or gate camp, I should say. Navi will find one.
Yeah, Ferris Falls, also Hakatori gone down as well here.
Yine X'lerin day'den girildi.
Paralarını sayayım.
Заебал нахуй, бля! СССР ты на бля, фу, сука!
СССР топ-1. СССР толорная яндар.
Басеби.
Бля, туй бунави нахуй, бля! Ой, нахуй!
This is the result of it. Teams forced to fight in open positions. You have Pot Samulet with half the circles away.
If there were any opportunity to strike out Twisted Minds on Mad Bulls, had to be 3 good games in a row. Oh yeah, it's probably not. Actually, now that I look at the difference between Mad Bulls and Twisted Minds, and actually, they find themselves both very close to one another here.
Ahmet Buls'ta gibi de radyo. Mesela
لا.
zorla Ahmet Buls'ta olabilir.
ترتس كارت بدلات قيت تخطر بلاد
Naki girdiğinde her gün karşılığın ırgalık belemgin de aynı girdiğinde. Katık sürüyoruz mu sonra? Alacastan kaya. Oturum zonlar varlar. Hadi. Ya bulan bir yer kabaralım na kaptızı da. Savaklar mana kurtiga na manani. Bra ne bir bunda help kendi bittim. Bra karıştan herhalde bir canlarım.
With who was it? Matt and Foot and Twisted Minds.
I do wonder if it will trigger a response from either Mad Balls or Twisted Minds if they see knock close to them in the kill feed. We'll see if time goes on here, because both of the teams are just so far ahead. There's really not a threat. Look at Rooks, though, already takes down Ruin on the trade for all of that. It looked like Howl had the upper hand on them for a second there, but look, Rooks just decides, actually, we're really, really good this tournament.
Didn't have the upper hand, had the position, and Matt Balls won it. Now they're going to go on the hunt for Quick as well. They know he's a solo player. They have absolutely nothing to fear. Howl. As a matter of fact, I mean, they're doing Foot and Pot Samuel a massive favor by risking their lives, so to speak, by taking down Howl players. Howl, though, will be able to regroup with the remaining three, but from the compound they had, now a shack to the southern side of Lumberyard, not exactly an upgrade.
Whistling in the background as well. Tuesday, what a
Kim tweeted Ulbuday. Senpai haydi.
W is done. Disaster game for them, unfortunately.
Top oynuyorlar, top oyun.
For Twisted Minds with another kill point on the board now. Matt already has as well. So really not changing things too much. Adu's going to keep circling around this and taking some pot shots from the high.
If this fight comes into a close-range skirmish, which it kind of already is, Adusi needs to figure whether or not it's worth it for him to stay airborne for this long, because not only is it limited what he can see from there, but he has to spend half the time shooting and the other half kind of making sure that his glider is in a good position. Vard, what a nice headshot over the top there.
Yeah, I'm looking for a little bit more at the moment. They know that Aduzi was taking shots from the high ground, so they know that they can actually push on this a little bit more aggressively, considering it is kind of a 3v4 situation at the moment. And more nades will go for
Там говоришь.
Spiro has to get out of there. This is dangerous.
Camera angle baiting us there for a second. Spiro able to get to safety, get away from there. Doozy again still airborne, has to leave here too. And PPT, I hate to just kind of keep saying the same thing over and over, but yet another fight where they lose players in the early game.
It's absolutely correct.
لا مرة خطر خيالي بلا.
As Lyron tries his best to dodge a little bit of a molly coming his way. Just another beam. He goes for the shots on Global Army. Doesn't quite connect with that spray. Can actually retreat back. Saw another member coming across that hill.
Absolutely huge fight for Foot Esports here. If they can take down Orclus, they get so much control of this southeastern hilltop. They will be able to scout all the way in, look for potential places to go in the circles to come, should they not go down towards the southeast.
Amy goes for the peek again. We've seen him do some brilliant peeking and some brilliant sprays before. Vard now opens things up against Lyra. He's already down thanks to that nade. Honor is actually looking for an alternate angle. Brilliant headshot here against Honor to reply back to what was gonna be kind of the trump card in this fight, but Orgless might not fall as he looked to take down Vard.
What an angle as well in the heat of the moment to fight might be coming CC though now Raven back over will find Beamy, take him down 8C T-Bone. So back in the air once more to see what he can find. Beamy has been dealt with by him, so a little bit of revenge goes come through. Now do you go for the rest on Vard? Do you go for more? On the other side instead T-Bone finds one, will get the flush on him as well. Can they find Lyron as well down to under half HP? Spots him, sees him, takes him down, and that is Orclus out. Foot alive, but can they get Vard back up here? Remain as 3.
Because there's still the hawk in the skies, a dude looking at you and trying to do something about it. I can't believe he stole away one of those knocks. That's crazy stuff here. But, you know, it's only a doozy really trying to make these plays happen. We're back on board.
This circle out in the middle of the open we go, looking for anywhere to go with the circle shift. And well, luckily for him, there ain't a whole lot of people around because, or I should say, but that's because we all know the importance of making the way up. Other games end in this exact location in the last chance qualifiers, and now, well, here we are once more.
Yeah, Paris got themselves a pretty decent spot to be able to work with.
Ще поясаки двере.
Decent plateau to work with as well.
На заметку.
Sometimes car faults can be very useful in a spot like this, so keeping those cars good to go is very important because you can see the angle that people like compound that they had ages ago. They've been here for a long, long time. Aduzi's gone as well, though, from this game. Finally, Bumble Squad deals with him.
Yep, Glider wasn't to live
Бля, холдер'ın görüyor центр
the
zonalarında
only
holder.
proper aviators, the bumblebees of PUBG, take down the imposter in a doozy.
Fiziki
Good
mete.
job, guys. Good job.
Бля. Аппараттар хабытырда.
You ain't our queen. We will take you down and do in the meantime.
На заметке айнан en kayışkıdır bu da.
Currently waiting for the foot rotation to come in. They know they've lost this one, so why not try and take foot down with you? It seems very personal.
Такие заметки не записываю. Бу позиционный.
Does Bumble Squad have a slogan? Because if it ain't join the swarm, they're doing it wrong, right? Am I right?
Yeah.
Фейстер, сука, хара свободно делать, бля.
I feel like that's a French with similar team colors.
Манна барангати бу манна, бля. Потом манна не хупа.
If it was taken. But who knows? Who knows? Maybe T1, no vest. It was a level 3 vest once, not to be any longer as all of foot come on little do they know that they're running into a fully stacked compound of win or die.
Very important. More important than me googling the slogan, which I can't find. Moves on into one of the houses. They're actually giving him an entry point here. I feel like that's a bit of a vulnerability. And Leosh is vulnerable as well. As Vard gets him from the window, this is exactly what I was talking about. You can't let somebody just rock up on this building and have off angles on you.
Very good up close, but as we can see,
it's
from the west side as well, it's very limited where Foot can position themselves from to heal, to lay low, and get back on their feet, and it simply is not gonna happen. Foot try to approach the compound. I like the fact that Win or Die opted to remain quiet here, allow them and lure them in, and then take them out. They came with danger still, but they knew what they were doing, and they take out Foot, and now the circle's shifting. Still in it with 3 players up. They love the fact that they just saw Foot Esports down.
Yeah, can't fault it. When I Die told me to shut the hell up here, but we got Ascend. Be careful. Mortar's really down on this position. They know a few more are coming in as well. So they're going to try and complete the negate the damage. It's going to be coming in. Almost hit BBL. It's just a perfect spot to launch them from.
Yeah, it's again compound. As soon as Mortars were announced, we knew that it was gonna just be yet another kind of addition. Already in good spots, and here we see he ain't done yet. He's lobbing them in all directions. Mortars doesn't matter if it has BBL or Ascent's names on it. He will find it. And Mika and Chris now both on their knees.
Just to actually frame this for a second, the fact that Hello is adjusting his ranges and being able to hit both of these locations as rapidly as he's doing, so very good stuff here coming out from Win or Die, as now they are going to be thinking about how they're going to transition away from that compound, because they are going to be vulnerable. Bumble Squad goes up against the road. There's so many teams that always try to throw positions. What is happening? Oh, okay, we're in a car.
We were in a car, now we're out of it, and now Ascent is out of it too. BBL able to stay alive, stay afloat. Left alive, but they will claim the spot. Just waiting for a mortar shell to come in. But already on the move, so not expecting that to be happening anytime soon.
Yeah, there's almost certainly no more shells for them, unfortunately. Which if they did have them, could have cleared up a lot more for all of intents and purposes. But now Pod Samulet on the far west side.
Kaya vardı. Kaya kimde var? Baraka. Baran Feister'e hava. Uf. Also only hit. Only to die.
Probably a spot alongside the road again, like all the other teams.
For Pat Samulet, I mean, I don't think they really minded Bumble Squad kind of leaping in front of them. It opened up. Not only did it open up a fight that they could third party should they want to, they opted not to, but it also gave them a whole lot of info on where everyone else was, because everyone started shooting at them as they were transitioning. In the meantime, now Bulls and Face up towards the north side of the circle here. Important fight to come up victorious, because if you win it, especially with where the circle is right now, you can see the rest of the game here.
Yeah, you can. This is maybe an opportunity for one of these teams to really start roasting the rest of the lobby. Mad Bulls is swinging on around against James and Jurexi up at the top, trying to go for some shots to see them through the tundra, as they'll back off after taking that shot, realizing they've revealed themselves.
Yep, maybe trying to back off. Do they know
Блядь,
though
арасылар
that
нахер,
Twisted Minds have pulled up
сука.
right behind them again? Twisted Minds trying to set
Twisted'ler
themselves up
bile.
with third-party opportunities. Pair up
Noktaatlar
gifted
nahar.
with the center circle in this one. Bumble Squad inside the circle too. It's Spiro, it's Entropic, and it's
Doğru.
Stamina to have to make moves.
Big potential here. Mad Bulls and Twisted Minds running into one another. You can already see here that the tension from Mad Bulls is completely turned towards the team now coming up on the east side.
Ja,
PP is still driving, taking shots from a few of these members here from Twisted Minds. FaZe is also looking this way, but Mad Bulls, they have to shut this down somehow, but they're already taking casualties against it. This is deadly for Mad Bulls. The team that's on their heels after so long of being in first place at the moment is now under threat as Quizzy goes down.
It wouldn't be EMEA in the 2020s if it did not have Twisted Minds fighting for a win on the final day with 2 games to go. All the way through it. Mad Bulls down and out. All the kills gone in favor of the team that's currently hunting them.
Are Mad Bulls gonna flub this? They've been in so much
Sesiyet
control
kan
for
bara
so long
sana.
in this tournament, and Twisted
Face
Minds have
comeback.
said it every single day, Toby. The conquerors of EMEA are back to try and take their throne once again. 4 on the board for them, and there's still some potential here. That being said, FaZe could shut this down, even though now the lead for Mad Bulls has been significantly tightened.
Nice Nate coming over. Really good start on this one. They know that Batulans fell early, and
Was
it's
it
now up
beat?
to FaZe to decide, do we want to, as you said, just run on over and take the fight to them, or do we like this current high ground position too much to give
Exemplar
up in a chase
просто
down
Mad Bulls hayashledi. Innika konkurrendan tiyan. Twisted'ler.
I like the fact that FaZe
Kimden
hold
hırlar
their
oldu.
again.
Onda
We've
bara
seen them
allara
in
diyorlar
times
hacılar.
where they
Olen
needed the points
barallı.
desperately. Right now, maybe not so much, but where they really did, and lost players for being arguably a bit greedy. This time around, they say, no, there's too much on the line. It's too important for us to stay all 4 alive, especially with the position that we've just got.
Thankfully, they're not in a silo, not in a vault this time around, so the influence is going to be less impactful compared to last time around. Goes down, Iroh is able to take out the rest of Twisted Minds. They're gone down.
Ja, FaZe de riskade med lite
Lead in the works for Mad Bulls at the moment. Entropic trying to hold on against the position that they see here. Hal took this position very, very early on to try and find themselves a decent bunker down against the road. But Spiro with a nade somehow, some way from the distance. Cheeky man.
Önce bled sesiyetten bıraksan
Ama Mehmet ne edersin?
Eline ayağı vurdu muhtemelen.
There's still a lot of PGC
Face не oldu valla.
BP team to be able to rag up some extra to separate themselves
Sadece 1 pointe bitti. 2 pointe bitti.
Is huge, and Spiro is doing everything he possibly can to get everything.
Чевірі нахтонар bitti.
FaZe.
Пойди, блин, сразу таким видом бакалей альтернат.
Important PGC points here.
Уже топ-7 oldu bu.
Top-6.
Блин, спайры не хавықтыры.
Пяточку лах oldu bütün.
Really in the gladiators pit. They're all going to be pitted against one another.
Yani уже блин уже тетечка вахтыр gibi.
As long as they can shut down win or die here.
Hatta блин или алахтарын пяточку лах dedim.
Exactly. They like the high ground, but they also have to have a
Ay,
place to
bedrock
go once the high ground gets
Rimski var stol. Çuda oğlum böyle.
Biz hiyashka hava var ya.
Doing so without taking casualties from elsewhere, they should be golden. You can see here they're still trying to use the space that they have for as long as they do. 30 seconds until the blue closes in. As Gustav with nades in hand now starts lining them up.
Yeah, noticeably he had 5 nades on him until he actually dropped 2 on the pass by, realizing his teammate didn't have some. So they're spreading out the resources a little bit, knowing that just a few nades here and there, but most importantly, nades used at exactly the same time will pin down win or die better than just one person using them all in tandem with one another.
Throwing smokes now as well. This is a nice bait because they're not even aggressing. They're throwing the smokes if they're going to push down, and it sends win or die on their heels. They're running the other direction, desperate to try and get away from the FaZe push. Little do they know, FaZe never pushed that position to begin with. So nice setup, denying them a chance to take the fight proper, forcing them down the hill, and now they are the victors of high ground. They have all kinds of control up there. No more an opponent nearby that you need to worry about. This is what I'm talking about when I'm saying make elbow room for yourself. Force teams away from you so that you can play with more control.
Yeah, and if they know it's terror in that compound below them, they know they're not moving because then they don't move. They're happy with the compound that they have, so they can give up a little bit of the control on the north and the west side here. A triple blue zone, unfortunately, doesn't quite connect with Hal. Doesn't go too far enough. And now Howl still surviving.
Submanka smoke wadda.
Has been allowed over the other side of that intersection.
Khayesh ke maine
I mean, again,
wadda.
the smoke works out perfectly. They're baiting them to the best of their ability. 2 smokes needed, and what you get for it. Actually, only 1 smoke, and you kind of bait the utility off a win or die. They're really being played with mentally right now.
God, what a vantage point FaZe has. I mean, they did so well, excuse me, in a previous weekend, and now they've got themselves such a strong position of power to work with once again. It's like, unfortunately for all of these other teams, they've been corralled into one another, and that is only mean doom for the rest of them, whilst FaZe has the pick of the litter.
Our eyes stay on Howl, though, for the moment. While they are being peppered with shots from above, as code Marco falls, they are also the ones currently inside qualification. At 111 points, they're looking to get even more, but it's a tough situation here. Outside the circle, they have to move forward. Gustav has fallen, so that's a little bit of pressure on the side of Howl that might just have dissipated.
One thing I won't mind from FaZe is maybe just a little bit more of a flex out towards the north now. They've conceded as much as I said that they, you know, were anticipating no move from the team in the compound. Aatrox and Leosh here still doing damage to Howl across the way. Shutting them down completely. For Howl, they are caught between a rock and a hard place. It should be over for them in just a second.
It was Quetpa in the previous one getting extra points when the game seemed completely over, and it will be him once more. 21 players alive, maybe a placement point, maybe a flush and an unaware player could give Howl a little extra. How many times have we seen it where 1, maybe 2 points is the difference in whether or not you qualify or not, but no more are to be found as Howl fallen next.
Howl have perched themselves on success from almost draws in the past, so yeah, we have very well established that just 1 or 2 points can be the absolute difference maker here in EMEA. As Fex here still, now that the circle has shifted towards that compound, their priority is going to have to change a little bit. They do still have some of this area to play, but maybe looking all the way south to that roadside. If they keep the teams pinned down there, that's great, as long as they don't start trying to somehow scale this hill.
I think right now for phases once again, kind of great. We managed to keep win or die down the hill once. Let's do it again. This time we won't be doing it with utility because, as you can see, they quite literally have none. Now it's a matter of forcing win or die into the fields or staying on the low ground so FaZe can stay up high by themselves. Force them into each other, set up a third-party opportunity, and push on forward off of it.
Still somehow Pod Samulet alive. Correct, he finds extents. Sorry, mate. For a win or die, they are trying to slowly move up this hill and try and apply some pressure to FaZe, but I feel like that kind of venture had to be abandoned. Hello, another head.
I even got jump scared off of that one. I thought they were both back down behind the other ridge line, but there he came out of nowhere just to be taken down instantly after.
It's like when you're at a carnival and you're given a BB gun and you're like, things are popping up in front of you, you just got to shoot at them.
Just a whack-a-mole out of nowhere. Complete surprise then. Surprise whatsoever. They knew what was going down. 8 kills now, vehicles to work with elsewhere, and plenty of trees to set up cover from. 3 guys in a car, we've seen it before, it gets dangerous, but luckily for them, everyone else is occupied elsewhere.
Yeah, so Pod Samulet is putting on pressure against Pera, but Schofield did flex out eventually onto that north position to try and put some damage towards FaZe, or at least some control, which is an important move here for Pera if they want to get a win on the board. But they've still got Pod Samulet to deal with. The good thing for Pera is that Bumble should be crushing into Pod Samulet as well.
Yeah, sure should. Seems like that's going to be the case right now. Pera is currently standing and holding their ground really, really well. That's Pod Samulet down. What do they do off of this, though? Do they go back inside the compound? And Fex, they are one. Fex is sprinting forward with 11 bullets to his name and trying to claim extra points. 9 kills now for FaZe as they go 4v4 against Pera. Pera down on the bottom of the leaderboard, want to claim whatever more points they can here by the end of the tournament.
This rotation from FaZe is a very carefree play. It's a very GPT play. The fact that they've come all the way to the south here to just try and find some extra kill points wherever they can, and they are feeling all the confidence in the world. Lazarus has got to go down here, and they've got even off angles on the high ground from Jeans to be able to shut all this down. This is perfect. Teams in EMEA that once they're warm, they become practically unstoppable. FaZe is definitely one of them. Absolutely no fear in their life. They're playing with all kinds of confidence, and they're hitting every single shot. And Schofield, well,
3 seconds ago, we had a lot of teammates and probably plenty of plans of how they were going to come out victorious in this game. Now it's all on him to try and figure out how he deals with the titans that are FaZe Clan.
Yeah, there's almost no way, right? If he's going to be looking towards Jinx, that would be one way to initially solve this puzzle. But even the shots coming in, does manage to hit Jinx, but Jinx does not have to continue peeking. He knows the numbers advantage is very much in their favor, so he could just heal if he wants to allow the other 3 to SWAT team this building.
Team's just quick picking 3 times with 1 HP as well. Goes to show the confidence they were playing with. 13 kill win here for FaZe. What a huge game.
That rotate south for them to just pile on the pressure against the teams that were already under pressure was the most egregious play from a GPT team. We're in the globals anyway. There's no problem. So let's see how it all unfolds. But another win on the board for FaZe. They're looking for more PGC points here, Toby.
Yeah, they sure are, and it's looking fantastic. Again, Gustav said it in the interview on day 1. Day 1, bad. Day 2, medium. Day 3, top 3. And right now, well, that's where they are.
All right, we've got 2 more games to go. Let's head back to the desk to break down the Tundra, the Kendi.
2 wins today for FaZe Avenger. That is a typical Sunday when it comes to PUBG, right?
Yeah, and that's what we would love to see, and especially the confidence pushes here.
They're
like, yeah, there's more points, let's send it in. And I love what I'm seeing from these situations here. It's just enjoyable PUBG to watch.
How much fun was it watching Twisted Minds take out Mad Balls, Saga? We have a fight for first place on our hands now. Yeah. This is exactly how I love it.
Look, they don't make empty threats. They really don't. As if you've got a hit out on your head, the henchmen Batulins, you've got to watch your back. And unfortunately, they had FaZe on the opposite side, so Mad Balls ran out of space, ran out of options. And they just gave those points
Twisted Mind diye bir de olan.
between the two
in
first and second place. So all comes down to a wrangle to see who's going to be crowned champions.
It's going to be really interesting highlights on your screen right now. Overall, though, what did you think of Vikendi, Avenger?
Yeah, as a great friend of mine would have called out, and maybe Casa during this game multiple times, it would have been said, it's a bombardment.
Your man standings are on the screen right now. FaZe Clan with their 13 kills. It's going to push them right on up on that leaderboard, which we'll get a chance to see in a little bit. Ascend still just not finding the luck that they need today. Yesterday, the grand finals as a whole, Saga, it's just not been Ascend's tournament.
It really hasn't, and it's a little unfortunate to watch them try and find a playable position and just get mortared to pieces and then breached, but sometimes that's just how these things go. But on the opposite end of the spectrum, again, yeah, they didn't have the best of spaces, but they still got 6 points on the board, so they're continuing to move the goalpost. And then a team like Pod Samalat, who made it into the top 4, tried to push their way forwards. It's getting progressively harder.
Zaman kim yedi?
I think it's really important with 2 games left. We have to focus on the fact that there is a fight for first place. Avenger, obviously, Twisted Minds versus Mad Balls, but there is also a fight for 3rd place now between FaZe and Na'Vi. It is 2 points separating. It is now all open to figure out how this is going to play out with our top 3. Right?
And of course, the big fight is still happening here with Howl and Foot. Only 15 points are separating them right now. Foot with a good game could jump in and maybe take the lead if Howl has a worse game. But overall, yeah, with 2 games to go, this is the exact grand finals that we would be wishing and hoping for before the whole tournament started.
For sure. Now, Pod Samalat is a team that you've probably seen throughout the group stages and now during the grand finals. They are constantly finishing in the higher placement saga. Not quite at the point where they can contend for those top 4 spaces, but still doing a really good job. And they did just that here in Vikendi as well, making it to the final 4.
They've kept opportunities barely open to try and steal away that spot from Howl with 2 games left to go. It could still be done, but it's their playstyle. Again, very slow, heavy towards the edge, and more than happy to just hold their nerve and allow teams to kind of take position without really feeling too much under threat. So they wrapped basically side by side with Pera for the entirety of phase 1, and then they held the opposite side of the field, and then teams that tried to wrap around the opposite side of them. They kind of held their nerve. They let them push forward to the opposite side of the field, knowing that, okay, we have no threats behind us. We can push over the field, look to clean up people like Sosed, who, the lone survivor of Na'Vi, wrapped his way around. It was just, unfortunately, the curvature of the road, Martin, when they tried to make their push, when the zone dictated it, left them no real option but to try and send it into unfavorable terrain.
Yeah, and overall, like, I've been really enjoying watching PEC Simulator here, and with just a few more marginals, I feel like they could literally been a team that would be in the contention, or even maybe ahead of Howl at this point, Yazaga.
I do wonder, actually. We've mentioned Dante, the ex-question mark player. There's definitely parallels between Pod Samulet's playstyle and that of question mark or now BB team. Playing slow, playing towards the edge. I wonder how much of an influence Dante has really had on bringing this team together. It is a relatively newly formed roster, only sort of during the off-season, a couple of names that hadn't really had too much of an experience on the big stage, so definitely under leadership of someone with that much experience. And they've done very well so far. They've given themselves a chance, but Erangel has to be really good for them to try and capitalize.
For sure.
It has to be really good for them. It has to be really good for a lot of other teams as well. Avengers, seeing as we're meeting the final two games, there are teams that we are not talking about because they have just not been able to make it or make an impression. And one of them is BB team. What is happening with these sort of crowd favorites? I think BB team and Tropic is another one. Why are they just not showing up?
Yeah, it's rough, and we've seen them be able to do great things before, but usually it happens, you know, later throughout the season. Here, it definitely feels like it's both what we are seeing on the maps, what we're seeing in all the circles going against them, and also there are so many decisions where it's like, okay, let's try to play an edge here, and they get third party. There's so many times where they're like, okay, we might have an opportunity to take a fight with one team here. The fight starts and they get third party. Then they have slow rotations or are slower into the circles, and instead of having a, you know, winning opportunity at a game, it's a scramble for a few points here and there, and maybe trying to get into the placements.
It is time now for us to go to our final map, but we do have two of them, Erangel, to determine who our champions will be. It is still so close at the top between 1 and 2, as well as 3 and 4. We will be right back after this.
Winning a chicken dinner is tough. It demands more than skill, and luck too. Yet, you didn't quit. Your persistence always crafted luck. PUBG's 7 years thrived on your countless lucky moments. Thank you for not giving up. Here's to our lucky years. PUBG Battlegrounds, 7th anniversary.
Бенче билет ломасу, что ли?
I do love a regional pride battle and the squadrathlon, which let's just stop right there. Matcham, am I the only one that is really struggling with this word?
No, I just figured out to break it down. Squad Wrath Lawn. As long as you say like Wrath in the middle of it, it seems like it works. Squad Wrath Lawn.
There we go, the squadrathlon. It's great that my North American friend over there has helped me, because I am about to tell you that we are going to destroy you in this competition. EMEA is representing today 2 players coming in, and we don't have a lot of opportunities to drive our own cars because we have fantastic public transport, but I still think we're going to beat you.
See, that's not really fair, because if you watched the North American version of this competition, the Americas has already kind of destroyed the Americas. So just more power to you. You're just one of us if you do that.
There we go. So we obviously know already what the rules are. We got 4 different modes of transport that the players have to jump in. They can't shoot each other, and then they have to follow that very specific route, don't they?
Yeah, and let's rehash the can't shoot and can't kill each other or knock each other, because that was a significant problem in the Americas version of it. Hopefully, as we're moving into our interregional setup, we're going to have, I guess, a bit more of the gentleman's rules to continue to apply. So We'll continue with this one.
Disable baht. Tak.
Магор Римаха не может, Бустик Лёва поможет.
Ой, блядь,
Да.
нихуя не смотрят на
Я хайдаю.
Походу и Лёва не
Я
поможет.
продамажил. Так я сенсу поменял. Магор Римаха не может, Бустик Лёва поможет.
Всем привет!
Бред нах. Что за бред? Что за бред? Burası 5 minut vardı.
Burası 2 kart hadi.
No.
Yukarı.
Şu две катки. Батулин перфекция садузи. Басаби. Шумит, шумит.
Блин, ты себе дегонят гулял второго.
Лошадь.
Нах, как ты баран был евравым, бля. Бля, бернахи оргли хипикайдем, бля.
Нагадок. Лошадь.
Нахуй надо, бля. Заебал, бля. Тут, бля. Анскайнгер мат, нах.
Ben блядь. Bagın da büyüğün. Kaşların.
Бедя говорит, var. Заебал, бля.
Başına alayım bakacağım.
Hepelerin ben de bir güveni. Ay diye ver.
Birader. Pulska var dede. Gidince.
Ben de iki kayıyor.
Hepelerin Ржемин скоро подходит.
Ваняны ограбил. Меня 1000 рублей.
Твисты вам бедра, блин, бля.
Ограбил.
Так, твисты var. Onun sıkıga.
Sıbır.
Betbull hayır.
Fester блин, лох на коражена.
Onun sıkı betbull pikeydim nah.
Betbull hayır.
Neyse sıkı. Ben betbull zaten bilmiyorum da. Öyle gerek yok. Min yine tamam. Sen sıkı bile. Elinde bir de hepti. Altı
Dikkat et de. Gündüz oldu.
Canım hadi ne var bile. Dediğim bu buradan normalde evde.
Ha?
Dediğim bu buradan normalde evde. Bir şans arayayım. Kıdayım ulan. Ulan twisting ne giyim yine.
Cigi doğum orada burada. Sessiz kapçeşti. Doğru hadi.
Şey ne tara?
Hayır mı tamam.
Бабе делают таким. О, бля, дебил. Мартинелли.
Арсенал.
За мною воюет сатана.
Руку мастера.
А сатана это она.
Долбай забалташ. Бочон куда? Уф.
Tehna onları.
Adı dedi günde. Teşekkür var.
Betulin Discord'daki mimari. Betulin.
Чего ты злишься?
Попу anlatıyor.
无论生活有多苦涩，我依然是欢乐。
Hafta zaman. Hadi maçlara. Презентина уже. Презенте. X-Ludex. Свой жакет. Хороший.
We need a pilot, and this is the mission that you were trained for.
Oh shit.
Bisiklete.
What the? These cars are only factory tuned. Can do better than 180K, they can't catch you. So they don't even try. You know what? I'm beginning to like this country already.
Иски дрифт. Един чалта вакт.
It may seem a little crazy, pretty baby.
Great tournament.
We're blasting. It is the penultimate game here, and there's still a lot to play for. Not only the championship, not only those PGS positions to be able to go to PGS 3 and 4, but also the PGC points. If you want to back up points to be able to get to the finals, it all starts here. You've got to make it work here on Erangel.
We saw T-Bone on social media just before this
Так,
game.
мы едем в Бутей?
At least one win.
Кино.
One of these two
Так.
has to be taken
Эрик
now. Well,
Бутей.
Tamam yerlerinize burası bana.
Biraz onu seyret ne bollayı.
Playing path though not really
Evet.
giving us a whole lot of chances of that western circle, so we'll see how and where this one's going to take us.
At least Ibby hasn't pushed Entropic entirely out of Saverni this
Bu
time as a
bля
solo,
bak bir
but
дистая
hey,
Я
that's
хуею
going to
бля.
actually sit Entropic in good stead here, but also
Бэдбум
Ibby's
охуенно
team
сидят.
in good stead. All right, you've got to kill
Сидят,
the lobby
как
and a
это
half,
hazırladı.
guys. Let's do it. Let's see if
Aynen öyle olarak.
I'm just going to
Sonra
call
verdim taydım diyorlar.
I know BB team is a great team as well, but I think we're reaching a point
Bля,
now where this is
kıyıskı
going to
kana
be
bля.
this is going to be a bit too difficult. So even ask BB team to do.
Yeah, it
Bu
will
prawo
be
wjechać
difficult here, but at
stałby
the same
gawara
time, what might be difficult for another team coming in from North George is win or die. Let's check in with them here for PNC's break.
Oh my god.
Our game obviously depends
Huh?
on
Yeah, yeah,
zones,
yeah.
ours, and we have high priority on positions. We try to pick up as many strong positions as possible for different circles.
Give me the how my beta.
Hallo Mehmet açıklığa da daha başladık.
Ya badan.
This guy can easily
turn the
game upside down. I expect strong individual play from my teammates. They know they are in the best conditions right now. As for if you can survive the first 10 minutes of the game, it will be a blessing.
Aşkı uğraşım o kadar.
Uğraşım.
Uğraşım o.
Ayak atamıdır artık açıkladım.
not exactly what I expected from that. But you know what? Winner Die seems
Вот
in
Стивар
good
это.
spirits at the moment. In eighth place. Obviously, they came off the back of winning
Сохранять
totality,
лидера
which was
уверенности.
fantastic whilst doing so.
Чё ты
It's not
пиздишь?
quite gone that way this time around, but at least they
Оправдан
having
народа.
good times with one another.
And again, why with 2 games left to play, it would be a stretch, but a 30-point catch-up over the course of 2 games. Again, unlikely, but Winner Die, as you said, coming off a win in a previous tournament, if they can put together 2 phenomenal matches with a pretty good entry point to this Northern Circle now as well, who knows what's gonna happen.
Заправка гирехтер медбустер, сука, бля. Ебана. Эрик, иди ва.
Съебал Эрик.
But other teams are already trying to take up big swaths of land. You can see for Pera, for example, Schofield's already scouting very far ahead for the team to be able to get a little bit of a response, but BBL's moving up alongside him, so gotta be a bit more careful about that.
Curious about how Entropic has opted to set up their split. They take Crossroads down there, and they have Grendy's towards shooting range, but hasn't really put him in one of the other prio positions. Normally up north, you'll see all 4 kind of claim each their prio spot, and then they can always disengage from the ones that end up getting pulled up on. Now, the issue for them becomes with Winner Die pushing in from one side, BPT already now before falling back to Severny, and I feel like when you're up there, looting there early on, with a chance to claim pretty much everything, already in the beginning of phase 1 to be confined to just Severny seems like a misplay having more real estate available.
And for Twisted Minds,
Да бум свадим нахуй того повода это. Школа.
Obviously, we watched them being able to hold down school extremely well in a previous Erangel iteration, but this time around, the focal point, they're going to have to get a scoot on. They're looking for this team 2 points behind. Pinch me, man, because honestly, I did not think we were going to get to this scenario after Mad Bulls looked so insane over the last 2 days. Like the first day was insane, then they came in the second day, and we're able to equal that performance. That's very unheard of to have 2 back-to-back absolute banger days. But huge fight going down here. Winner Die, I think already lost one with a nade.
Yeah, exactly. How my bat just felt. Was going to push on and got knocked with a nade in hand and will fall because of it. In the meantime, now pretty much melee battle going on inside the building as well. Obviously, many other teams will hear the commotion here. Crossroads, this particular position is a very favored one in these north side circles. So look potentially for other teams to try and engage on this. Janny, nice double nade lopped on in. Orkless now, all 4 of them sprinting across the street.
It's lighting up, and a good reason. A lot of these teams know that they've got nothing to lose at this point. So why not go absolutely big aggressive on it? Hawkey, oh no, he goes down to his own nade as well. It's a catastrophe here for Entropic that are trying to clean up a lot of this. August is looking for the sweep in. The fight for against Leosh as well as Gedrox. Entropic's done for, but above them is another team that are looking for the cleanup.
I feel like we should remind this server that this is only game 5, guys. It's not game 6. Calm down, hold your horses. Chaos has unfolded way too soon as Honor, with 8 HP, tries to stay safe, has to go for the first aid here. But where's the final teammate? Can he come in and help? And for BPL, I mean, there's all the commotion in the kill feed, and Schiller from up high finds Honor. He might want to make a play here as Redbox finds the double.
We're 6 minutes in, guys.
I'm so confused.
I love it. Let's do it. I mean, yeah. For a lot of these teams, not a whole lot to lose. The difference in points between, like, I don't know, 13th and 4th finishing when it comes to PGC points is really not that big. So why not go big?
Халло бат передержал бахла. Или хаиш кала хюринстен хаиш. Абба фейстер кори, блядь. Что за хуйня нахуй? Хуйте, блядь.
And in a compound fight with like 16 players, Gedrox is the only player who survives. I feel like there's some karma to be said about that one. In the meantime, Ascent will start their journey north. You'd imagine that they have themselves a good setup to try and pick up their way north. In the meantime, well, your days were counted. Who are you going to feed the point over to? You really want it. Are they going to find him? Don't feel like they're just going to fully commit to it at this point.
Yeah. I mean, the team was right. I guess he's probably going to die before 10 minutes here. Vard is taking a lot of damage from Schiller once again. A little bit disconnected from some of this fight, as now we'll have to take some cover away from Pera, who's got angles on this. Jeez Louise.
Going BPL, I mean, while both positions are great, as you can see here, the two have no lines of sight towards the west, so if
kind of commits to taking this fight proper, there's going to be no help coming in. And also right now, for Schiller and Ira, I believe it is, it's hard for them to really disengage and go back west, especially with how Pero is currently positioned. So, I think BBL trying to maintain this split could potentially prove fatal.
The lobby's been bamboozled. That's what I'm going to go with for this one. Alright, goes sow the seeds of chaos throughout this one. Probably not as late as you were mentioning before. They're still sat down in Nova waiting for the right time to get to the skies. As now LOL W going to be heading into what will effectively be, if they come in from the west, there's quite a bit of room for them to work with here.
Whole face mid boost, блядь. Ты бишь таңайдылы.
Oakless died in 4 minutes into the game.
No, wait,
what? Oh, you mean points wise? Okay.
Exactly.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't want to punch people that already down, but that's just kind of interesting.
For a second, I couldn't connect the dots. I'm like, wait, they died before 4 minutes? No, they got more points this game. I'm so stupid.
They got 5 kills. I mean, that's again, had it been any other situation, a 5-point salvage game, you're actually pretty satisfied with it. Rather have that than finish 8th with 1 kill and finish with 2 because math. But yeah, 5 points for Oakless, not the worst situation overall. But of course, given where they are on the leaderboards, it's not going to make sense.
It does now mean though that this game will almost stalemate to a little degree as these teams are coming in. There's a lot more room to work with when 3 teams are eliminated before the 10-minute mark. As now,
I'd say unless if we hard shift now, chaos could easily unfold again. But even if we go west here, as you said, 13 players, there's way more space to maneuver. Splits still being allowed to be maintained. And yeah, it's definitely going to go down a bit now.
I'm entertained. I'm tickled by all of this. We have Sen flying on in. They're just waiting for a circle pop, and then they'll probably just mount from their position. Bumble squad. Here's the plane across, or at least whatever you want to go. We've got ourselves the drop, and actually this is probably one of the more fair circles I've ever been. There's only really 2 or 3 teams that were outside the circle. Wait,
you say that now, but then the game is going to end southeast. In the meantime, opting to go down and engage on Voldemort and BBL. It's a nice read, realizing that they're split 2-2. They're in a tricky position, and there comes the Panzerfaust. Santa Claus has arrived, and he brought a bazooka with him.
Of course, Ascend uses
Panzerfaust.
Okay, well, no, I'm not going to start. They've got fire as well. Nice. But identification even, I should say, on Junkyard to be able to just take this spot as quickly as they did. They ruined the day. They did the split.
Good read for them. They get 2 cars off of it as well. So should they move, or should they have to move from here eventually? But yeah, back towards the west, BBL. I mean, I have to imagine that Foot knows it was BBL who they were fighting in that position just before, and now they see 2 of them down and out. Should Schiller's position out towards the east side of that crossroads compound become, let's say, interesting? Them knowing they have a 4v2 push possible is all of a sudden a lot more digestible.
It feels like a while since I've seen a circle in this area. Okay, some fights going down, and Chris gets better once again. BB cannot Twisted Minds ain't gonna give him it. Example is looking at you from the tower.
Farewell present as they try and make their way to safety. Hello, my bad. Will, I think, yep, force Example not completely off the roof, but at least suppress him for long enough that he won't be able to do more damage. Lou as well, trying to reposition here as Lil W actually turning around on this.
That's bold. That is bold. Maybe they realized that maybe there was some retreats going on. We'll see how this goes on. I mean, try and take the off angles here and there. I don't mind it. But again, it's kind of a bit of a slow game. Even if you get a knock here, you're going to have to react instantaneously to try and push on it against Example and the boys.
I love them wrapping in the south, though, because not only is this arguably the best counter position to the compound that Twisted Mind currently has, even if they get knocks, they have to full commit to crossing that road in order to get the flushes, but also, given how the circle is set up and Lil W having just figured out that, well, they saw Foot towards the north, they heard all the commotion in crossroads, they now see Twisted Minds here as well, you would rather be on the southern side if you're Lil W. They like to play edge, they like to spread out and take control, and right now, being sat here, you see they're effectively spending more time looking towards Russock than north right now. As long as they know they have an exit plan, like exit option from here, they can wrap back south all the way over towards Yasnaya, and they're going to be fine.
Yeah.
I think this is the exact perfect play for them to play to their own play style,
James
allow
Brett,
for them
eller
to set
där.
up rotations
Det är skillnad.
that they prefer rather than try and take a head-on fight with
Brett,
Twisted
It's also the lesser of two evils, right? Because if they go north of the compound from Twisted Minds, well, one, it's slightly open 2 shots actually. But if you try and get further into the middle of this circle, they know that it's very likely gas station, junkyard, these very open areas are all taken anyway already. So why not try and make this wrap? You've got a bit more coverage towards getting into the circle, a bit uncontested for yourself. But you know you're eventually going to have to take fights with people in gas station as well as the compound east of it.
Mad Bulls clapping their hands off of this shift. They have been lucky with some of these coin flip circles, and this time around the no-lean compound proves worthwhile for them. In the meantime, out towards the west, Twisted Minds, Lil W, Foot, the last 2 BBL players, and Pot Samulet have some pretty tough journeys ahead of them. Howl too, on Stalper Hills, not going to be upset about this eastern swing.
Yeah, that point should be reinforced about Mad Bulls, because actually this is a great opportunity for them to extend their lead against Twisted Minds, considering the position they're in, right? For Twisted Minds, this is going to be an edge play game, and see how much they can actually get away with for that. Bumble retreats back from the small house.
Just
pip him at the post.
Yeah, Parrot probably won't be moving from here anytime soon. Even with the next circle shifting away from water to some extent, you'd have to imagine that regardless of where it goes from here, that little hut is still going to be inside the circle. Baron Peak will try and flex out, maybe get up the shoreline a bit, but it really is limited where he can go from here. Howl face Navi as well, overlooking this compound that we like to call no lean, and I think not gonna go for any crazy peaks in the open. Just stay inside and wait and see where the next circle takes you.
Yeah, play it slow. Play it slow and steady here. Just apparently hits every shot. How did this occur?
Blink of an eye. Howl peeks over. I think Correction teams on rotation.
Yeah.
And fix this, boys? Hello? Oh, they're all dead, never mind.
Yeah, either they wanted to go down to Fex or they wanted to go down to kind of the rocks that are north of the pond, right? And try and use that as a bit of a position to have a defensive posture. But yeah, all of that went catastrophically, unfortunately, for them. Meanwhile, Twisted Minds is looking from the gas station. All these teams rotating on that west side, taking some pot shots. Can they hit anything, though? And if they, all of these teams sending it in, where are they going to go? There's really not many options.
Yeah. It's a crash situation. Good thing for them is that Baron Peak is a solo. Tusta is sat alone. So if Pot Samulet does up to pull up on one of these positions, they have the numbers advantage. They will take the shack just southeast of Ascent. But Ascent obviously hearing these vehicles coming in, I feel like they need to do something about that. If they allow for Pot Samulet to sit up above them, they can potentially pop tires. They can do a lot of damage towards them. And for Foot as well, coming in from the west now, they need to figure out how do we get around Twisted Minds.
Good question, because they've got a lot of good lines of sights. That's a nade, but he's not even in there. He's actually around the other side of it. So, a little bit unfortunate for Kiliakai to try and do something about it. He still has a Grozer in hand, though. It's a pretty stable gun. His 2 shots and has to move on back.
And this is what I was saying just before. They need to suppress this angle. Circle swings north. Mad Bulls could not ask for anything better. Smack bang in the middle as they will wait this one out continuous.
That's crazy look here for Mad Bulls. They couldn't have asked it for, as you say, at a better time here. But at the same time, the Toolins and Twisted Minds know that they've just got to shoot at everything. We need to try and play catch up here on this edge play.
Yep. Foot trying to make their way on in. They take the fight to Tusta. Will find him as well, but they're still not inside the next circle. Where do you even go from here? Maybe you go south around. You can't play the open. There's such a long stretch around the no-lean compound, which Mad Bulls have control over, that you can't play because it's just flat open lands. And with the edge of Stalper Hills still in, Howl and Navi are going to have a field day just taking shots at teams running around scared in the open.
MG3, a guy like Chris, who was always really good with an M249, is always going to be able to transition to this gun fantastically. Shots coming in from Phil first from that left-hand side, though. Got to take a little bit of cover, knowing that there are teams above him as well that have been able to leapfrog ahead of Junkyard, which does cause some issues. Blue trying to hit Foot. Are they going to get away? Oh, so close.
They're just going to go full speed shoreline here. Both of them down to half HP, so it should be easy pickings for Para, depending on how they opt to make this push on forward. T-Bone will be able to find one, but here comes the shots in return. Touches of God able to take him down, but they've managed to split them 2-2.
Okay, toggle that nade, get it on forwards here, realizing he's not as close as may possibly be. 80 now has pushed up against the position, so trying to get some recovering fire in here from Touches of God, as well as Baron Peak now joining this position to try and shut down anything that may be coming away. But Lazar has gone for them, so Pero once again scrambling.
Yep, put Samuel down again there. One of the teams on the hunt here. Foot likes to see it. Hal does as well. BBL out now too. Yet another team that could potentially make a run for PGS down and out. Of course, they still have a game left to play, but both of them practically zeroing out here is not going to spell well for the next fight. Ruin, though. Headshot, body shot. 2 players down in 1 spray.
Really feels like 1 versus 10 when you look at the map as well. The fact that Mad Bulls is the only team to be able to have center with no lean, and then everybody else is forced to play edge because of what we talk about with this circle. Ruin taking down even more points though for Lil W. Again, they are in the hunt for that PGS spot, and actually they're opening up quite a lead for themselves. Their Howl here, especially with these extra kills.
They definitely are. We knew this roster had potential. We knew they were good when they made their way to PGS last year. Then you add Code Marco. What an insane artillery to add to a team like this. We saw them for a while, didn't know exactly what to expect when they didn't show us instantly the results we wanted, but now they're molded. Now they've figured things out with back-to-back good games to kick things off today, and 5 kills now. They're on one, that's for sure. They want to make PGS.
They're doing fantastically. They're going to be doing it unless Foot can do something major. But down in the wounded state that they're in, alongside the rocks of Pond, it is difficult. They're trying to hunt down Fex as well as Bumble Squad down there. But they know that once they have to come off of this position, Para's going to be looking at them. Mad Bulls even has a kind of little line of sight onto where they're going to have to transition. It's so rough for these edge teams. Unbelievably rough.
Yeah, it really is. When you have 29 alive and pretty much only 6 players inside the circle, you know that there's very limited real estate available. And they see peeks on over, finds the double onto Ascent, can't get things going. They do get 6 points this game off of kills, but nothing more gone their way as rotations were going to be hard, of course. They came in with the E pickup, but couldn't make their way further.
Yeah, we heard some woos from the comms from Mad Bulls in some previous days, and I feel like they'll be wooing once again here, because how does fortune favor this position, this team in this scenario? Everything's lined up perfectly for them. Twisted Minds, though, is still trying to go. Technically, they've taken number 1 with those kills. They've taken number 1. However, I don't know how long they can hold on for it unless they can somehow make absolute magic happen against the compound of Mad Bulls.
I mean, once circles shift west, and this all of a sudden looks to be a game that favors Twisted Minds, because Mad Bulls would have to get out of the compound. It's definitely not over. Definitely not over for them yet, and got to keep in mind, they do favor playing out on the edge, Twisted Minds, that is. So we'll see if they make something of it. Crossberg able to find Vard now. Beamy solo player left alive from Foot Esports. Peeks on forward, but no, he got tagged in the back right before he shot forward, and that is going to be Foot down in 7th. Yes, they got some points with it, but this was not the end result they wanted from the second to last game of the tournament.
Yeah, Foot's going to have to go huge next game. Unless they're winning next game with some decent kills, it is almost impossible considering how well Howl is playing. But Iron Deep's going to throw down some smokes here to try and cover himself with the encroaching threat of Twisted Minds, who aren't really moving too fast, but they've got a hill to play with for Twisted Minds. This is boiling down to very nicely here for the penultimate game.
Definitely are. The fight for the top could not be any closer. Well, I guess 1 point more for Mad Bulls could make it a little bit closer, but outside of that, we're looking as good as can be. Bumble peeking on forward. Iron Deep had the eyes on him, but couldn't connect the shot.
Can he be the thorn in the side? Can he be the absolute spoiler here? Oh, what a shot! Even through just a little bit of a lip of that smoke, trying to do something as much as possible. Madsy has gone down as well. It's really going to be on Iron Deep and Crossberg to continue piling on the pressure against Twisted Minds. Could they be the difference maker here for Mad Bulls? Can they play heavy spoiler?
Well, I mean, Mad Bulls see Twisted Mind starting to pop up in the kill feed. Now they want a piece of it too. How'll have to figure out how to get off this hillside itself. I'm deep down to just 3 bullets from the orb.
Twisted on you
Inside the circle now, but they're so easy to nade. At that distance, finds one. Almost a second. This one should be the entire team down.
It's perfect stuff from Perfectix. It is picture Perfectix. I love it here. From Twisted Mind.
Шанс Twisted топ-1
at the moment. They know that what is at stake here to become the champions for PEC Spring.
Без шансов Twisted olur. Без шансов Twisted olur.
Top var bulan.
Без шансов Twisted olur.
Howl have intentionally slowed things down as much as they could ever since they saw scoring every single extra point we can garner here. Every single extra point is going to set up a better buffer coming into the final match of the tournament. Happy we're not a McKendy any longer and trying to see what more.
The Navi boys. Technically, their spread's pretty good. They've actually found themselves what could be a bit of a foothold in some of this circle, but it will be difficult. Runes, you know, be a little bit careful here. Mad Bulls is going to be taking some shots towards you. Ibi finds code Marco and will get the finish off on it as well here from Lukaruk. So trying to confirm any kill they can, and I think they're very keen to get those confirms as fast as possible due to the fact that Twisted Minds has been constantly popping up in that kill feed.
Howl had to get off the hillside eventually, and there was really no better way they could do it than this. I mean, not in terms of the execution, but the strategy. You had to just drive off, hope that maybe a fight would pop off that you could third party, but now V and BBT weren't ready to keep fighting one another. They were waiting it out, and now they can start fighting as they know that there's no one left on the hill.
Yeah, there's a world where Howl might have done enough here. I mean, there is still one game left. Do bear that in mind. But they are looking great for that PGS slot. And of course, now we have Navi in the distance. BB team still trying to hold off as much as possible. They've got to go big themselves. I mean, huge to be perfectly honest with where they are right now. But you know, pride is still on the line for them. As well as Phil First and alongside Fairist here, they are just leathering them. It is brutal for BB team.
Completely demolished. One of the teams that looked the best in up-close fights throughout the year so far, having a truly hard time getting anything going, and Hagatory.
Божески интересно концепларный.
And that's BB team out in full.
But we are getting down to narrow, slim picking. Mad Bulls, 4 alive. Twisted Minds, 4 alive. Navi's up there in terms of positions as well. They played phenomenally. These 3 teams have proved throughout 3 days that they are the 3 very best right now. And let's get down to a 4v4v4.
Yep.
Bile Heisen bir satırın Medbus'tan hava her.
Space towards Navi in the north again. Everyone here waiting for the next circle, so I'm hoping to be alive that it's going to swing in their direction.
Zona Twisted aga.
Boom, хорош.
To hold on to their incline. The compound needs
to be
wise. Now Mad Bulls will be exposed when they have to come out. Now, there are some transition points. Things like small trees. There are things like a few rocks, but it's not much.
I feel like no matter how good you try and sell this one, James, I don't think Matt is going to be too happy with it.
No, there's no woos anymore.
Oh, a bush? Yeah. Oh, thanks, James. Could you throw in some more cover, please?
Elin abi ne kadar Twisted Medbus'a hava ettirebiliyor.
Because you've had a compound for 8 circles, so you should be good.
Look, let's just bring deployable cover into the spots, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah. I mean, that would definitely make running in the open a more feasible option. As you can see now, though, it was a pretty good lineup we had right there for a second as EP looked towards the west.
Neither Navi
nor Twisted Mind. So for now, if they were to make a run in the open, no one would actually see them. They're all playing down the hill. Side, looking for one another, knowing that Mad Bulls until these vehicles in a second aren't really going to pose much of a threat. So they're currently trying to make sure that no threat's going to come from the other side. Mad Bulls in the meantime, they know who to take the fight to. They want to allow for Navi to push from the other side.
Yeah, looking for a sandwich here, a sandwich maneuver. They were always thinking, we've heard it from them. And we're already preparing for that. Okay, so this is going to be their plan. And maybe there's been a slight week here and there. The teams that are still involved, the names that are still involved, the stakes that are still involved.
Absolutely love this. Navi I mean, they heard it. They know what's happening. The same boys.
Atulin bir kapıla.
They got to
Minus
pick and choose
Banya.
who gets to be sandwiched. They pick Twisted Minds. Now we get a field day for this one.
Już mutluluk istedi.
With these two teams hitting one another, Sosted already starts on Lou. This might be the time to go.
Bu ne
Names
böyle
follow
indiler
through as
bu
well
hafta.
here. Example is going to try and hold off Narvi on this left-hand side. The other two guys, though, are trying to look the other way. It is difficult here for Twisted Minds to make this choice. What are they going to actually focus on? Because they know the pressure is going to be applied very, very soon.
You know, as good as they are, a sandwich of this caliber with Navi on one side and Matt
Блин,
Bulls on the
Twisted
other.
not
Even
better than.
Twisted Minds will have a hard time coming out victorious. Now, Matt Bulls, they have not been in Nate
No
range
better
at
than
all
Twisted.
throughout this game so far. So plenty of utility still to be used. Nixie able to find example. Perfectix peeks on over, instantly shut down as well.
An absolutely brutal assault here coming out from Mad Bulls on that side. Perfectix tried to go for a real cheeky play, but Hakatori in the distance is saying, oh yeah, number 1 and 2.
Давай, Нави, давай, 4-2.
Because we're Navi,
Да,
and we've been able to pull
заебал
throughout
нахуй.
this tournament as well from the distance.
But Coolins denies in the blue, knowing that if he tried to go for a peek here, the
Biraz
point
Navi
would most
ganyan
likely
bıraktırım
be
bro.
going in the favor of Mad Bulls. Knew there was nothing more to try and claim it now in a 2v3. EP is able to find the first.
Molika bırak diye fix yedik.
Not bad at all. This foldable shield using this and saving it until the very end could be a bit of a difference maker. As you say, 2v3, he's looking to stick the res. If he sees any pixel on the right-hand side of that smoke, but he's stuck on the dead a little bit, so he can't quite see it.
Тут bir şans yapın Navi'larda.
Further forward, try and get a better angle. Issues there within vision. Now Divix jumps for info spots. One has to get back into cover again. Nixie does get up and alive. It's an important player with an even better gun in hand. MK14 now back in play.
Meanwhile, the MK12 in the hands of Hakatori is going to look for some heads across that foldable shield. He has his own as well. So going to be peeking left, right, making it a little bit more obscure as to which angle he's going to be taking for the moment. On the right-hand side, looking for an off angle. This could be big.
When does he spring his trap position? No, we'll see in just a second. Straight 1-for-1 so far.
Смотрим.
Сука, блин, клейми, еще дуга не лорба нахуй. Опасно, дуга,
It blew everyone's minds.
Nice.
He will find him, and Navi will win the second to last game with 9 kills.
To save jumping off of the foldable shield until the very last moment when your opponents are not expecting it, to get that extra little elevation to be able to take those shots.
Erik'ten arkaya gidiyor.
That was
Daha
some great stuff coming out from Navi, and what a fight from them. They might not be able to challenge for number 1 or 2 here, considering the points, but man, they're looking fantastic regardless.
Min minus 500 padın sakıvla. Dere min bilin min kayıpından. Dabari bir detayın.
Yeah, we're coming for you. Love the fact they're able to take them down.
Şuyum bitti.
Love it. All right, well, we've got one more game left.
Bilin min basıyorlar orada.
We've got some excellent teams representing.
Atın mekan
لا Navi bırak hadi Hakatori, zaybao.
mekan Navi rakallı. Min Navi gibi.
Ne? Hadi Navi Hakatori. Teraz nie biechten Twisted.
All four alive, battling it out. I mean, Avenger, we say it every time, but it's coming right down to the final
bunları
game
bile
to
hayat
determine
doktorunu
what
bildiği
our
bir tane
top three
dünya
is going to look
var.
like. This was just so much fun on Erangel to watch. What did you think about the plays that you were seeing?
Yeah, whoever the script writer for PC Spring 2024 are, they have done an amazing job to make sure we get the most exciting games here. And also, the way that the teams there are applying themselves and making sure that they are focusing all the right moves here.
Başardı.
Temin taldım mı Navi'ydi.
Erik olarak.
Bana da yedi kartı atalarım demesi sıkın Navi'nin. Bir de her festih dedim. Erikcan.
Так. Паул.
Hole bulu wall hole.
Może być. Hol diyelim.
Nasıl bir gibi tuğla.
Fut paça.
Zaybao fut yani mutlum.
Sayıyor.
Hadi tuğla.
Tuğla mı ne bile?
Biz bu mu lan bu? Man biz bu değil.
Baskı dönüyor bu tuğla. Bağına.
Хавзази, блин, напоследок.
Navi ne yaptırıyor var bunlar bile. Bağına.
Organizatörlüğü ne yaptır? Tuğla mağazaları oldu.
Kim bağırayım bile?
Punya ba? İki artı hinçede üstü hinçede. Punya ba? Organizatör ya.
Şu.
Ama сейчас дикий. Нами так имбирь истерия бля. Бейси, бет. Нами, блядь, то пытался велдом мало.
Нави хоо фут бля бартан гүтті бля. Бағна. Бари бля. Чап под самолетом будем бля.
Ты отдай.
Да. И жауна жабыр бітті бля.
Bitboom olayı bile bitboom yanına. Ben bitboom alırım da naha. Navi ne orada havında. Bitboom.
Men bitboom var. Bir şans. To vibbar hoppa bітті bля. Kan hit game fort bля. Бена. Сипа.
Да.
Бля, наверное, пяти будем для будто bitboom нах.
Это kadar da tutu tesliç.
Ну, бля, так идите спитрей жанр вообще. Я как бы карал.
Просто kimnah gördür bittere. Oğullar. Oğulları da kız onu gasp edey. Ulhin. Kodan kal bitter.
Бля, bitboom наркосив тетля бу man ножачок канах. Тюень жанр. Чао жабыр бля. Биби баша карякта хажар бутанах.
Düşürdü lutta vaktıra bitti bile.
Playing recklessly, playing carelessly. And when they added in a player like Code Marco, we know
Böyle
that he
tarlayıp
likes to
tutuyor
get
var
close
aralarında.
and play aggressively, but
Yiyinde.
they've tempered that aggression extremely well, holding onto their position on the western side of Stalber that they had available to them. Yes, they did a lot of scouting forwards, but I'm glad we got this. Ketpa using that emergency parachute to scout behind them as well, being fully aware of their surroundings at all times. And yes, they got some opening picks onto FaZe, but crucially, the big threat came in the form of LolW making that late wrap around Yasnaya Martin, and they already committed 3 men to deal with that threat. Just
Бля, зона 50 хаята є.
excellent shot.
Твістер зайба.
And Howell currently a deserving holder of that second PGS spot.
Yeah, and you
The
know,
big ass
we've
led
had
the
a few
banner
players
to
who
it.
are the most underrated player.
Tana,
out
na
of
vidim
them
yan bir
said
player
Ruan.
bu.
You can definitely tell that's for the KJ 27 kills in the top 10, deep in the top 10 with most kills. And yeah, I've been super impressed with how, especially Ruan here, holding his own and thinking when Code Marco
Sen napasledik navi kıyı eşeremeyi bile.
this is going to be the star player of the team, but Ruan is just holding himself on his own with that, and the mechanical skill on these guys, of course, at an all-time high, and them being able to put themselves with this much of an advantage over Foot going into the last game, we have a huge chance of seeing them at a PGS again.
Ей, бабля. Бара навіть то бутон.
Coming down to the last game,
Вікенді
it's
грази
crazy
бля.
close with our top teams. We are seeing some incredible PUBG
О,
being
не
played,
фейс
and
там.
it's only going to continue as we move
Вікенді
to
фейс
that
хадання вди.
final Erangel. I cannot
Топ
believe
один.
after all these weeks it's going to come down to this one game.
Конечно, мина будет командам кадар он. Я английская команда ачу. Английская карта ачу байда гонюнде. Ей, ба.
Чего?
Ох, да блин, твистер піддяню варбу.
Welcome to update 2022. Join us for the 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update.
Kurtu derken hata habatlar batta.
Surprises in store for you to celebrate
Mirkan
our
abi kaldı.
7th birthday. Erangel's school will be
He
transformed
food on
into
the
a festive
whole
7th
tule.
anniversary venue. Plus, keep an
Aynen,
eye out
hani
for incredible
orta.
cupcakes
Deadpool
and
bile.
surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map.
Ya bu canım.
We've been hard at work
Boom,
balancing
şey.
the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and
Asli
accommodate
şey.
various gunplay
Bravo.
strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes. So get that early
Bir kimse
deal and
bu
let
mu
us
da
know
bu
what you
öyle.
think.
Benim bu da mut.
Ya bu da.
No.
And there's
Ay
more
bu
exciting
direkt.
news.
Biz kata hata iyi
Thanks to
gider.
your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and Tego. Check out the patch notes to discover all
Ben
the
sıkıyım
details of
bir
this
yerine.
update.
Ya minus kişi var.
Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all
Ah,
details.
normal.
Mana плюс катом.
Блин,
Нихуя не плюс кайдам, бля.
минка ехать надо. Чабаня, брат, ты бить танчик.
Эй. Чё бить?
You're full open to compound. Yeah, but need to get.
Бля, наверное, разован, бля. Пам, паскуду. Чё бать так броненер, бля?
Который MVP говорил бы.
Nice. Knock the other guy.
Бабатев.
How?
Sit the fuck down, bitch!
Example didn't.
Where did you knock him next? Nah, I'm flashable. Full open.
Perfect X-Star. Example PD башни не делает.
Flash today. I can't see the flash.
Oğul bileyim piddes pateydir bile. Kim oğul bu tek?
Men.
Ha, ben koyarım bu.
If we nade deep. I have nades.
Piddes pateydir bileyim.
Chill, clear every single corner.
Futu magic pateydir ha.
Nading. One down left, literally yellow. I'm flashing. I naded him. Naded me. I knocked him. Nice. Fucking pick over. One in. I have to heal. I'll hold smoke it. Leave the trust. I don't have. Luca, give the kill. I mean, Navi knocked me. I knocked one. Left side of the smoke on yellow. I'm resting. Chill. On the road. In front of crazy. You could hear in the comms there, very important moments, of course, as Mad Bulls realize that there is extra levels to this that actually work out. They clearly want to be not only going to PGS, but also the champion. The call to say, give Na'Vi the kill here, makes it obvious that they just want to deny Twisted Minds as many points as possible.
It's huge, and in a situation where you could argue there's quite a bit more going on than trying to decide who you should crawl over to and die to, but to have the exceed of brain capacity, awareness, yeah, exactly, to do so while you're trying to take a full-on fight, outnumbered, by the way, with Na'Vi is pretty impressive.
Yeah, very much so. And
I
can't believe we're in a scenario where technically, if you'd have given us 2 or 3 more games, Na'Vi probably could have caught up with those top 2 teams, considering the form that they're on right now after we saw them at the end of yesterday. Now seeing them here as well, being able to hang toe-to-toe with Twisted Minds and Mad Bulls. But as it stands, 2 points separates Mad Bulls and Twisted Minds from becoming the champion. Na'Vi has obviously put themselves in an amazing spot in 3rd, and so is FaZe in 4th here. But Howl with an 18-point lead over Foot. That's big stuff that Foot's going to have to do in this game.
The script has been written to perfection, 2 points separating the top, but I will say this, if we could change the script just a bit, and I like Howl, don't get me wrong, backlower power all the way, but if they could just die instantly in this game, I'm not saying that I don't want them to qualify, but I just want to see if Foot can make the 18-point climb, because that is a tall order for a team in any game to get 18 points, but to do so in the very final game and qualify through, not saying that I want Foot to qualify either, I just want it to be close, because right now those 2 are the teams fighting for the 2nd PGS spot.
It's very difficult. It is very difficult for them, and that would be a wind condition, right? You have to have Howl go down quickly in a game like this. It's Erangel again. I'm not even going to throw out the theorizations of who's going to drop on who, because it's probably not going to occur. What will occur, though, is that people will be watching towards those kill feeds, seeing what's going on around them, seeing if they can exploit an advantageous situation. But let's get to it. It's the final game of PEC Spring here. Where are Erangel? Who's going to be our champion here for Spring?
James, you said you weren't going to talk about it. I will, though, because right now, if we look at it, we have 4 teams to play. Mad Bulls, Twisted Minds fighting for first, Howl and Foot fighting for qualification to the next global event. And then we have another 12 teams that in many different ways can impact the outcome of the 4 teams we just talked about. Are any of them willing to make enemies for life and potentially forge alliances with other organizations in the doing by full-on aggressing on one of these 4 teams and change the outcome of this final game? I'm very convinced that it won't be the 4 teams that we're looking towards now that will be fighting one another for these top spots. But at least for now, at least to kick things off, it all seems very calm.
Yeah, no kind of encroachments into other teams' although Schofield and Ira are very close to one another, but not really doing much. Well, we have very important places like North George, like South George, like Zaki. Just kidding, nobody cares about Zaki. That's 3 for 3, baby. Go away, Zaki.
And it was going to come in on the final game as well. I like it. Full silver lining.
All right, back to serious mode. But yes, before we actually break down all of this game as well, we have teams here expecting their excellent performance from their teammates. Let's check in with them and see what they think about their teammates overall.
Because we're a newly formed team, and personally, I haven't played with any of these guys before, but I think we've got a decent chemistry going on, and what we expect from each other at this point of the season is good and calm communications, so we can finish fights clearly and relay information about what's going on around us, so that we don't make any mistakes when we're building our game plan, and that will usually help us lower the amount of mistakes we do, which will help us stay alive and go into the late games as 4.
So coming to this tournament, I expect from my teammates and from myself that we gonna move as a union. It's not the first final for our team, and I think we came pretty well prepared for these finals. I feel like everyone is pretty comfortable. We've been playing good in the group stage, we've been playing good on the scrims as well. Everyone knows what the plan is. Everyone knows how to play. We just hope, I mean, I hope that we can put our A game on these finals and just win it.
Oh, the A game is going to be required here in the final one, because you have the conquerors of EMEA breathing down your neck after looking so fantastic this early. Howl is doing what I was saying at the beginning. They're just looking for a central spot on this circle and just looking to play it out.
You say that, I think they might be looking for a Saki spot in this circle going all the way further. I mean, trying to get all the way up on the other side. Again, you're coming in now with no cast. Where before Saki, with the plane path that we have cutting, pretty much flying the same path that this foreign helicopter is, do you expect to get free vehicles in this circle, if not all the way up in Saki? Unless if they're just hard committing North George.
Are you telling me I'm missing Zaki, and then now somebody's going to go to it in game 18?
Yeah, I hope so. Just to prove you're wrong. In the meantime, though, no, there was a whole point I was going to build about Foot having tried to chase Circus the entire day, and now having it in their favor. This was not the way that story was going to start. Beamy down early, 18 points need for Foot to tie with Howl, and lost the play early. I mean, it would only make the miracle run more miraculous, but oh my lord, is it looking far away right now.
That is the first nail in the coffin, right? That is absolutely the first nail in the coffin. And when it comes to prospects on international stages and things like that, this roster has had so much potential for international greatness. However, it feels like they get pipped at the post so often. Even when they make it to internationals, they get pipped at the post. And yeah, that is going to sting.
Definitely will. Hopefully, it's not all frustrations and tilt from here. Hopefully, they can keep their composure and play well through it. Even with a win, they would need 10 kills to boot. Or 9 make that in order to beat Howl in a tiebreak. And that's assuming Howl won't get any points. And speaking of Howl, it did go Saki for vehicles. Wise on them to make their way all the way up there to claim some cars. And they're going to have smiles on their faces seeing one of the Foot players fall early.
I asked the question 3 days in a row. Who cares about Zaki? Now we know.
Yep. But Samuel makes the way up the hillside. They must have heard up above. If they hadn't, well, now at least they know. Pin taken down early on. Yet another one that was on the hunt earlier. Taken down here. spot up here too, and Crossberg will find Global Army.
Şey bulada
For these teams losing people early in a game like this, they're actually both leaderboard in the middle is still kind of close to one another. So you could be losing actual opportunities later on in the year if you're going out this quickly. You do not want to be losing like this. Again, yeah, okay, we're in game 6. Yes, at the end of a lot of these days, sometimes it gets a little bit silly. You can't get silly in game 18 of 18.
No. It's you have to be able to keep your cool all the way through the end of it. As you say, if you make your way to a second PEC event or maybe one of the other qualifiers that also grant PGC points, even if you don't come out victorious in all of them, just having made it to all these tournaments every single time could be enough for potential qualification for PGC at the end of the year.
The thing that interests me is that some of these conflicts that are going on right now, some of these like little rotations here and there, they feel a little bit scrappy, but also fighting over Everest right now in a circle like this. Okay, yes, it gives you a good vantage point to be able to do some scouting here and there, maybe across the river if you so desire. However, losing people on Everest like this right now when the circle could quite straight north doesn't feel too worth it. So for these teams, they've got to be very cautious about still having 3 teams exist up on Everest.
I think Everest is one of those areas of the map where oftentimes you'll see teams. It becomes a bit superstitious, right? When there's so much Everest in play. Oh, we've seen these circles go down there plenty of times before, so let's get there early and claim it. Like some of those magnets come down. Miramar. Play out the same. And I think people, because it's such a massive mountain set there on the southern side, and as you say, great for scouting forward too. They might be due, or maybe dare to risk a bit more to try and claim it than it's necessary.
Moving away now from Zaki as Mad Bulls have got themselves plenty of cars ready to go. Twisted Minds coming in quite late to this. Technically speaking, their entry point is going to be quite close towards where Mad Bulls is. If they continue to
just
so that could be top level conflict which could decide the outcome.
17 PEC finalıgar каждой команда не выйдет, да?
It's a pretty even split across with Ascent still down. Face coming in very late south of Pochinki. These teams are going to do everything they can to stay alive as long as possible, and so far, well, with the circle, or with the river, I should say, pretty much splitting the circle in half, there's no saying who this one is going to favor. If we were to go off of what's been the, let's call it the pattern for the day, it's been very north side favorite in terms of the teams that are currently up there, but we'll see if that's going to continue.
Unfortunately for them, actually, I would say that Ascend and 16th place is not an iconic duo, right? Like, they have always been able to perform above that band for this position. This has not been their day. CBB team down in the trench of in the valley of this location, being shot just a little bit, but should be able to get away a bit unscathed.
Need an absolute, I mean, a miracle game here as well in order to come out through the top. But once again, they have fallen into the same trap that they have been continuously falling in throughout these finals, which is losing players in the early game. Down 1, I believe it was Phil first to fall just before as well, as they still easily within arm's reach of both 9th, 8th, and 7th place. Down 1 early is only going to make that harder.
Question is, where are we going to go? Yeah, we go
Кроме
here.
подсамолета, Пинадай,
We go anyway, it causes turmoil.
Волгулес, Бамбл, подсамолет.
I just want to finish this whole tournament in Saki just because you said it was never going to happen. That would be an amazing kind of PEC spring so far. But now let's see where we go and how have their rivalry going on. In the meantime, the fight for the victory between Twisted Minds and Mad Bulls is on as well. Where, oh where, are we headed south once again?
A lot of Everest still in, the entirety of Everest still in, but the river is also still in. Flying over here is Para just to do a little bit of scouting from the position that they found themselves over by Cube. So the 2-2 will stay strong for now. Although that being said, there are teams coming in here. Mad Bulls is coming in from the east side of them. Twisted Minds is looking to rotate back onto that south side, whilst Ascend is just, well, ascending a hill into Bumble Squad, and unfortunately Brexco is down.
Yep, they need to come up really, really quickly if they want to have any chance of getting Brex back on his feet. Issue is realizing this too, with all the shots being fired, all the teams around them are hearing it, and look at how FaZe have positioned themselves to try and third-party this engagement.
Yeah, there's a good opportunity for them if they so desire. They are looking that way. Madzi is just going to get a few stims off here to continue taking this fight, take this aggression,
YouTube кърбите
which is going to be
YouTube
coming
ки
their
тя
way. And
бях
yeah,
че
as you
тут
say,
от
FaZe is going to
Steam.
sandwich
Питте се
ascend
бях
here.
ки тут на
There's
хиба
no way
галайн
for you
тут
to get out of
дръжда.
this unless you try and go
Анра
northwest.
хиба
But then
кана
you're being shot from there.
прохапка
You
им
can see the
банна
shots on the
джинтрей.
minimap trying to hit ascend from the northwest.
Ну бадер бля.
Creeping up from behind, and if not fast about it, how might
Бакалах тимин аутадат.
here you see them just crossing over the North George Bridge, making their way into
Пабзан хайын калах жевдер эпитен пабзан. Бля хакалаттан дика стап турам барамат. PEC финалга арадах кисе баран лаңга барам тенжу.
a potential qualification here for PGS.
Бе барахатта арадда вал булан уйма путко.
Gunshot, stay the hell away from it. Right now your lead is
Time
good
кара
enough that
дике.
survival alone could qualify you through.
Yeah, you're right. Placement points probably would be enough, right? Because even a
Treneo
the highest
popular
one
da
we've
da
had is
hanyada.
like 16 kills or something like that. So that even that is, as long as you're just sitting around as Hal doing nothing.
Хиба кабасудки. Баша вела япни мевда.
Bad boom.
Bad boom اللي أدوجنا القناة
Play the odds. BB team getting peppered here, but not really being able to hit with much. Understand is gone. That is their campaign done for this one. It's a write-off. I'm sure they'll be back stronger next time.
Hopefully they will. Iron Deep should probably consider reloading his DMR. Does make it a little easier to hit targets with it, but seems like we'll hear a click in just a moment. Oh, nope, still hasn't realized.
It's the SKS. Nobody
Так
realized.
бейстері қолдар нұқтатылыр бітті.
I hope we're going to go away from him faster, but there's just enough time for you to realize that he has the best gun. And there you go, there's the reload. We can continue further forward. This fight right here, really important one. Matt losing one early on. Questi on his knees, no flash come through just yet, though.
To move around this as quickly as possible here. Ibby's trying to find an angle. Voldemort has been doing a lot of work here for BBL, but can he do it against Ibby? Nade goes forwards on towards this tree. Will he follow it up with anything? This is actually a very scary angle he's actually approaching from here. He does take smash down as quickly as possible, but Nixie is knocked as well here against BBL. He's gone as well. This is big. Look, Rook's managed to take Schiller. This is too close.
While all this is going on, Twisted Minds are in their cars. They're seeing this fight from a distance. They want to get
Twisted
up here right
Mind
now.
bastata
They're
wala.
vehicles making their way up towards this fight right now. They know that this is a tournament victory in the making for themselves if they can get up here fast enough. EB, now once more, Lucarux, the only player left alive.
Lou's trying to shoot from the Church of Ruins onto this fight. That is ridiculous in terms of a range to just try and put in a few shots here and there. If one hits, it could be the turning tide, the defining factor, but also Lazar as well from Perez looking at this. Any shot is going to be crippling from Apples. They've got 3 kills. But is it going to be enough to stop Twisted Minds?
Every single extra points that Lucarux can get here could be the question of whether they win the tournament. Not circle swing south right now. That's not the main issue. Lucarux needs to stay alive. Iroh is still around here. Quizzy potentially get rest should this work out for them. But Lou catches him through the smoke. What worse team than have come take you out? Example, Batulans are real close to this now. Lou spots him again.
Your heart rate's going to increase at this point because they saw that Lou stole Ibby. So that is an extra point going their way as he's looking into the distance. The example shuts down Iroh. The reinforcements for Twisted Minds are here. They're absolutely on the hunt against this. They see in the smokes in the distance that Lucarux is somehow still alive, still good to go. But how do you get out, Mapples? You've got to bail. You've got to bail.
They're chasing this. They have to go for it. Or maybe they feel like damage has been done. Nope, that's the issue. They saw the people coming across the other side. There's much more to fight for. Because even if Lucarux falls here, if Mattwolf goes out, they still haven't gotten the points needed to claim the win just yet.
No, they don't. So now they realize that the rock-up is happening. And I think it's because of the circle. The circle shift has forced this kind of movement from Pera onto the position here on the west side of Ruins. They need to get some reinforcing shots from the distance, but if Pera shuts down the lines of sight from the other side, that's catastrophic for Twisted Minds.
Maybe they stepped a bit too far. Maybe they got too greedy, wanting to take out Mad Bulls on their own. Could be to their own downfall. We'll see here. Perfectix prone down on the roof, trying to remain hidden for as long as possible. Smoke down below, wanting to isolate the vehicle to allow for him to potentially drive to the safety of his teammates' compound.
Trying to get out of here, realizes in a bit of no man's land at the moment. This is difficult for Perfectix to try and react to the reinforcements are on the way. You've got to buy some time. Lou shooting some shots here from the rest of Ruins, realizing that maybe he can slow down, maybe he can cordon off Pera in their pursuit for Perfectix. Look at him trying to dodge around like a mouse
Ben
here
onun
on the
hakkında
roof.
benim sayende.
Staying on the roof for this long too, with
Bak.
this many shots being fired, is gonna reveal his position to teams around him as well. Spots touches of God though, takes him down, can't commit to the flush. It's simply too dangerous, but now they know they have Perfectix up on the roof.
Example's almost here. Example's almost here to put in some shots as well. If they're able to recover from what was going to be a pretty strong breach, or attempt at least, then this is disastrous for Pera. But what a play from Twisted Minds. They bought enough time. And with the FAMAS in hand as well, Perfectix presents a very, very difficult problem for Pera.
Twisted Minds need no help. They like to take matters into their own hands, and here they are once more. They have been able to suppress for long enough. The cavalry has arrived, and Baron Peak fights himself very isolated right now.
Looking for the off angles here. Example going to be coming around on this. He's going to see Baron Peak pretty quickly if he's not careful about it all. Charging up a nade as well. That now Pera is the trapped one. Now they have been surrounded. Goes in, bounces off and goes into the wall. Doesn't quite connect fully with Baron Peak, but they know exactly where he is. Shots trading from there. Perfectix has gone down, but so has Baron Peak as well. Perfectix is done. Now Twisted Minds is 3 alive here to try and clean this up, get some kill points if they can. But if they can get kill points, and Maple's only plays for maybe placement here with only 1 alive, this could be enough for Twisted Minds.
Sure could. Sure
could.
Lazar's still alive, trying to wrap around. Spots Batulins at a distance, but has other targets closer that pose more of a threat. Lil W are creeping in this direction as well. So Twisted Minds, you can't fully focus on Pera right in front of you. You have to respect the fact that there are teams around you starting to close in too.
Yeah, teams are looking for blood. They realize what is going on here. They know exactly who's being knocked here and actually kind of how much pressure is on this scenario if you want to become the champion. That being said, look at this. Lil W has just moved off of this.
Lil W goes away, but look who comes
Ayağa kıraştık надо, бля, ванна тупо манна кыраştık.
No way.
Into this area of the map. He knows what's going on. The issue is he's on the wrong side of this fight.
Anlamadılar
If Pera takes him out
ondan.
in the open, that's him done and done for. They're only 1 point ahead now. Placement points are by no means guaranteed for Twisted Minds, but there's still 2 Pera players left alive. If they fight them both, that's GG. That's Lukarux and Matt Bulls down in
So what do? You play as if you're a Pera player. You use your long range to just try and hit Twisted Minds if they're peeking over against it. This could be a huge play if it pays off for Lukarux. I can't believe what I'm watching.
The issue is, those Lukarux think Pera is twisted. Does he start shooting at them, realizing, wait, no, I'm helping the wrong guys, and then goes down because of it. Now Entropic starting to flex down the shoreline as well. They should be able to see Lukarux really soon as Twisted Minds once again are lit on fire.
Lukarux just need to confirm on a kill. Like, not in terms of like a confirm for him. I mean like in the kill feed, right? He needs to know exactly who gets knocked and where they are when it happens. But at the same time, now the blue is pushing him, so he will start taking ticks of this. Hopefully he's got a little bit of meds here to be able to stalemate this one out, but smokes are going to go down. How are we in this scenario?
1 point separating the 2 at the top. It's a 1 versus 3 effectively in terms of Lukarux being alone against Twisted Minds right now. He's continuing to creep up behind, getting 1 more firsted off. He barely has a helmet or vest left remaining. Trying to remain in the first place spot as Schofield sprays with the MK14, but can't connect.
Another nade forwards here, slowing things down. That's big damage coming in from him. He is flashed though. He has a few walls, in fact, to be able to provide him some cover. Still, Lukarux healing off. 1 point separates these teams at the moment, but neither team is down and out. Schofield with this MK14 is so deadly. It's a deadly, deadly situation to be in.
Lukarux looted first aid skill also. He should be fine for now. Look at those sprays coming through. Hard to control, but he's doing a great job of trying, so at least to suppress the opposing team. On the other side, there they fall. 1 point given. Now it's the tie, but Lukarux is down to just a couple more first aids. No more points can be given in the way of Twisted Minds.
The fact that Lil W were able to take all the other ones as well makes this absolutely down to the wire, but Example's going to be taking some shots against Hello Senpai as well. Is there anybody to finish that off up towards the top? Doesn't look like it. Lil W will survive for a little bit longer. Lukarux is lurking in the west side of these ruins, and Entropic is trying to get up on this position, but I don't see a world where Twisted Minds loses this 0-3.
Lukarux has to find the knock instantly and then hope to dear God that Lil W and Entropic engage at that exact time. They cannot get any more points. Down to 4 first stage. We're hitting phase 5 now. He has to continuously heal. He cannot just creep on forward. He has to stop and heal pretty much every second in order to stay alive here. He's hoping, waiting. Entropic, Lil W, wherever you are. But dear God, start shooting Twisted Minds because I don't have much more in me.
This is what we live
Bra,
for.
Mad
in
Bulls
Battle Royale.
Grestara
This is what we
jaddu.
live for. All down to this. It's very, very close. And still, Janny just Entropic is holding this too slowly for Lukarooks. This is
Bra, min
very,
canım bana
very down. Shots coming
karıştı
in from Lil
bra.
W as well,
Malum
though.
bra.
Here, Twisted Minds is really feeling the pressure
Din
at the
röger
moment,
ham
but
bra
they're staying calm
takalgana.
whilst it's happening. Pressure oftentimes does
Futtar havar
create
bollar
diamonds in
nabiniz.
moments like this.
Bra.
Lukarooks is so low, tries to get in here, tries to sneak around every corner he
Kılıçlar.
can. The blue is ticking quite hard at the moment. This is dire for Lukarooks. This is dire.
Impossible at this point. Shots are being fired once again from Lil W, but as you're saying, this is taking too long. And
Ya
that
geliriz
might be no
ya,
step
da
against
bir
the
aydır.
situation with Howl. Just stay alive. We did the damage we had to towards Mad Bulls up on the north. They don't know that Lukarooks is here. That's his final first aid. He's going to have to commit to the run. He's going to have to sprint on forward, get a knock, see what he can find, whether he sprints. He goes for it. He's right next to Lulu's been headshot. It spots two on the other side. Goes for the shot. Can't find the knock. Does he find the first? Finds the knock. Can he get the flush as well? Goes for it. Misses a few shots. Gets the second knock as well. Lukarooks is doing
Bak Gres diyor.
He's trying to win it on his own, but is it enough? Two players down. Lou, solo left alive. Lil W on the other side, but they are not biting. They are not going for it. One nade could be the victory for Mad Bulls, but no one is looking this direction.
I think they've weathered the storm. I think they've weathered the storm. Unbelievable. Lukarooks tried so hard to get this, but it's not going to be enough.
Cici valla o da
Actually finishes off example, but it's completely
Asa
stolen
bullar
away.
da baydır bana.
Yani bir kaydılar.
If Twisted Minds
Kıyız da
we're
fadin.
getting into placement points now, though.
Adı özülüm dedi.
They got it. They made it. What
Adı özü spas.
an attempt from Lou. From Lukarooks to try and claim this one for the team, but in the moment of need,
Бля, реально забирает.
Ну, бля.
just thereafter, 1 point ahead, 1 point separating the
Пиздец,
two.
бля.
What a finish!
Пиздец,
What a
да.
game!
The conquerors
Грязь
of
да,
EMEA
да.
stay the conquerors.
Дика.
Twisted Minds, unbelievable
Хорош
stuff,
Twisted
and
чемпион.
what an effort from Lukarooks at the very end. But now our attention is elsewhere.
Eğitim
We have got to
havlında
figure out
Food
who's going to be able
kaldı.
to push on further. Right now,
Havlu kotırıktırın.
Neredeyken biz bekleriz.
is still two alive, but there's no way you can do it with two people here. Get that many kills, get that many placement points, especially since Howl's still alive here,
Exactly, that last sentence is what coins it really. Howl still being in the placement
Vuralım.
Say. Хорош.
Блин, все фейс хакерді.
Except that now one does fall, but
Çingen
again, it
хорош.
looks practically impossible. We are 15 points down. 4
X-Play alır.
were to catch this up again. Not
Futtura bak.
possible, but very, very unlikely.
Give me food, give me de.
In food.
Ola birimiz bir kavardım demin.
Twisted Minds. This is gonna haunt him. This is gonna wake him up in the middle of the night for years to come.
Верно, зона алır. Havlu просто ляг на кимедер бак.
Helal olsun. Пиздец, возня oldu.
Даже президент тягує.
Бля, bana navi crash test bit oldu.
But that's the thing. He barely missed a single shot. He was shooting 3 guys with 1 clip of a DMR, and he almost took them all 3 down. He was hitting everything except for the final bullet that hit a vehicle.
X çekelim bile çekeceğim. Varlık not tutun tasam. Abi dolbayı bile.
Is gone here. Now there is an opportunity where Howl can actually move into fourth place. If they continue things on as 3 here and able to get a lot more kills off the back of all of this. Lurix gets himself Dedrix. Dedrix is done here for Entropic. They will be going out to 13th place for them. But Howl is still on this high ground looking for more.
Yep, Winner died too. Could both surpass but Samuel, but also potentially
Президента
depending
добить.
on when they fall here. Scott Marco falls nice peek over the rich line there by Percenti. Bart down as well as the second peek comes up.
Бля, сипою.
Is Code Marco, no sorry, Quetpa getting him down.
La food shit. Хорош.
Very well in this tournament. They've been able to reinforce on Nox very quickly, and they would see it once again here on the side of Everest. That being said, they also
Плохо сосас, блядь, долбоёб.
they're gone. That is
Хоу просто ляхал.
to PGS. What a performance by them here in PEC Spring.
What an absolute masterclass of a final day for them. They had 35 kills in the first 4 games. They knew what was on the line. They knew how hard a journey would be for them to reclaim the top. But for the second year in a row, they made their way to the first global of the year. What an effort.
And Lil W is looking to finish this thing off with a bang. As Howl and Winnerdie are kind of locked in this Everest position, Lil W decided to not really get ultra aggressive on the angle against Twisted Minds. And for it, they've garnered themselves some pretty decent high ground south of Ruins, which has given them an opportunity to be able to flex out just like this.
Yep, should be good. Should be good. 4v2v2, the multi connects, but he will be able to
Schengen давай. Опослабляешься ли даешь? Надо нахуй.
Пол кайда.
Да.
Lullar Twisted Tag'ı bir hayırlı bir karına. Gelesti slabıdı. Kim kahırlı?
Erik هو Erik
Kimin giydi?
بدأ Erik пока кино там
Егор işte mata gimi.
İteri не mergen bu.
Да, благодаря Адузи. Из чемпионата.
Бля, пятим плотный каткор был вот дисксейба.
What an incredible showing that we got in that last game. Elation for Twisted Minds, heartbreak for Mad Bulls, one whole point. We will break down what you saw between those two teams. We will get into all of that very, very soon. We know who our champions are, but it's still really because then you had LW proving this is their second win in the grand final, saying, hey, pay attention to us, we're coming. Fighting to make their way through into the top four. It never stopped.
Eski olur baca. Lokarox.
Эрел Вадимович-то.
You're always kind of cheering for the underdog at this point, right? And you're kind of cheering for Luke at that point, but that was just a crazy ending to a game here.
Crazy ending and so smart, like the Twisted Minds play, but like I said,
На этом хоп, удачи фарта. Вот так ору ехал дида. Бля, фут кайен хэпэта.
О, мои бы друзья добавляли в Discord. Хули ты, Дида? С очками сидишь. Бля, бери тайбатен. Сыгай, заеба.
Да.
Ай, нахуй, бля.
Эрадда. Вице чемпион.